justified in getting answers. Matt Palumbo and Booker Scott are justified. This is the PB&J Podcast.
Happy 4th of July, happy Independence Day, and by the way, it's 250 years of this great country, the greatest nation ever conceived. I know a lot of people are concerned and worried. We see the Democrat Socialist of America continue their insurgency in elections this past week. We're going to get into that this hour, plus a lot more. I'm Booker Scott. This is the PB&J Podcast. That's Palumbo. Booker, justified. Co-host of this hour is Matt Palumbo. And Matt, what do you have planned for this 4th of July weekend?
Barbecue and fireworks.
Like everybody else.
Just like every other 4th of July, yeah. But no, this is the big one. I don't think the country is anywhere close to being over. I know there's some cynics out there. We've stood the test of time. And I feel like the longer the Republic goes on, the more likely it becomes it'll go on even longer. It stood the test of time. So I'm optimistic.
It wasn't supposed to be perfect from the beginning, and the founders knew that. That's why they did the Constitution as they did, where it can be amended when it needs to, and we've had a lot of amendments through the years. But I know that people are concerned about these socialists, and I think they should be in reality. Let's take a look at CNN, this clip here with Scott Jennings, because he talks about, in the clip we'll talk about how there is a division in this country, and I think that we all can sense that and feel that over the last decade. And we'll listen to this and see what CNN has to say in this round.
Right, and even if we look at like what the United States is the greatest country in the world, 36% of people said that was true, 41% said it's one of, but only 23% of people said we're not one of the greatest countries.
And if you look at the splits on that by politics, what would you find?
I don't have that slide to
if you looked at this, but if you looked at the splits on how people feel about America, the promise of America, if you look at whether they're proud of their country or not, Gallup has measured this. Republicans and conservatives are proud to be Americans, and it's Democrats and liberals who are not. And I think if you looked at the splits in that, you'd find
the opposite of where I wanted.
You'd find the lines on the graph going this way. And honestly, I think there's a political movement in this country right now built on telling people that America's rotten at its core, and it's not the Republican ideology.
I agree with that. It's not the Republican ideology. The thing is, when Joe Biden was president, you probably had 84% of the Democrats that loved America. And now that Trump is there, you have what we have. And hopefully we'll get through it and get to better things. I believe that we can. I believe that it's possible, but we do have to be concerned about the Democrat socialists in America.
Yeah, both Gallup, which Scott Jennings had a reference, and I believe Pew Research have done polling on patriotism and political affiliation. And it's what you were saying. If a Democrat is in office, it's like 90% of Republicans and close to that amount of Democrats all say America's great. If then a Republican gets elected, Republicans obviously still love America at the same rate, maybe marginally higher. But my point being is the Republicans appreciating America, thinking it's the best country in the world, those kind of traits is not dependent on politics at all. With the left, when it's a Republican in office, that's when it tanks like a rock. So he is correct. I mean, there is a hierarchy where it goes conservative, independent, Democrat, and how you view the country, but it's independents and then conservatives are the most patriotic, and liberals are the least, but very selectively so. And it also makes you realize they don't actually have any true principles, because you'll see, leftists in one breath, if they don't like something Trump is doing, claiming, oh, he's betraying the founders, he's being against the Constitution. Well, when it's the other way, it's, well, if it's we're using the Constitution to defend gun rights, well, then it becomes, well, that they were slave owners who wrote that document.
Yeah.
Whether or not America is a country that is foundationally good or foundationally evil just depends on what narrative they're promoting at any particular day. They think, and the examples are endless. Like, they think America has this awful, evil history. except for World War II. Then we were the good guys, but just for that very brief period. And then the second that over, we went all back to being racist and anti-gay and whatever. And it's just their version of history just is very internally inconsistent there.
What do you make of last Tuesday's election in Colorado? They had a primary there, and another Democrat socialist won, a couple of them actually. Yep. And we saw that in New York the week before, and now we're going to Colorado, and people are concerned about the socialists in this country that obviously perceive this country as bad, the way that the founders wanted it to be and the way many of us want it to be. They look at a different country than we do.
Yeah, I would say, I think that it's kind of an obvious fact that if you think America is inherently bad, your politics naturally are going to be aimed at weakening America. Whereas, if you had two socialists running and one of them was like a socialist who is really pro-America and patriotic and legitimately believed that socialism would solve our problems, there would still be a disaster, but it would probably be less of a disaster than the socialist who thinks America is rotten to its core. Like if you had to pick between extremes, but that's just a random aside there. But to go to the races, so there's a woman named Milot Kiros. She... from what I read in her financial disclosure report, has a negative net worth up to $250,000, was making, I think, below $15,000 a year as an activist before that. And, my point being, when you're almost 30 years old, if those are your statistics, we probably don't want you making decisions that run a country, but Democratic voters disagreed. So and she worked at a law firm out of college, right, and then got fired for complaining that they weren't taking a stance on Israel-Palestine and has never been a lawyer since. So not someone with the best decision-making skills, but her name is Milot Kiros, 29 years old. The Democrat she primaried has been in office for 30 years, so longer than she's been alive, and she just ended her political career. So, it is impressive for that reason, but it's obviously depressing for the country. The other race was Senator John Bennett, or Michael Bennett, rather, the senator, was running for governor of Colorado in the Democratic primary. He had a progressive running against him. I don't believe he was officially a socialist, but a far left progressive to the left of Bennett. Bennett got defeated pretty badly. And it's the first time since the end of World War II where a sitting senator ran for an open governor's seat and lost in a primary. If you remove the caveat of open Senate seat, the stat is true of the past 15 years. So, but it's still an upset. And then John Hickenlooper was primaried by a Democratic socialist, and he did fend off the challenger, but it was his closest primary win in 20 years, and his opponent didn't run a single TV ad. So it was the best performance against him ever with no resources really deployed. And also of note, almost all these DSA types are foreign born. So we could, I'm sure, tie this into an immigration discussion about assimilation and all of that. Like the enemy, it's not even necessarily from within. It's being imported into the country.
Yeah. Well, let's go to this video clip of Kiros here. This was her acceptance of the win that she had in Colorado Tuesday.
I'm about the same age that my dad was when he came to this country. Betting on the promise, he chose Denver to be our home because he knew that this city would welcome us. And that same city just voted to send a 29-year-old recovering lawyer, barista, immigrant, Democrat.
Don't we already have one of those? Doesn't that fit AOC?
AOC is enough. Now we're going to have, I think, 6 of these Democratic socialists probably in the next Congress. And there's really more than 6 because there are like Richie Torres, Summer Lee, Sri Throd, the Indian fellow who's, I cannot understand a word.
Better than I could. So keep going.
Sri Thurdalank. Everyone knows who I mean. I'm never going to get the name, but they were formerly DSA and either left or were kicked out of it. But my point being, they share the ideology at one point enough to be part of the party. So I think you can fairly count them. So we probably have at least 10 who are openly socialist affiliated within the House. Now, granted, fortunately, that's a smaller percentage, but it does give them a lot of power within the caucus in that if the Democrats have a very thin majority and there is maybe a half dozen to a dozen members who can nuke any legislation, as a bloc, like as a socialist bloc within the party, it does give them more power, and that Democrats are going to have to make more concessions to them to get anything they want done.
I see a silver lining here with the DSAs across the country, and we'll get into that here in just a minute. But here's a little bit more of Kyros. This was back in June before the election, and she's on a podcast with a couple of guys talking about her platform. If you want to know what she stands for, here she is.
We're actually updating the website right now. I wrote all of our policy page a year ago now, but we're updating it this week. And some of the things that
Matt, by the way, gay giddy guys, they make me smile. I don't know why, but this one guy, he looks like a bobblehead in this. He never stops nodding his head. Now that I said that, you're going to be looking at that and not paying attention to the words, but listen to what she says as she keeps going.
We're actually updating the website right now. I wrote all of our policy page a year ago now, but we're updating it this week. And some of the things that we're adding in, there's also a trans bill of rights. I think we have to be so forceful and clear and aggressive in our protection and our advocacy for the trans community, especially for trans kids. In Colorado, we are seeing a couple of ballot measures that are going to be coming up.
So that's enough of that. You get the idea of what she stands for. Yeah. And the giddy gay guys were all happy about the trans initiatives that she has on her platform. And that's just one of the things that these DSA people are going for here in this country. And that's the thing that scares conservatives and people on the right. And I think, as I said, it's a good thing for a couple of reasons. And you brought it up that the Democrats are going to have problems with this. Let's assume for a minute that Hakeem Jeffries becomes the speaker after the November primary or the November midterm general election. That's what the betting odds are on Kalshi and Polymarket. That's the way things are right now. There's time for that to change. And I want to talk about something that could change that, and that is the DSAs that we see. But the Democrats are going to have a problem if they have the House, because Hakeem Jeffries is going to have an issue with the 7, 8, 10 people that you mentioned in getting them to come along with the things that they want. And maybe similar to what we've watched with Mike Johnson and the Thomas Masseys, those that hold up the Republican things and the Republican ideals and ideologies that Donald Trump wants to push through. You could see the same thing with the Democrats. What are your thoughts there, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one move the Republicans could try to I don't take advantage of the situation would be to vote for Jeffries in exchange for some very, very major concessions. But I don't think that would actually ever happen. There would be far too much blowback, and they'd probably be primaried. But that is, I guess, in theory, one way they could try to take advantage of it. The thing, too, is we don't, and a number of these DSA types have said that they would not back Jeffries, but I haven't heard any clarification on who their pick exactly is. And if they can't get anyone, what is the process? Is it just no speaker at all? Infinite gridlock? Like what exactly then becomes the process?
No, that's what the Republicans did. If you remember with Kevin McCarthy, they did the same thing. And then Speaker Mike Johnson, he went through the same process. I think there were 16 votes for Kevin McCarthy back then. And that's what would happen with the Democrats too. They would continue to vote until they find somebody. Here is a Democrat that was on Fox News, and he kind of talks about another part of this is that these people don't represent the real Democrats. And you brought this up last week on the program that
I think they do. I think they do.
You think they are now? Well,
they're getting elected by Democrats, but they don't represent Democrats. Is what we're calling
But if you look at the vote count, it's 55-45. So that means 45% of the Democrats are not voting for them and they don't like them. Here is a Democrat from the House of Representatives.
There are certain things that I believe in that are not being reflected in the current environment, especially with some of these races on Tuesday. And as we said in our pledge, we're for capitalism, not socialism. We're for safety, not lawlessness. We're proud of America, not ashamed of America. And we need to be promoting those things. And the far left and the far right, they're all very well organized. But those of us that don't support those far left or far right principles need to do a better job organizing and getting our message out.
The far right is not organized at all. It's like 8 people on the internet. And anytime
right.
it's a far right protest, like 90% of them are federal informants anyway. So
Right.
the far right is the Southern Poverty Law Center's invention, quite literally. But anyway, back to his point, and I guess yours, hypothetically though, in one of these DSA races where the DSA gets 55%, the normal Democrat gets 45%. If that was a ranked choice election where the Democrat person who voted for the traditional Democrat had the option of voting for a Democratic Socialist as their second pick, they probably would get 90+% of the vote. Like I understand they're not putting the people voting for the Democrat over the Democratic Socialist are not putting the Democratic Socialist first, but they're still voting for the DSA type against us any day of the week.
Yeah. So no, I agree.
But I guess, I mean, listen, I understand Democrats are different in every state. You're going to get a different kind of average ideology within a party, and the city types in, obviously New York or Portland or Seattle are going to be way crazier than, let's say, a West Virginia Democrat. But we're a two-party system, so you're going to get a lot of different factions within a party. And when you're a Big Ten, you don't really get to say which factions are the true ones and which ones aren't, because you're including all of them. I mean, MAGA, the Tea Party, the Reagan people, the Bush people, they're all Republicans. And yes, we like different flavors more than the other, but they all still count as Republicans. So unless the Democrats are going to refuse to seat these people, I think they're part of their party.
One thing I've been talking about for a while is these Republicans that are not voting in all of these elections since last November. The turnout has been terrible. And I was wondering, why is that? Why do you think that is? And I kind of came up with this, and I've been talking about it for a while. When I speak, I talk about it, that the Republicans' main driver, the thing that energizes them over the last 3 or 4 or 5 election cycles, was the border and abortion. And both of those things seemingly are fixed right now, depending on what happens in the future in 2028. Some of that may come back. However, what is going to energize the right to go vote? Because if they don't go vote, we're going to continue to see far left people be elected into these offices. And I think, I came to the conclusion, if you look from 30,000 feet, you have to see that this nation is creeping into socialism. And maybe this is the thing that can energize Republicans to go vote to defend this country, this republic, as we're here on this 4th of July. Maybe that is what will work to get the Republicans to go out and vote here in this midterm.
That, and I've been saying, and I know it's perhaps slightly controversial, but if mail-in ballot voting is going to exist, you might as well register for it. And my logic being, listen, I'm pretty much, I like to think I'm in tune with politics, hence, why we do this show. I registered to mail-in vote during COVID when I think a lot of people did. And I will say there are a lot of off-season elections or local elections that I would have totally missed, just would not have known happened. And let's say you don't trust mail-in voting. Get the ballot in the mail and go, oh, I didn't realize this election was happening. Then go in person and do it. And you can vote in person if you get the ballot. You have to, there's a process. But point being, like, it's a big reminder, even if you're not actually going to vote through person. And if we're always saying the Democrats are only winning because these mail-in ballots, well, we can get them too. So we can match that. I will say, though, with why the turnout has dropped off, I mean, it is natural that in non-presidential elections, you do see that effect. But it is also the case that a lot of Trump's coalition was specific to Trump, not the Republican Party. When there was all this talk of Trump maybe getting a quarter or a fifth of black male voters, a majority of the Hispanic male vote, and then even like in Dearborn, I think Trump got the plurality vote because people were upset with Biden over Palestine. I think Jill Biden split the vote there, or Jill Stein split the vote there. But he still technically won the Muslim capital of the country. And there was just all these, changing. I don't know, the coalition within the GOP had appeared to change, but it seems like it was because they really liked Donald Trump. So it didn't carry over to anyone with an R next to their name, unfortunately. But I do think we need more Trump involvement in the upcoming midterms. The RNC has like a $100 million cash advantage on the Democrats right now. Actually, I think it's more, but the Democrats have negative $3 million in their bank account. So as I said last week, kind of a metaphor for their style of governance. But the GOP has all the momentum. They should have momentum on their side. They have the money on their side. So it's really just do something.
Kamala Harris spent over $1 billion to lose. Yeah,
Yep.
and they're in the wrong direction there for the Democrats. They don't have much money. The Republicans have a lot, and the Supreme Court. By the way, we're going to get into some Supreme Court news that came out this week. The Supreme Court they reversed the precedent that had been set, and will really help the Republicans in the decision that they made this week. When it comes to socialists, you have a heat wave right now. I don't know what's the temperature in New Jersey.
Oh, it
over
sucks.
the floor. Yeah.
Bad.
How hot is it? What is it?
I actually don't know the exact sound. Let me.
Yeah, I know. I see people complaining about it. People are going to America 250 in Washington, D.C. They changed the times there for this weekend because of the heat, and they don't want people standing out in the heat for hours and hours. And it's a really bad heat wave. They have it going on in Europe as well. 1,300 people have died to the heat wave because of that. And, I'm in Florida where it's 105, 110 heat index, and it has been for 2 or 3 months. And how hot are you in New Jersey?
95.
95. That's pretty hot for you guys.
Not great.
Well, let's see what the Democrat socialists have to say about the heat. Let's go to Mayor Mamdani in New York.
And to every business owner, please set your thermostats to 78 degrees to alleviate the stress on our power grid.
What do you think? Do you think his temperature at his house is 78 degrees or
No.
Doubt it? No.
I doubt it. They were on that one CNN show where Scott Jennings always owns everyone. He wasn't on that night, but the Democrats were like defending Mamdani saying this, and then this one Republican guy on the panel was like, guys, it's clearly not 78 degrees in the studio right now. Like it's we're in AC and we're saying this guy's right to have it 10 degrees higher than we have it. It made no sense. Listen, I understand that there is an argument to be made about putting stress on the power grid, but you could also just parlay that into an anti-Democrat talking point, since it is their responsibility.
Yeah. Let's go to Joe Biden real quick. Did you happen to catch the speech that he gave? I think it was last weekend. Did you? I've got a little bit of it.
I think I've seen a clip or two. It was not great.
No, it wasn't.
Not
but
the
here's a clip,
experience or anything.
and we'll talk about it after this.
The message is nice, straightforward, and simple. It's time to get.
Okay, what did he say? Do you have any idea?
Something United States, fair and simple. It's time.
Well, let's try it
The message
again.
is nice, straightforward, and simple. It's time.
I still don't have any idea.
United States, something and simple. Yeah.
So happy 4th of July, and thank you for watching.
Exactly.
If you happen to be watching on WD Americans Facebook Live, thank you for doing that, or TalkRed. If you found us on YouTube or Rumble, which you can follow us at Palumbo Booker Justified on either YouTube or Rumble. But thank you for taking time over this 4th of July weekend to sit back and listen or watch the things that we have to bring to you, and hopefully you get some information out of this that's good. Let's go to those betting markets, Polymarket and Kalshi. I know you enjoy that. That's a hobby of yours, isn't it?
Well, I enjoy just tracking the numbers. I would say that, and I think I've said this before, that, for as much as we cite these platforms like Kalshi and Polymarket, I would very much discourage the average person from betting on these platforms. They are basically designed where you are going to lose money in the long run. So I use them to farm information, to get ideas about just trends and where as the kids would say, the vibes are at, perhaps in a certain area. But I think they have a lot of predictive power in that if you compare them to traditional polls, if a poll on election day has a guy as an 80% favorite, he probably will win 8 out of 9 times. And I've seen studies that compare these to traditional polls, and they do tend to predict the outcome better than a poll can. I mean, no one can really predict anything, but they do the best job that we have. So I think there's a lot of predictive power there. But one of the obvious flaws, and I think this is where you're going with this, is insider trading is this kind of gray area when it comes to prediction markets, and that, with stocks and bonds, it's a federal offense. You're going to jail. With prediction markets, it's not. The regulations, I don't think, have fully caught up with the reality of the possibility of insider trading, and you can move the odds in a market like crazy by placing a large bet with inside information, which can distort the odds a bit. But I guess on the other side of things, maybe, you're getting more accurate information because of the insider trading, but it obviously makes it a fair playing field for people betting on the platform still.
But isn't it a problem when someone in government that can make the decisions on, say, dropping a bomb in Iran, is betting on these things, and it's already happened. I think it's happened more than once, but there has already been an indictment of U.S. Army Special Forces Sergeant Gannon Ken Van Dyke. He allegedly used classified information to bet on the Maduro raid when they went and got him. He was in the planning of that, and he bet $35,000. He made $400,000, and I think that's the problem. And that's the problem with these things, especially with people in government. 60 Minutes had a really good piece the other night. I don't typically watch 60 Minutes, but I happened to be flipping through, and they came to this story. And this is a story that they've been running repeatedly and adding to it as they go. Let's go back to March and see what the predictive markets did right before the war with Iran started.
Well, this is a classic graph that any commodities trader will understand.
Covell walked us through the morning of March 23rd. Fighting had been raging for 3+ weeks, and it was a slow trading day in oil futures.
If you see the chart, you'll see that no one is trading during that time period. Why would you trade at that time? It doesn't make a lot of sense unless you have a real reason.
Then, according to data the financial firm LSEG provided us, suddenly at 6:50 a.m., more than $800 million was staked on the chance of oil prices dropping. 15 minutes later, President Trump posted on Truth Social that the White House and Iran had, quote, very good and productive conversations about ending hostilities. The news sent the price of oil plummeting more than 10%.
What kind of profit is that resulting in?
We're talking tens of millions, could be $80 million.
You see this graph and you think insider trading.
That's a natural conclusion to draw. I can't know it without knowing what happened, but it's a natural conclusion to draw.
So 15 minutes before that action took place in a war, you had somebody betting on it, and they make a lot of money, $80 million, maybe more. That's a problem, and it's a problem with national security. What can our foreign adversaries get from this information? Can they use it in some way?
Well, yeah, I mean, and this is just off the top of my head, if there was a betting line on, are we going to drone strike a foreign leader, and it goes from 1% odds to 90% odds in a second, I would say, if that's interpreted as an insider trade, yeah, that could have implications. Another problem, too, is that no one is leaking this information to me. I wouldn't mind it.
It's not fair. Not fair. You're calling it
not fair at all. I'm also interested, too, because I know on Polymarket, in college, I believe you can deposit money through crypto, and I don't think you have to provide your real information. So I don't know if this guy insider traded with his real name and everything, and that's how I got caught. Because in theory, you should be able to place bets anonymously through crypto and evade detection. But I might just, not fully understand the system because I'm not.
No, you're right, but he messed up.
Insider trading, but yeah. Yeah,
you're right, but he messed up. I read the story on how he got caught. But that brings me to another question. If anybody can do it anonymously, what is keeping the IRGC or the mullahs from betting and making millions of dollars when they shoot a missile at a cargo ship or our military in Kuwait? What's stopping them from doing that?
Nothing, unless the platforms just do an IP ban on the country or something. But yeah, really nothing. And I'm sure they'd be able to get around that anyway. So probably nothing.
I've got one more clip here from 60 Minutes. Let's take a look at this and we'll talk about it.
This might be the most insane pattern we have found on Polymarket so far.
Based in Paris, Nicholas Weiman's small data analytics firm Bubble Maps creates visualizations of bets on Polymarket to spot bubbles or clusters of suspect traders. One paradox of Polymarket, everything about the trades is totally transparent and public, except the traders themselves remain anonymous.
This big cluster in the middle, no one talked about it.
The firm's head of investigations goes by his online handle, Deebs. He asked us to obscure his identity over fears of retaliation for his detective work. They shared for the first time what they believe is a more egregious insider trading case than Gannon Ken Van Dyke's.
We spotted 9 Polymarket accounts, all connected, who made collectively $2.4 million, betting almost exclusively on U.S. military operations. Van Dyke made $400,000, here $2.4 million. And they're
not sharing the information with us. and we can't make any money on it. That's a lot of money. Somebody else is inside the government, I would assume, that are making bets on Polymarket, and they're behind whatever's happening in the Middle East and Iran. You have to come to that conclusion. They have.
Yeah, I would just hope that maybe, like, a betting line will open up, like something on ending the war, where they can make a ton of money by insider trading on that than ending the war. That would be good for everyone. But no, the implications or the incentive structure is horrible, in that if there's a low probability we're going to take some military action against some person or group, and that justifies a strike on them or something, like, and that wouldn't have otherwise happened without the market incentive, the betting market being there to incentivize it. Yeah, that is a problem. And I don't know the solution other than maybe I don't know, restrict based on certain categories of bets. Listen, the whole phenomenon where you can bet on literally everything, including, if it's going to rain later, is a relatively new phenomenon. I don't think it's the end of the world if we have to go without it once again, just as we did for the past million years before we had it.
Right.
Yeah.
The White House put out a memo to everybody that works in the White House to not bet on either one of the predictive markets. And I think that's a good thing. At least they are covering their rear ends there with that. Let's go to the Supreme Court, because the big decisions that everybody was waiting on, they came out this week. You had birthright citizenship, trans athletes, mail-in ballots, also a Fourth Amendment decision about search, when you sweep with geofencing telephones in an area, that they can't do that. But let's start things with birthright citizenship.
I thought you had a clip. So it went the way we both were expecting it to go, basically. There was actually a quote I had found. I don't know how I missed this beforehand, that the author of the Citizenship Clause, the Fourth Amendment, Senator Jacob Howard of Michigan, had said on the Senate floor, and I'm quoting, "This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, or who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers." I know the part of that quote where birthright citizenship doesn't apply to ambassadors is actually in effect. So if an ambassador comes here, has a kid, the kid is not a citizen. And it does seem weird to me that the intent of the founders would be, yeah, so if you're a foreign diplomat, your kid doesn't become a citizen, but if you're just a random person who hopped the border, you would become one. Now, I haven't read the full decision. I've just seen, some good highlights of Clarence Thomas's dissent. But I am disappointed in it. I don't think it's, this apocalyptic thing like some commentators are saying, only by virtue of the fact that we've had this in effect for
130 years. It's been
130 years.
1898, yeah.
Yeah. So, it would be, fortunately, this is, I think, less than 1% of births, which is, obviously it could be a very much bigger problem, but I think, any problem, no matter what size, should be taken care of.
Brett Kavanaugh, in his writing in the decision, he says that Congress should make a law. And I agree with that. I think there needs to be a law. The intent of Donald Trump wasn't necessarily Hispanics. It was more the Chinese and what they have been doing really since 2011, 2012. They have birth tourism where somewhere between 750 and 1.5 million Chinese babies have been born here. The people in China pay $20,000 to $100,000 to come here and have a child. They then have dual citizenship. And Matt, I don't know if you've ever considered this, but you could end up with a president of the United States who is also the president of the CCP in about 30 years because of this birth tourism. And that's what Donald Trump was going after. And I would think that you could probably find enough Democrat senators to create a bipartisan bill that could be passed to make that go away, make birth tourism go away, because I think that was really the intent of what Donald Trump was trying to accomplish here.
Unfortunately, I think they would be against it on the basis that if you look at how Asians are voting, it's 60 or 70+% Democrat. So it would end up hurting them. I mean, Biden, for instance, opened up the border to pretty much the entire world. But Joe Biden also ended the policy in Cuba, where anyone who came to America, we would immediately take them in and start process and give them asylum and all that. I think it was Biden who ended that policy, and it's like, well, why would he open up the border to everyone and then close it just to Cuba. Could it be because we know Cubans on average vote Republican, and he was afraid that someone fleeing communism would then down the road support the right, or their kids will support the right? I think that is possible. So unfortunately, I think most Democrats would be against it for that reason, or, you know, some might be for it to look reasonable, but a large enough percent of the caucus will be against it to sink it anyway, so they can kind of play both sides of that. With Chinese people in particular, if you chart out you know, the average number of births were, so the number of births we're having per race per year during COVID in 2020, it takes a dip. Every group, white, black, Hispanics, etc. If you isolate Chinese people specifically, it falls off like a cliff and never fully recovers. So it was the largest group decline by ethnicity was among Chinese people. And why was that? Well, because they couldn't fly to America. So it just goes to show what like an overwhelming percentage of them were in this birth tourism category.
Yeah. Mail-in ballots, that did not happen the way that the Donald Trump administration would want to. It was a 5-4 decision, and basically it's saying that ballots can come in after Election Day. What the administration was wanting is Election Day is Election Day, and the Supreme Court didn't decide that. They said no, ballots can come in after Election Day. That was kind of that was a tough defeat, I believe, in election integrity.
And I mean, is the logic here supposed to be, well, suppose you mail your ballot the day before Election Day and it takes 2 days to get there, it should count then? Because, I mean, as is, this does create a loophole where if you can vote the day after Election Day, or like, and there's no way to prove when you sent it, that obviously creates a huge problem, because you could vote after seeing how close a race is or something like that.
Are you keeping up with what's going on with Gavin Newsom and the FBI and wearing a wire? And this is all started back in 2024. You're not keeping up with that? It's really interesting, and I think there are going to be some things come out of that. You know that his chief of staff has already pled guilty to some things, but evidently the FBI had one of his confidants and someone inside his circle that was wearing a wire, and the people in California in politics, lobbyists and everyone else, they're going nuts there. Before we leave the Supreme Court, though, I want to talk about what I think was maybe the most important decision last week. That was the trans athletes, no boys and girls sports. And on the surface of it, yeah, that's important. But beneath that, you still see that this court, the Supreme Court of the United States, is still looking at the 10th Amendment and recognizing that states make laws in their states, and they upheld that. And there are 27 states in America that have laws against boys and girls sports, and the Supreme Court said, absolutely, you can do that, and this is under Title IX.
Yeah, I think it's obviously a great ruling. The left is infuriated about part of Clarence Thomas's write-up where he said something like, you know, even if you think you're a girl, you're not really a girl. And that obvious line of truth has been sending them crazy, at least over on social media. So it's disappointing it wasn't a 9-0 decision. The fact that we have even 3 Supreme Court justices that cannot acknowledge reality on this is, I would just say quite sad for the nation. I mean, obviously we know with Ketanji Brown Jackson, she can't even tell you what a woman is. I guess it's the same for Sotomayor and Kagan.
Are you keeping up with Louisiana Attorney General, who was indicted? Did you see this? Indicted 16 counts. I guess she wrote 8 letters. Attorney General Liz Muriel, she is on a mission to find fraud in Louisiana. And back months ago, she sent 8 letters to people in government in Orleans Parish. And it is those letters that have gotten her 16 counts. And, what this was about is malfeasance and also intimidation is what a grand jury did. The grand jury was led by a former judge that is now being the special prosecutor in this case. And her name is Lori White. Here is a clip of her.
In the court system, should this be a criminal matter?
The grand jury has returned an indictment. It is now a criminal matter.
How did the grand jury decide to investigate this?
Is that a dude?
It could go either way.
In the court system, should this be a criminal matter?
The grand jury has returned an indictment. It is now a criminal matter.
What do you say to how did the grand jury decide to investigate this?
On their own, which they have by authority to do.
Was it because of Mayor Moreno's post on Instagram?
I can't answer that.
What do you say to the governor calling this a kangaroo court, that he plans to pardon the AG no matter what?
Now, Governor Landry says if she were convicted, he would pardon. Now, the Attorney General on Friday morning, Matt, she asked for a stay and she was granted that. And she is going to go after these people. It's really dirty. Let's go to the attorney for Attorney General, Liz Murrill, and what she said about the grand jury just outside the grand jury room.
We were not allowed in the courtroom. The courtroom was locked. We had expected to request to move for a stay of these proceedings. There are some serious issues that are going on with this particular indictment, aside from the fact of how embarrassing this is for the city of New Orleans. It is also a complete misuse of the criminal justice system for various reasons. We attempted to go back into the courtroom after the bond was issued, and we were told by Judge Roche we were not allowed in, that we could see ourselves out of the courtroom. So we are expecting to file emergency proceedings in this matter. There are several concerning matters that hopefully you all will begin to look into.
Matt, this is fishy down in Louisiana, in New Orleans. And if you don't know, Louisiana has an incredible history of being fishy and have a lot of fraud in their politics. This is some really dirty politics somewhere, some way, and it's going to be interesting to watch this.
It's my first foray into Louisiana politics.
Really? They have a long history of, questionable things, buying votes and buying elections. It's all part of it there in Louisiana.
Does the governor need to wait for the case to be resolved, or can he basically do a preemptive pardon now if he wanted to?
Biden did, didn't he? Biden with the auto pen.
The state level was different, or if it would look worse, like he's trying to hide something. Although I guess if you then have to pardon a guilty person, that's maybe even worse than that. So
I don't know
what I would do as governor. But
and speaking of the auto pen, I just threw it out there. There is no law against the auto pen. Still, 18 months into Donald Trump's presidency, we've had all of these investigations in the House of Representatives, and still there is no law protocol for the auto pen, which means it could be done again. Anybody could come in there and sign it. And Matt, that's a disappointing thing for me. I would love to see, the Republicans in the House and the Senate pass a law. And I think, again, maybe I'm wrong, I think that some Democrats would come along with that because they wouldn't want someone in the Trump administration grabbing the auto pen and going crazy, would they? And so I don't know. I'm disappointed in that.
Yeah, no, I am as well. And the problem isn't necessarily the auto pen itself, and that Trump has used auto pen, Obama used auto pen, Bush used auto pen. The problem with Biden was I don't think he was really the president. It was everyone. It was collective leadership of left-wing crazies that surrounded him, and they were the ones who were signing the auto pen in his name. We know for a fact that a lot of the crazy pardons that Biden signed off on the end and his last days in office, like murderers, people just who committed all sorts of horrible crimes. He didn't even himself seem to be aware of who he pardoned. It seemed like he was just given a list to sign, or that his people signed it for him. But just a lot of weird, crazy stuff where, I understand in politics, people often don't believe much of anything. But if you compare the kind of hyper progressive agenda Biden pushed versus the kind of speeches he would give back in the 90s, or even during some of the things he would say during the Obama era. Obviously, he was still left-wing overall, but it was just a shade of progressivism that was further to the left than he had ever been. And I think you could credibly argue that it was because of the people, entirely because of the people around him.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, Matt. And let's change the subject here for just a minute. We talked about the midterm election coming up. And to me, the most important thing that Congress should be doing right now are 12 appropriations that must be passed by September 30th, because if not, we're going to have a government shutdown. And that's going to take a reconciliation. Typically, reconciliations are done about once a year. They've never been done twice in a year in American history. We've already had one this year to fund ICE. And Donald Trump and the Republicans are trying to do one now for $380 billion to fund the Iranian war, which would be two. And then we have to have an omnibus and one reconciliation to pass all 12 appropriations. Here's what I think, and I would love to get your thoughts on this. I think if the Republicans do not do that by September 30th, then you're going to have a government shutdown going all the way through the midterm election on November 5th. And it's really going to be devastating to the Republicans, especially those 25 races that determine the outcome of the House of Representatives right there in the center, decided by less than 5%. I think that would be terrible. But I don't hear anything about the Republicans actually working on this. And it doesn't seem to be forefront in Donald Trump's mind either. What are your thoughts there?
It seems like a lose-lose in that we don't want the shutdown. We saw what a disaster that was in the 2024, not midterm, but off-season elections. But also, I don't think $300 billion for Iran is going to go over too well either. I don't think you can find a single voter who's going to rally behind that. So no, it's not great either way.
Well, you can put the $380 billion in the reconciliation that would include 12 appropriations and get that passed before September 30th. The government shutdown has really derailed President Trump's presidency here this time. When you go back to last fall and they shut down the government, which at the time was the longest in American history at 43 days, that really affected what was happening with the economy. You had inflation down at 1.6%. Job growth or wage growth was 4.3%, which that is where you get an affordability number. If your wages are going way up and inflation is coming down, then that makes things more affordable for people. And then you had another government shutdown, the January 1st, which was over ICE and DHS funding. So the Republicans control the future when it comes to government shutdowns. They just need to get to work and pass all 12 appropriations, throw the $380 billion in there, do it one more time. That gives 2 reconciliations this year. And then the government is not shut down because the Democrats will absolutely use that to affect the turnout for the Republicans, energize their base, and they're going to get more Democrat socialists elected by doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the narrative, unfortunately, is on their side because so much of the media is. With the shutdown in the longest shutdown we ever had in 2025.
76 days, yeah.
76 days. It was because Senate Democrats would not sign off on ending the shutdown. But the liberal media would tell you, well, Republicans control all 3 branches of government or both chambers of Congress. So clearly they're responsible. Leading out some very important information about the actual threshold you needed to cross.
Yeah. Well, with reconciliation, you only need 51. You don't need 60. So ultimately, the Republicans do control that when it comes to making sure everything is funded by September 30th. Now, don't get me wrong. It's never done that way, but this is the one time where it should be done because of that midterm general election that's coming up in November, because we can't afford a government shutdown when that comes. But the Democrats always say the Republicans can't govern. That's their thing. And they will energize their base to get them to go vote. I'll let you have the final word on that.
I think they need to look into a mirror if they're saying we can't govern. I mean, the reason we're in charge right now is because Biden was a disaster and could not govern. People certainly did not think Kamala Harris could govern. So, no, I don't think they even believe their own rhetoric there. And what is the famous quote? Every accusation is a confession. I think we see that time and time again in politics.
What did you make of Kamala Harris going to Mamdani? Was she bending her knee to the DSA, or was it the other way around? And Kamala Harris, when she was a senator, she was the most progressive senator in the U.S. Senate. That's who she is. She tried to come to the center when she ran for office. What do you make of that? Mamdani and Kamala Harris together. What does that mean?
I don't know if I want to read into it too much, but she does seem like a 2028 presidential run could be on her radar. I see it floated here and there. It's not something she seems to have entirely dismissed. I wouldn't mind seeing her lose again, by the way. But I don't know if she's just trying to check in where her status is among the DSA types. I mean, they are section of the Democratic Party that does seem to have a very high voter turnout or propensity to vote. They are very, very energized. I mean, they're a group of people who politics is religion. It is really their only identifier in life and all of that. So maybe she was just trying to see if that's a group she could recruit from. I actually don't think it is, because the thing you have to understand about the far left is you don't get to deviate on any single issue, meaning if she said something about Israel-Palestine that in any way suggested she thinks Israel has even one redeeming quality, that would be disqualifying for the DSA types. If she were to say, I think we should cut police spending 10% instead of 100%, that would be too right-wing for them. So it's a demographic of crazies that really is impossible to appeal to unless you are one of them. So who knows? Maybe she is. I don't know. We'll find out.
Speaking of crazies, what about the couple that somehow managed to get to the top of the Empire State Building? Did you keep up with that as it was going on?
I watched it live, and then I remember I turned away from my screen, and I hear my wife go, "Is he proposing?"
Yeah.
I mean, listen, they obviously wasted a lot of police resources and all that, but I guess good for them. It's impressive you can find love with someone who's equally crazy as you.
He's raised the bar for the rest of us there.
Yes, he has.
None of us can do that. It was interesting, though. Here's a clip of that. Matt, I'm scared to death of heights. That's crazy. My butt was puckering up when I was watching it on television live.
My hands sweat. The banner was stupid. It was some like inspirational quote level, faux profound quote. But
you know where that comes from?
No.
The quote? Okay.
No.
I was a huge Jimi Hendrix fan when I was in high school. That is from a Jimi Hendrix song.
Really?
These lame brains go to the top of the Empire State Building to put this quote up. When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace.
Deep,
and
deep.
Yeah. It is deep. Yeah, it's Jimi Hendrix. He was deep. He was Purple Haze guy. You remember Purple Haze? Of course not.
No,
never do. Oh, but speaking of things that you're not into, World Cup, are you into that at all? Because America is still in it. The round of 16, they play Monday night. Are you watching any of it? Or are you getting caught up in it?
I went to Buffalo Wild Wings with the boys and watched USA versus Bosnia, and I had no idea what was going on except when there was the goal.
Unfortunately, you don't hear the American announcer yell goal like they do in foreign languages, which is my favorite part of soccer, but it is drawing me in, Matt. I said I really didn't care about the World Cup at the beginning. I'm starting to care. I'm enjoying it. What is interesting to me is watching other countries sing their national anthem and how much pride they have in it. And I was going to compare that to Americans. It's the 4th of July, the Independence weekend. And I'm not going to do that because every athlete is doing their own thing in their mind. So I don't want to do that. But it's great to see other countries, they're free to be prideful in their country. But yet so many of us in America feel like we can't be prideful right now the way things are. They're so, it's hard to explain the division that we have in this country. But one thing that did come out of the Empire State Building were the memes. Did you catch the memes on social media?
I've seen a few, but nothing that stood out that much.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have.
One had a banner and it said, Michelle Obama is a man, which is pretty creative. But there were more. Here's one. I'd rather be American than Democrat. The liberals are gay retards there. Right. It was on the Empire State Building. People are great. They're creative and they're funny. And America's a great place to be. And it's a great weekend, the 4th of July, 250 years. But when it comes to division and when it comes to people just can't stand Donald Trump, let's be honest, there is Trump derangement syndrome. And it's even in our military. We talked about people betting on Polymarket and Kalshi earlier in predictive markets that are working in our government. Well, here's another one. Here's a major from the Air Force, Matt. I don't know if you have seen this, but let's watch this video together and we'll talk about it.
the president and vice president must be impeached, convicted, and removed.
Yes!
So, Matt, that is a United States Air Force major that was arrested. And it comes down, well, does he have free speech? Can he do that? Or is he in the military and you're not allowed to do that? But that's also evident of the way things are in this country right now. And it's unfortunate, but I believe we can come through it and greater things can be ahead for this country as we are here on the 4th of July, Independence Weekend, and 250 years. Matt, I believe there's more in the future.
At least 250 more.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Well, I won't be around for that, but hopefully we can do the things today to make a difference, to hold it on for your young daughter, who's not even a year old, and my grandchildren, some that aren't here yet. I have one coming in December, which will be my third grandchild. And that's what this is really all about, to carry it forward, make it better than it has been. And in so many ways, it is better. We've been through a lot. I don't know if you happen to read the piece that I wrote on Friday about the things that our country has come through. We have been through a civil war. Just the founding alone, there were so many arguments and disagreements that they got through that. We get through the Civil War and we come through civil rights in the 60s. And from there, we have 4 killed at Kent State University by the National Guard over the Vietnam War. So things have been worse. Things have been a lot worse in this country, and we've come through them, and things have been better. And financially, things have been better. We have the greatest country ever conceived, and we're going to keep it. I believe that, Matt, and I hope that you believe that as well.
If you bet against America at any point in our history, you would have lost in the long run. So I hope that trend continues.
Yeah. Thank you for watching us tonight on WD Americans Live on Facebook. Or if you're watching on TalkRed, thank you so much for doing that. We are the sandwich of sanity in a political crazy world. I'm Booker Scott, Matt Palumbo. Matt, what do we look for coming up this week? Anything in particular? The Supreme Court is done. We don't have to talk about that again. What do we look for? More Iranian stuff, I guess.
Yeah, there's going to be a Groundhog Day response. Iran, and also Iran.
Yeah, that's the truth. But thank you so much for watching. You can follow us on Palumbo Booker Justified on YouTube and Rumble. Have yourself a great week.
Hey everybody, Jason Burmis here. Now, normally I would be doing the radio show right now over at WQUD 1077, but they have had some serious technical issues, and that got postponed till next week. I had all these stories lined up. I haven't really done a broadcast, especially a large-ranging live stream broadcast in some time. So I thought I'd hit some of the national news stories, but really start with the reminder. We live amongst monsters. You know, human beings seem to have this sociopathic, psychopathic, some might even refer to it as demonic portion of the population that act anything but human. And unfortunately, I have way more than just one story on that. Obviously, if you looked at the thumbnail, there is this one story there that is just over the top. And it really reminded me a little bit of the Franklin scandal and the case there, where initially you had what were described as these really dirty, feral children that didn't seem to be being supervised, that were found. And then they were connected to this group of people known as the Finders, that my good friend from the Conscious Resistance, Derek Bros, has done a massive amount of work on and real first-hand journalism. So kudos to Derek for that. We're also going to be going over another Derek Bros piece that will link into a story that we covered. Oh, I don't even know. It was quite a while ago. Let's see what we got here. See, this is that was my radio show buddy literally texting me. I'll have to text him back in a moment after the show because again, we are trying to get as much information out there as humanly possible, and I am going to take this opportunity not only to talk about that, but Iowa itself has a few predators that have recently come under scrutiny. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Mamdani and set your AC to 78 degrees, and then a bunch of other people parroting like 78 degrees is okay. Got news for you. That's not how I live. Okay? And maybe I'm a bad man. I'm a bad man. But like in my house, okay, I've got central air. I'm a renter. Okay, so didn't set everything up the way it is. When like it's 93 degrees out, I have to set my AC central air to like 65 degrees because down here in the basement office, all the air is pumped down here. Okay. And, even the ceiling is just a little bit above ground level, right? So it's very, very cool down here. I go upstairs, that 66 degrees in a 93-degree day, 72, 73. And quite frankly, although that feels extremely comfortable when you walk inside from like 90 plus degrees when you're sweating, still not enough. And when you look at some of the European nations, they just don't get AC at all. They're on smart meters. And the smart meters have come to the United States. They've been put all over the country. My brother, who lives very much in a rural area of upstate New York, nowhere near the city, came home a few months ago and nobody asked him, nobody told him. They waited till he wasn't there. And guess what they did? They put the smart meter on there. And yeah, you can get the smart meter taken off. It's like thousands of dollars if you don't want this, if you don't want to be regulated by the state. Can you imagine where this is going once they put the data centers in and they're using even more energy and they're using your vital resource of water, agua, one of the life forces of the planet, not just for human beings, literally one of the biological life forces on the planet for just about everything. And they're about to turn it over to data centers that are much further beyond I hear people talking about the Internet of Things now, right? The IoT. We're beyond that, guys. The IoT is over. It's the Internet of Bodies. That's what this is, with an agentic AI twist. And they're only calling it an agentic AI. It is an artificial intelligence. It's programmed intelligence. And it's not really intelligence in the sense that it's going to help you. No, it's actually working for intelligence network agendas. That's what it really does. It gives you narratives based on lies over and over and over and over again, especially when you're talking about subject matter that is represented historically inaccurate to people purposely. War on Terror, 9/11, John F. Kennedy assassination, MK Ultra that we just had some hearings on. And look, I've been somewhat critical of Anna Paulina Luna in the past, and still, especially with her talking about, these type of different beings with the disclosure stuff and the alien stuff. I think she's getting led into like, territory where they're trying to sell a narrative. I do believe that she is trying to be genuine in those regards. So I've babbled a little bit in the opener. We're going to move on to the stories. What I need you to do is thumbs this video up, subscribe, share. We've lost over 100 subscribers in the past couple of months. I think it's number one, because I haven't been very consistent. And number two, it's tough out there in YouTube land. I'm just blessed to be able to continue to be doing this, to be working on other projects, the 9/11 project, really coming along. A lot of new stuff regarding 9/11 research that I think is going to come to light in the next few months, especially in the next couple. We're right around that 25th anniversary of 9/11. And then, of course, the Epstein project. But a lot of that stuff, the past, 2+ weeks have been rough with the kidney stones, with my leg blowing up. I'm finally able to walk around without being in extreme pain, which is great. So like I said, we're trying. We're going to be moving and grooving and trying to, maybe even put together some more videos over the weekend. If you like what I do, consider supporting the broadcast. $5, $10, $15. It means the world to me. Big donors, thank you, thank you, thank you. Truly, would not be able to do it without you. And in the next coming months, with, these projects kind of coming to a close, I'm going to have to be full board again. We got the PayPal and other means of support. I just want to say, again, thank you to my audience for keeping me afloat. Everything we cover here, you can find the raw stories and the raw links on X. So please give me a follow there as well. We've lost well over 100 followers in the last month. Where are we at? Yeah, 360. Well over, again, these aren't really free speech platforms. They are highly curated. It's get verified. The verification did absolutely nothing. I mean, literally absolutely nothing. Gave me no more traction than I'm getting today. That's a total scam, a total lie. They're picking winners and losers in the digital sphere. All right? That's the reality. So let's get into it. This is the headliner. 16 children who looked like feral animals found living in a tiny dilapidated home in scenes described as pure evil, as parents and grandparents are charged. And this one comes out of Vinton County, Ohio. I'm just going to play you a local news clip here so you guys can get an idea how crazy this one really is.
New details we have uncovered tonight in the gruesome case that we have been telling you about in Vinton County, Ohio.
Investigators say they rescued 16 children from what they called pure evil and deplorable living conditions. Charlie Roth has our details.
In the village of Hamden, Ohio, population of just around 720, the community is left stunned after authorities say they rescued 16 children they found living in a 12-foot by 12-foot room.
I'm not surprised. I never thought it would happen here. I thought it'd be more in a bigger city, but not here.
When you used to drive by that house, what did you think was happening in there?
Nothing.
Let me just stop you. That was the mayor of Hamden. Nothing. Just no clue. I mean, sometimes, folks, I hate to tell you, they tell you not to read a book or by its cover. The cover of this book is horror story. Okay? Horror story.
Family members, a mother and father, Elizabeth and Gary Jr., and two grandparents, Gary Jr.'s parents, Gary Sr. and Christina, all arraigned Wednesday on 16 counts of child endangerment. WSAZ uncovering new details Thursday, including additional charges filed against Gary Siders Jr., the same day as the children were found in the home. These charges, 4 counts of public indecency, dating a month prior in late May. During a press conference Wednesday, investigators said it was a parallel investigation that brought them to the house in the first place.
Again, something unrelated. It wasn't about the welfare of these 16 kids. At that point, we didn't know that there was going to be 16 kids there.
We asked the Ohio Attorney General, Vinton County Prosecuting Attorney, and Vinton County Sheriff if the public indecency charges was the parallel investigation that brought them to the house. They have not yet responded. Authorities say in the past several years, the family has moved from county to county. And now in Vinton County, their new community is still in disbelief, saying they had no idea what was happening in the house they pass or the people they see every day.
I still am trying to process it. Like, it's crazy. It's definitely weird being so close.
The 16 children in the case are still in various stages of treatment, with 2 being care flighted to a hospital on Tuesday and at least 1 in the ICU. The state says they are working to place them in loving, caring homes. Charlie Roth, WSAZ, Vinton County.
Now, let me just say this. First and foremost, whose kids are these? Like, let's say it again. Whose kids are these? Like, take a good look. Do you think it's even humanly possible that the quote-unquote husband and wife there could have 16 kids biologically? No. There's no way all 16 of these kids are theirs. Where are these kids coming from? And how do you not know? There are more than a baker's dozen minors in a home like that. Like, this type of story just, it gives me more than the heebie-jeebies. And it truly shows, once again, I'll say it again, monsters walk among us. All right? We sit here as a society and we often demonize other groups, other nation states, other religious beliefs. You know, the propaganda here that's put out against nation states that we aren't friendly with, whether it be, a North Korea and they're starving their own people, or, when you want to try to justify what's happened to the Palestinians, you talk about how they are intolerant to homosexuals. When you want to demonize regions like Afghanistan, you focus on the men there that take boys for pleasure. All that stuff's monstrous, no doubt about it. We got our own problems here. Okay, we got tons of problems here. Right here. Another story. And it's shameful that the Dalton Report is still I've followed this guy for years, right? He's got 6,000 followers. You notice how, and it's DaltonReport.com. You notice how he's never been boosted? You know why? Because that guy doesn't have a political agenda. He's not about left or right. You're not going to see his stuff shoot to the top. Instead, he's really concerned about kids. Okay? And again, 51 victims in this trafficking case, totally different case than what we're just talking about here. All right? And this is Los Angeles. Okay? You see stuff like this in Florida all the time, Los Angeles all the time, the big states, Texas, etc. Can you imagine what doesn't get caught? 51 victims and the sex trafficking of children. And let me tell you something. A lot of this is based in the fact that when we catch total and complete predators, total and complete, people that have no business being in our society except behind bars for the rest of their lives, we let them go. We give them slaps on the wrist, and it is disgusting. And I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of these people literally being protected again and again and again. And again. Again, like, I only caught a little bit of it. But Bill Maher sitting down with Kevin Spacey. And I realize Spacey's won in court. All right? But did I believe the actor? that said that when he was 16, he's in a hotel with Spacey and he's plying him with alcohol and then trying to take advantage of him. Yeah, I believe that guy. I absolutely believe that guy. Wasn't hard for me to believe. Okay? I mean, Spacey worked very closely with another monster that is not behind jail or behind bars, not in jail. You don't hear about him much anymore. Bryan Singer, Hollywood director, who I was personally told years before it came out in the public arena that he was an abuser of kids, and that somebody I had a personal talk with who was in, the Hollywood business, went to a party where, and I believe it was at his house, and all you need to do is watch, I believe it's an Open Secret, and see, that house of horrors and how that was set up to ply teenage boys with drugs and alcohol to abuse them, and had all sorts of security cameras and Lord knows what other type of cameras they had all around, by the way. Went to a party, and Bryan Singer is parading what he described as a topless 14-year-old boy around on a dog leash. I mean, and honestly, we're going to get into some darker stuff than that. Sucks. I don't enjoy having to talk about these things. I wish they didn't exist, but if they're going to exist, can we please actually punish the people properly that do them? Can we put them away for life, please? I want them nowhere in my society. Full stop. So when I say things like that, I mean things like that. And predator poachers came to town, came to the Quad Cities, okay, and busted this guy. We're just going to get into it right now because this guy's just under investigation. I don't know how he's not in jail. From what I understand, when these guys caught him to meet up with what he thought was an underage person, he had plenty of stuff on his phone, and he was talking about how he was into kids, as young as 10 years old. And by the way, this is somebody that was pretty high up in the fine arts community here. Let's just watch the clip here.
Want to get all your local news, weather, and sports?
Well, I do want to get all my local news, weather, and sports from somewhere, but I don't want the commercial that I guess we're going to have to talk through here for a second about telling me to get the, what is it, the QWC app or something like that? QWOC app. All right, that's fine. We'll go through the commercial. But we've even got more stories out of Iowa. In fact, what's worrying me about this story right here is another story, and I'm just going to try to get it right on the spot. Okay, here we go. On this one. Here we go. Let's go to this one, and then we'll go to the other story, okay?
All your local news, weather,
What is going on here? So maybe they just posted an ad. What is this? Sorry, guys. I'm rolling with it. QC Arts leader resigns after confrontation with predator poachers. I don't know that there's anything other than the app here. I may have to, read this. A guy named Ben Morris. This is out of Rock Island. I believe they found him in Moline. Really disturbing story. Just over the top disturbing. Let's see what it does here. Yep. No, just to download the app. Thanks for the video, QWQC. But I've watched the video. The guy looks guilty as sin. Rock Island police came over about 2 p.m. at the 1700 block of Second Avenue outside the Quad City Arts Building after being tipped off. And Morris didn't get arrested or charged with any crimes. Gross. And then you look at this one. Iowa Supreme Court throws out charges against man arrested for human trafficking. And let's see if this one works. Let's see if this goes. Let's see if KCCI 8 will give us this without an ad.
Today, the Iowa Supreme Court released 2 opinions in regards to a convicted sex offender from Urbandale. The court threw out human trafficking charges against Kevin Lind under the state's 2024 law. The justices said the law, as written at the time, required a real trafficking victim or a real trafficker. In both cases, that was missing, so the charges could not stand. The court also noted that Iowa lawmakers changed the law in 2025, which would now allow charges in cases like these.
I mean, you couldn't find other charges. You couldn't do a warrant, and I'm sure that this guy has a ton of stuff that's just totally disgusting. Can't do it. Can't figure it out. Really disturbing. Now, I will say this. The Supreme Court just did the right thing, and the government signed a bill removing gender identity protections. The way they frame this is ridiculous. They're not allowing men and girls sports or vice versa. I want to make this extremely clear. No one's lost any rights here in Iowa. No one's lost any civil rights protections. Nobody at all. But again, the media, even the local media, is under propaganda town to try to take charge and control of your children. You wonder why they don't go after these monsters. Well, they're also trying to give kids drugs that alter their biology for the rest of their life. You know, first, and literal genital mutilation. You do what you want as an adult. Quite frankly, I don't think you make the best decisions at 18, but if you can be sent overseas for a war that you don't agree with, that's the line, 18. It's crazy to me because in most states now you can't even smoke till you're 21. Forget about just alcohol. But the military likes them real young and impressionable, right? So, hey, they're not even waiting to get you to 18. They're still running and gunning. And if you think all of it's over because, Trump can't, that's nuts. This is a battle that's still on the forefront. And again, the media is like, transgender couple leaves Iowa after state removes civil rights protections. Removed nothing. Removed nothing. Not a thing. This article is so thin. It can't cite one thing. Not one thing that supposedly they don't have a right to. Oh, it's scary. It's really scary to live here in Iowa. No, it's not. It's Midwest manners in this mother trucker. One of the greatest places I've ever lived. I mean, again, it just total nuts. Total nuts. And they walk hand in hand, folks. Okay? I want to make that clear. So I want to move on to a bunch of other stories just briefly. Again, thumbs it up, subscribe, share if you're watching. This hopefully ends the monster segment. Again, consider supporting the broadcast via the links down below. Earlier in the week, I had done a video specifically on Grand Theft Auto and the fact that it's only coming out on digital. And by the way, there were rumors there was going to be a physical copy. Those rumors seem to be squashed. Now, a lot of people came after me. They're like, oh, everybody buys digital anyway. And this, if you don't own it, if you don't have a physical, even if it's just a key card, you can't resell it. There is no leverage. Now, think about that. First and foremost, just with the GTA thing, they're also not releasing it on PC. And that's on purpose. They know that a bunch of PC people also have consoles or might actually just buy a console for this game, even though they're way overpriced. And a lot of that, outside of the RAM crisis, which looks like a big collusion bag between the three companies that actually produce RAM, and then the ever-growing price of actual hard drive space, these little NVMe drives that have doubled in price. A lot of that has to do with inflation and the COVID 1984 nightmare of them flooding the zone with just a ton of fiat currency. I never hear anybody talk about that. But now being in an era where the biggest game is $100 plus tax, okay, about $107 American. It's going to be the biggest launch of all time, and you can never own the game at all. It's all digital. Those PC guys will also end up buying the game again a second time. Okay? And just think about it this way in the GTA realm. And then we're going to get to PlayStation announcing the end of the physical disc. Okay? Because I think that is also extremely important. Right now, if you go into a pawn shop, if you go into a thrift store, there's a good chance you'll see a copy of GTA 5 for anywhere from like $1 to $5. All right. And it's like one of the best selling video games ever. It's been sold and resold on multiple platforms. But there was always leverage to bring the price down, because if I didn't want to pay the full retail price at the store or the full retail price in the online market, I can always go to the used market. Game's a decade plus old. Okay, that's going away. That's a scary thing. Talk about not having any value afterwards. It's just like the car market, right? Yeah, as soon as you drive a car off the lot, it's worth 3/4 to half of what you actually paid for it. Same thing with, a physical video game or whatever. But it also has leverage to now I can get that car for less money. Not anymore. Not in that respect. And Sony announced that beginning in 2028, so literally less than a year and a half from now, not just them, they're not going to have physical discs. Okay. I'm telling people right now, I'm not going to support that. And I have a digital library. Everybody goes, well, look at Steam. That's fully digital. Well, I do look at Steam. And one of the reasons that I like the platform is, again, because of competition, because they're available on other platforms, because they're available physically elsewhere, sometimes you're able to get a much better price. And then people will buy multiple keys, and you can get them literally, not just for half of what you would see on another platform, sometimes literally 90% off. Okay, and then there's the other thing where Steam doesn't charge you a monthly or yearly fee to play online games. And all of your cloud saves just work across devices. So if I'm sitting down at my desktop and I play a game, when I break out a portable and I play Steam, it's just saved. PlayStation literally makes you pay to do that with the PS5. It's $80 plus tax a year. Because if you don't have PlayStation Plus, you can't do that. You can't save your own game, and they don't allow you to physically save your own game to a USB stick anymore. I mean, that's criminal to me, but it shows you, again, you're not going to own anything. And then PlayStation also pulled this move out in Europe where people had purchased movies on their online store, their online Sony store. They've lost the license for them, and now if you're online, they just delete them off of your machine. Go look it up. Now, to Microsoft's credit, a couple years back, they also weren't able to come up with a licensing arrangement to sell movies and TV shows, which is wild to me that Microsoft can't do that or Sony can't do that, right? It's totally crazy, but they can't do it. And at least you got to keep on your machine those things. Not with Sony. Again, you will own nothing. And you'll love it. You can't get enough of it. And you can sit there and argue, oh, this is just entertainment. They want to do it with everything. They want to make you a permanent renter. Look at the housing market. Even look at where the automobile industry is going. They're trying to overregulate that industry. It has become extremely expensive. And they want to push you into ride shares and into Waymos. Be a cold day in hell before I get into a Waymo. Sorry. I want a physical driver. I want to know that if I'm being driven off a cliff, there's somebody, at least in the car, doing it to me. Okay, and I get it that, you know, most of these modern cars can get hacked anyway and maybe be remotely controlled, etc. I don't like that either. But again, these autonomous vehicles, hell no. Hell to the no. You know, I'm going to save the big monster story right here for very last. And if you don't know about the attorney, the Utah County Attorney David Levitt story, or the David Hamblin connection to that, well, it's the stuff nightmares are made of. Okay, so we're going to save that one for last. We're going to continue on. John Bolton admits to basically treason. The man, the myth, the mustache, the warmonger, the neocon, the talking head that has been out there for decades now, warmongering, trying to get aggression, continue aggression in Middle East. You know, the charges were dropped in the beginning, and then they retried him, and now he's actually admitted to this, and he's going to pay a fine. And I think max he can get 5 years in jail. They ain't sending him anywhere. He's going to a country club with a slap on the wrist, and he'll probably be out in 18 months if he does any time at all. That's not accountability to me. That's not real. That's shows you the system is a rigged sauce. Okay? And he's far from the worst too, which is sad because he's not a good man. He's a very, very, very despotic, evil individual. He is an advocator for death. And I am an advocator for life. He is an advocator for authoritarianism and surveillance. And I am not that person. I am the opposite of John Bolton. So, you know, you can't even call it a win. You know, I briefly discussed this, but I want to read it to you. New York, it's hot out there, and the power grid is working overtime to keep us cool. Set your AC to 78 degrees. Turn off lights, electronics you're not using, and unplug what you can. Our city is doing its part too. No, you're not. No, you're not. Maintaining the 78 degrees rule, there's no rule in our buildings, dimming and turning off our lights during peak electricity demand, asking private partners to do the same, and powering down non-essential equipment. A stable grid means the AC stays on and lives are saved. Let's ease demand and get through the heat together. Everything's about together and collectivism to these people. Barf. Barf. And again, New York, building the data centers, going for the fresh water. This guy is dangerous, and it's not because he's a communist. He's a globalist. It's a globalist plan. You know, the new term that I keep hearing is democratic socialist, democratic socialist. These people are puppets. They don't have an original idea in their head. And you know, I saw comedian Josh Johnson, who, you know, I like his stuff. I think he's a funny guy. I know that, you know, he's very lefty, and they've had him hosting the Daily Show and things like that. But he was talking up Mom Donnie's, who is doing the things that he said he was going to. No, he's not. You know, outside of the collectivist things, I haven't seen any benefits for the people of New York City under Mamdani. He's a joke. They're jokes, bad ones. I mean, even at the Knicks parade, they got somebody's number so wrong. It was Ewing's number, who obviously isn't on the team. Very disrespectful. Couldn't even get that right. I mean, give me a break. Wanted to talk about this briefly. Spy chiefs in revolt over Trump demand for master list of every secret agent, fearing one catastrophic risk. Good luck. And look, this isn't even a knock on Donnie T. I don't think that any of the presidents are going to know that. And did you think the Barack star knew? Of course not. Listen, the intelligence community with their agents, their assets, their informants, their sources and methods, they want to compromise everybody. This is the executive within the executive that should not exist, that is not constitutional, that is not bound by the rules of oversight. You know, we're talking about those MK Ultra hearings. We're talking about programs from literally now 50 plus years ago, we know jack squat about. There's no oversight. There's no real disclosure. Okay? So this is what we're really battling. We're battling this executive within an executive that is outside of the three branches of government. It's not truly part of the executive because the executive can't even audit it. So then how are you going to have the legislative act against it? How are you going to have the judicial successfully prosecute it? You ain't. And that brings me to the next story just really quickly. Is, Senator Rand Paul supposedly having like the Fauci, I think it's in like 10 or 11 days, Fauci's supposed to show up. He released more documents on Fauci, just totally part of the COVID-19 84 cover-up and move forward into the hate and lie shots. And, people act like it doesn't exist. Like, people act like what Tulsi Gabbard did on her last day. I keep hearing about this cult that she's in. I already knew she was a Hare Krishna. Now, I haven't seen the email exchanges. I'm sure I'm going to have to go look at them. But Gabbard left the administration, and I realized that her husband has cancer. I think that's extremely suspicious. But she was pushed out because she's anti-war. She didn't want this conflict with Iran. I mean, again, this is one of the reasons that a lot of people got behind MAGA and Maha this time around. Trump courted the Bitcoiners. Trump courted the libertarians. Trump courted the people that were sick of eating poisonous food and breathing in poisonous air and drinking poisonous water. And, at this point, as much, decent work as Kennedy had tried to do, he's basically betrayed us as well. I mean, you can't even get Roundup out. You're protecting that. Massey is the one true MAGA Maha guy, and they primaried his ass with Israeli money, with Adelson money. Nuts. Crazy town. On a candidate that didn't debate him, that nobody'd ever heard of. I mean, you want to know why we're not fixing the election system? I mean, it's pretty right out there in the open. And I want to close it out today with this other story of my man Serge Tankian of System of a Down, one of the greatest bands of all time, one of the most fun live shows of all time, speaking out against Israel, who just recently acknowledged as a nation state the genocide of the Armenian people that took place, I believe, like 1915, somewhere around that. It was pre-Nazi stuff. And a lot of that had to do with the political alliances with Turkey, etc. But now, like, they're getting ready to go after Turkey. There's been, again, talking points and propaganda out there, how dangerous Erdogan is. The Israelis are openly talking about war with Egypt in 10 years. They're not backing down on Lebanon. If you think this conflict with Iran is over, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know how it ends during this administration, which is completely dangerous. We're not even hearing about the end of Ukraine and Russia anymore. So I'm going to let Serge speak for himself for about a minute. And I think he's spot on here, and he kills it.
For many years, Israel's government used AIPAC to lobby the U.S. Congress to not recognize the Armenian genocide, to prevent Congress from recognizing the Armenian genocide, due to their relationship with Turkey, their intelligence sharing with Turkey, etc. Today, the Netanyahu cabinet decided to recognize the Armenian genocide of 1915, a genocide that led to Hitler thinking that he could do what he could do to the Jews in the 1930s and 40s.
And let me just stop. And, you know, I understand because we're talking about Israel, you know, why, you know, he's talking about, quote unquote, the Jews. But what really always bothers me about that, okay, and what really disturbs me about the whole thing is that when you're talking about these things, right, it's not just the Jewish people. All right, it was political dissidents. It was Freemasons. It was gypsies. It was, you know, physically and mentally disabled people. It's a lot of people. But once again, I understand why he makes that distinction here.
The fact that this government is already committing genocide in Gaza and Lebanon, decided to recognize the genocide of my grandparents, is the worst fucking thing that they could have done to Armenians by using our history, our genocide, our pain to their political advantage. Fuck you.
Thank you. Thank you, Serge. Totally agree with that. 1000%. Good for you. Good for you for saying that, because it needed to be said. Folks, that is going to wrap it up. Once again, I cannot do this without you. $5, $10, $15. It means the world to me. Big donors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Consider the links down below. Please go check out all my documentary films for free. Shade the Motion Picture. Fabled Enemies, Loose Change, Final Cut, and of course, Invisible Empire, a new world order defined. As always, it is not about left or right. It is always about right and wrong. I absolutely love you guys, and I will see you all on the flip side.
Good morning, Patriot family. Happy Friday. Happy Independence Day Eve.
Independence Day Eve.
Yeah.
Happy birthday Eve.
Yes,
Happy
birthday.
Declaration of Independence celebration Eve.
That, yes.
Happy, some of you don't have to work today.
That's good.
Yeah.
Happy, I hope you're enjoying all of the festivities
and what it took to get here. I mean, when you think about what an experiment our republic is, 250 years is not no small task.
It's not. It's not. I think we are. Actually, I know we are the only country that does it. So does it the way we do it, and happy to be here.
And it is under full-fledged attack. We're going to talk about this later. The amount of there's no more Democrats.
No, they're communists
being elected. Like now they're coming out.
They're
full-fledged communists. Like quiet part being said out loud. It's crazy. So today, guys, we're going to be covering a little bit about America 250, what you'll probably see across the country in the next 24 hours. Supreme Court updates. They've had a couple issuing a couple of arguments. I don't know. People are split.
They are just out of line.
Out of pocket.
They are. They're out of pocket for sure. They are out of pocket.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it.
And then also, where in the world is Mitch McConnell? Obviously, we wish him the best, but how has this been going on? And we didn't know that he was incapacitated, basically. So it's crazy out there. A little episode of Weekend at Bernie's here with Mitch McConnell.
Oh my gosh. All right, you guys, let's open that mic and get out of pocket.
Two queens, no filter, say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real. Politics, family, yeah, we go there. If it's out of line, we don't care. It's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
It makes me laugh every time I see that clip of us dancing in the DC airport because we were stranded because of the flipping government shutdown. That was the Schumer shutdown.
Yeah.
And I got into like my head of when to teach, and I was like, "You're like
delayed."
Did you snap your fingers?
Like, snap at me, ma'am. What is this?
So much fun, guys. You never know when being stranded in the airport can turn out to be a memory.
Great content.
Yes, great content.
I'm kidding. No, it was good. Great memories. Good for sure.
Allie, you were just in DC not that long ago.
And I'll be going back.
That's amazing. I know we've got a couple of really good friends that are visiting right now and going to some of the festivities. So guys, however you plan on bringing in the July 4th celebration, it should pack a little more punch this year.
It should. And, I've heard a couple of folks that are appointed and elected and in the administration say, like, if this could be our last celebration. I mean, but how many times have we felt like that over the last...
This is different though.
It's weird.
Like I can remember under Reagan, like the Berlin Wall coming down and how just iconic that was. But it
feels different.
Feels different because people are openly celebrating communism.
Yeah, I know. And a lot of them have either been elected to office already. We're seeing things like Governor Tim Walz pardoning a child rapist who was supposed to be deported.
Make that. You can't make that stuff
like up. I can't. And then you have California that completely, they decided to downvote a Senate bill that would keep any candidate that is convicted of
pedophilia
out of running for office.
If you've got to search the gutter like that for your candidates, maybe you got a problem.
What is going on?
If we rule out pedophiles, nobody will run for office. I like what?
Like, what is this?
Where's the bottom? Where's the basement in the Democrat Party? I just want to know.
Apparently in hell, like layer of hell. My God, like I'm reading some of these headlines, sis, and I'm just I'm like, what?
It is such a polarized good versus evil, right versus wrong, and the more right you feel you're becoming, the more wrong.
Everything
wrong
else
is becoming.
Feels,
and the Bible talks about that. What's good will be called evil, and what's evil will be called good, and we're literally seeing that. This is what you might catch if you're in New York City and you get a chance to get away from Mandami's Kami NYC. You might get to see this. This was at the Statue of Liberty. Take a look.
There's going to be so many flyovers like today and tomorrow. It's going to be insane.
And they freaking scare me because you don't know until it's like
right above you.
Yeah. That's a really bad example. That was like Fast and Furious. I don't know what that was just now.
Great.
Kawasaki
planes. It's fantastic. I love those flyovers. They're amazing. I know we have friends that are like Air Force, Fire Air Force, and they're like, there's just, it's okay.
It's a plane. It's a plane. But no, it's so cool. It is so cool. So guys, make sure that you get out, take lots of pictures, post, tag Out of Pocket Live on your family. And are you doing anything out of pocket this weekend? Maybe I don't know, maybe it's just the way you celebrate. You know what I would like to see is all the pictures of families out there showing their Americana.
Yeah.
Iconic.
For sure.
Make sure you tag us, guys. All right, let's get into the meat and potatoes of what the heck is going on with Mitch McConnell. Guys, we didn't even know this. I hate finding out 10 days later. Take a look at this. Apparently, hold on, let me get it open so that I can read it. Well, apparently Mitch McConnell, there was a 911 call that he was unresponsive. So they go to his house. He's now I don't know where he's at. He's in a hospital somewhere. He's in an ICU somewhere. What's his condition? Is he responding? I can't find a lot of information.
Of course not, because he's an elected representative, an elected official. So you're not going to find anything unless they want you to. But I think we should know what is going on. And the fact that it seems like this is some kind of geriatric wing of Congress. I don't understand why if you're having these amounts of health issues. Like, do you remember that one rep where we didn't know where she was for like 3 months?
Nobody knew.
No one knew where she was at for 3 months.
How are you not, how is your attendance record not public? You know what? If you go to school, you sign in every day.
Right.
We should know where our reps are. Well, maybe not. I'm saying that whether or not they're showing up or not. So he's not doing anything. He's not working. Still, I'm sorry to make this sound so bad, but still collecting a paycheck. That means all of his aides and staffers have their own little auto pen situation going on. They run everything anyway. And
they all have his card so they could go vote.
Are any of our viewers really shocked? You remember all the times that you could physically see him almost having a
grand mal seizure?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they start wheeling him at some point. It's Biden all over again. It feels like, and I was talking to somebody the other day and they're like, we should just put an age gap cap on. And I'm like, but you can't, because then you've got people like Trump.
Yeah.
That can work circles around you.
Right. If you're having this level of health issues, you should not be in elected office.
No, there's somebody else that can do the job. Maybe not, in lockstep with the deep state, but there is somebody else that can do the job.
Or with the Communist Party of America. Oh my God. Good Lord.
Let's just go
Which is an oxymoron, by the way. I don't understand. What the hell is happening to our country?
Somebody actually said at one of the protests outside the school board meeting, it depends what kind of socialism and what kind of communism.
I'm sorry?
That's exactly what?
It's all the same.
He was like, well, we can't have full communism and socialism. What? So there are people out there that think that there's a form of socialism that works.
Yeah, the kind that we currently have right now. That's called the Democratic Republic of America. That, period. End of it.
It don't work. Eventually you run out of other people's money and other people's goods and services to spend.
Yeah, like in New York where they're talking about, please make sure that your AC is set to 78 degrees because it's putting too much on our grid. What?
Rationing power. Reminds me of rationing toilet paper throughout COVID.
Oh, it sounds like Cuba.
Right? That's why we said that little funny the other day that they're now taking rafts from New York heading back to Cuba. We just won't go back because
78 degrees because our grid. What?
What? No, thank you. No, thank you, guys. So we'll keep it updated when we know. We obviously want Mitch McConnell in our thoughts and prayers, but maybe early retirement, or
how about he should have retired 7 years ago? If where's your integrity? If you're having strokes and you're having health issues of this magnitude, you should just pass the baton.
Don't they have a cognitive test?
No, not for Congress.
You got to have license exams when you hit over 65 in most states, except California, to be able to make sure that you can still
in DC.
But I'm saying, how does that make you feel to know you've got a test to make sure you can be behind the wheel of a car, but to operate government for the free world, not so much.
Out of control.
Out of control.
Out of pocket. Out of pocket is what it is.
Out of pocket, and not in a good way. Allie, so some Supreme Court rulings came down. The first one, we think they got it right, but I'm shocked that we have to have this debate at the Supreme Court. Here is Justice Clarence Thomas, his take on it. He says, men and boys with gender dysphoria are not women or girls, even if they believe that they are. So that's the
correct.
That's actually Nancy Mace that posted that. But so even though you feel like you might have some kind of way about it, the Supreme Court has now made a ruling that you cannot have biological males in biological women's sports or girls' sports. How your state has not picked this up and already set legislation, you need to be on that because we did it here in Florida. So this solidifies
and it takes a minute. I mean, unlike some things, right? I mean, because I know we have seen our legislature move
like
at like the speed of a bullet to get something done. But God forbid we're trying to get constitutional carry in this state. Or God forbid we're trying to get the Parental Bill of Rights passed.
Or medical
freedom.
Or not the SAVE Act.
But with better language. Good Lord.
God, it's like pulling teeth.
Takes years.
But we love you, Tallahassee, but damn. So yes, it can be done. I would still solidify this in your state legislature, guys. Get even I've seen counties, even county charters, even adopt this if you have a charter, which is like a constitution in your county. But you're going to now see this. This is going to be forced. Obviously, Gavin Newsom had a lot to say about it, and I'm sure he'll try to fight it. But it's the Supreme Court, so even you and
it's just common sense.
How are we okay? Oh my gosh. Somebody did it's the clothing group XXXY. Yes. They did a great video.
They did.
Former gymnast, I cannot remember her name. Last name is I can't remember her name, but she former Olympian gymnast who started this company for women's athletic wear. It's really cute. But they had a great video, Allie, that said we knew what a woman was back when Nadia Comaneci won the gold medal in gymnastics. We knew what a woman was, and they named like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Okay, I don't really like her policy, but we knew what she was enough to say, and we knew what Kamala Harris was as the first woman vice president.
Right.
Like, you knew what a woman was, and then they played the sound. Oh, Jennifer Say, thank you.
Yes.
That you knew what a woman was, and then all of a sudden, like in the opening arguments of this case, the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas simply asks, what is your definition of a woman? And they could not provide it.
Of course not.
And so you just wasted all of our tax dollars providing that, like something that literally a show and tell from the waist down.
It was insane.
Could have given us, but
it was insane. Like listening to those arguments, I was cringy. It was so bad.
It was very bad. It was very bad. So good news on that front for the Supreme Court. Not so good news
for birthright citizenship.
Yeah, let's go to
because what in the actual.
There's a post from Nancy Mace again. She says the 14th Amendment was never a welcome mat for illegal immigration in its past. It's past time we made it clear. So birthright citizenship, if I guess in a nutshell, because I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. There are those that make the argument that I actually agree with is that the birthright citizenship clause in the 14th Amendment was more towards slaves.
That's exactly what it was intended for.
It wasn't intended for, like, if you are here in Florida and pick up a newspaper or, read the headlines, these baby mills out of Miami where they literally fly in people who are about to give birth, let them have their baby in Miami. They provide expenses paid so that that baby can have U.S. citizenship. And then most of the time they go back to their country until they're ready to come here. But that baby has citizenship here. Like there's baby mills that this is what they do. They provide.
China does this.
Right.
And it's lucrative.
Well, yeah. And I think it's lucrative here too.
It's a way. No, China does it here in America.
People come here. Yes.
And it's lucrative for them. And it's another way to invade and take over a nation, especially when our own citizens have a birth rate of less than 2%.
So as our population is declining, so they closed the southern border, but they opened the delivery wings across the country.
So, and I think Charlie Kirk said something to this effect was, imagine if a pregnant woman came and gave birth into your house. Now does she have ownership of your house?
Oh, God, I miss him. I miss him so much.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then you have Chrisanne Hall, who makes, she posted that there are 2 errors. I haven't gotten to the second one, but the first one is Section 5 of the 14th Amendment reads, the Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. Congress has never enacted legislation granting birthright citizenship to the children of temporary visitors or those unlawfully present in the United States. SCOTUS has the authority to review executive orders and determine whether they are constitutional. That is where their authority ends. Period. Full stop.
So it's almost like this clause was put into the 14th Amendment, and the only way that we were supposed to have a guideline around it was by an act of Congress.
Yes.
Congress has not acted ever on this.
So here we have an example of SCOTUS legislating from the bench.
It should have never been a SCOTUS issue then.
No.
Who determines whether or not SCOTUS picks something up? Is that Chief Justice Roberts?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. But they do have the right to go over executive orders because this was an executive order.
Right.
To figure out whether or not it's constitutional. It's only constitutional to slaves. We don't have slaves in America anymore.
Well, there were some from the southern border, but I get what you're saying.
Do you understand what I mean?
I do.
America did not enslave these people.
Right.
The cartels did.
Yes.
They're not our government.
Jeez.
That is the difference.
And this is why it's so frustrating, because people that don't get proper education in not even just, civics, yes, I know we're pushing that now in schools, but constitutionality.
Yes.
This is crazy.
It is. And the fact that I think there's maybe only a handful of people that are in Congress that understand that it's Congress that needs to act on birthright citizenship, not the courts.
Well, I'm excited to say, guys, that, this is how you know the Democrat Party hasn't always been that far off. Senator Harry Reid, which I almost throw up a little bit in my mouth when I say his name, because he wasn't, obviously, and I wasn't a fan. I don't think many of us were, but he had pushed through, I believe it was I'm looking for the date. Anyways, it was either late 80s, early 90s. He pushed through, 93 bill. I love Zach in our ear. You're like the voice of the Lord that just has the information. Thank you. A 1993 bill eliminating birthright citizenship for children of illegals. Now, this is the former head of the Democrat Party, Harry Reid. So now we've got people within our Congress that are like, hey, let's reissue that bill.
Yeah.
Let's put that back through. It was a Democrat bill. Let's take a listen to Harry Reid reading about this bill from 1993.
And we wonder, in this country, why we have an illegal immigration problem. If making it easy to be an illegal alien isn't enough, how about offering a reward for being an illegal immigrant? No sane country would do that, right? Guess again. If you break our laws by entering this country without permission and give birth to a child, we reward that child with U.S. citizenship and guarantee of full access to all public and social services this society provides. And that's a lot of services. Is it any wonder that 2/3 of the babies born at taxpayer expense at county-run hospitals in Los Angeles are born to illegal alien mothers? Just when the American people think nothing can be more absurd than the way we deal, or rather don't deal, with illegal immigration, they discover that we have a political asylum system that would qualify us for Senator Proxmire's Golden Fleece Award 1,000 times over. I don't know why he didn't make this award. He should have. Last year, more than 100,000 people showed up in this country, landing at our airports, washing up on our shores in leaky boats, crossing our borders illegally, overstaying their visas, saying 2 magic words, political asylum, and virtually assured themselves of being allowed to remain in the United States forever. Anyone, no matter how specious the claim, can utter those words and usually within a matter of hours be released on their own recognizance onto the streets of our country with a promise that they'll show up for hearing 18 months later. Can anyone really say they're surprised that the vast majority of asylum applicants never, ever show up for these hearings?
And so, I feel like this happened
93.
yesterday. 100,000. Remember those good old days when it was only 100,000 that were coming in illegally?
Goodness.
This is how far the Democrat Party has shifted off the Marxism ledge, because that was common sense. That, to a Bill Clinton administration, aside from Monica Lewinsky stuff, that sounded like common sense. It's why when you woke up the next day after electing a Democrat, you were like, it's 4 years. Because it really didn't feel like it was, a jump off of a Marxist cliff like it is now.
Yeah.
So this is going to be reintroduced now onto the floor. We'll see. They're going to keep all the same language, basically stopping birthright citizenship as a reward for being here illegally. Let's see what the left does and how they attempt to debate this or not.
That's their only voter base.
But if you think about this, think about what you know now in 2026, right? So as Allie was saying, I don't know if you heard her while the video was playing, a lot of them are coached when they claim political asylum. You've got charities, even like Catholic charities, NGOs that get a lot of your tax dollars to help coach them for political asylum. It's not political asylum if you marched up through Mexico, because that's where you should have claimed the asylum, is the first place where your foot landed outside of your country. But if you're flying into here or whatever, I don't even know how that's done, because try boarding an airplane and going through customs, like as an American citizen, it's like you got to give your kidney to do that. But I guess they're coming here, no problem. But the issue is, they come in and then they're given all these welfare systems. He said something about hospitals. It hurts your school district. Well, all those are free programs that they're getting. And what do we know about the free programs? That's what they have been committing fraud against.
Yes.
So they've been lining their pockets the whole time. They don't care anything about these political refugees. They're lining their pockets. And it's just been this
and a lot
pay
of
to
the
play.
political refugees are lining their pockets by committing fraud against the American people, the people that they've come over here to say, oh, I need political asylum.
That's how you end up with a Leering Academy.
That part. Out of pocket, y'all.
I don't know, guys. Anyway, so we'll monitor this over the course of next week and see how see what happens with it. I'd love to hear the argument against it. I don't know how people would argue against it. Allie, shifting just real quickly before we go to break, we have been saying I'm going to say we were one of the first to say that it feels a lot like price gouging, the fact that the cost of oil per barrel is going down and our gas prices were not. And we're very familiar with that in Florida, because, they try to do this with water or toilet paper or gas.
They do it with gas when it's hurricane
season. Yeah. And so we've got stopgaps here in Florida that allow you to report that. President Trump has just come out, and this is not something you would think the president would have to do, but he's such a daddy. He comes out and says this. Take a look at this post. Gasoline retailers must get their prices down immediately. They're too high, considering that oil is now, $68 a barrel.
Wow.
And it's continuing to head south. He said, drop your price for our great American people. There will be no gouging, which is totally illegal. It's totally illegal. If retailers do not do this, big problems will be ahead. Start targeting around $2.50 a gallon. Can you imagine what's happening in California? They haven't had $2.50. I don't care what the cost per barrel is. The average median price in California has been about $5.25 for the longest time.
Yep.
So can you imagine if they drop it to $2.50?
Oh my gosh. It should be $2.50.
Right?
It should be. I don't understand. Gas per barrel is like the lowest it's been in a long time. In a really long time. So why are you gouging prices?
It's this fabrication. It's the same thing they did through COVID, where they had said that you were non-essential and they had to shut down mom and pop businesses because we had a booming economy under Trump. I feel like there's somebody somewhere that's a cog in the wheel that's like, well, Trump is, let's see what we can do to give it to Trump, and because they did run on making things more affordable for the American people, both him and JD Vance. So if you can try to, screw over the American people by gouging the prices, at least it makes it feel like in the gear up to midterms that maybe the Republicans haven't held their, well, we have issues with Republicans, but that they haven't done what they said they were going to do. And I think listen, this is what happens when you get these third parties that completely control an entire industry, like the Federal Reserve does, and OPEC controls this. It's like, that's antithetical to what we're celebrating on the 4th.
For sure. For sure. It's wild. I don't understand.
Thank you, Daddy Trump, for saying.
I mean, when you have lower gas prices, people tend to travel more.
Yeah.
And they can, take their families and go, either visit other family members or go visit all of the wonders of America. Why wouldn't you want to participate in that? I don't understand.
Airline tickets come down, like everything. People get in their RVs again and they go camping, and it booms the economy.
It does.
And it's almost like they don't want to allow that before a big midterm election.
Of course. All of that, it seems like we can connect everything back to elections.
And being okay screwing over you, the American people, as long as they don't let the man in the White House win on anything. And that's
just can we stop playing FF games, please?
Well, guys, you go get you a good cigar, because you're going to need it. Either you're going to need it to help relax for what's coming down the pike, or we're going to be celebrating massively. I'm choosing B.
Yes, that part.
Guys, we'll be right back after this short word from Liberty Cigar. Stay tuned.
From the heart of Marietta, Georgia, comes a tribute to the spirit of liberty. Liberty Cigars, where history meets craftsmanship. Each cigar tells a story. The Founders Collection honors the visionaries who shaped a nation. The President's House Collection celebrates the leaders who steered it. And the Naval Series salutes the heroes who defended it. Handcrafted with precision, each blend mirrors the essence of its namesake. From the boldness of George Washington to the elegance of Thomas Jefferson. Indulge in a moment of reflection. Light a Liberty cigar and savor the legacy. Discover your story at libertycigars.com, because every great nation deserves a great cigar. Liberty Cigars, smoke the history. And don't forget to use promo code OpenMic for 10% off your order.
Welcome back to Out of Pocket Live with Allie and Michelle. Guys, thank you so much for joining us on this. I feel like it's like a fast forward Friday, because we're like rapid firing like these stories, but there's been so much that's been breaking and so much that we want to make sure we get to you, because we figure, you're going to be busy over the weekend with a lot of family. Why not bring up some of these well-intended stories like, hey, Democrat friend, there's a Democrat bill that was formerly from Harry Reid that's about to hit the floor. I'm sure you're totally in support of it, right?
No, because they're communists. They're not Democrats anymore. They're communists.
Well, Allie, I can't say you're wrong. And you know who is echoing your sentiments exactly is Caroline Levitt.
Oh, yes, for sure.
You shared this with me. Let's go ahead and roll this clip.
Never would I imagine I'd be watching videos like that. Candidates running for the modern day Democrat Party. This is not your granddaddy's Democrat Party. This is not the Democrat Party of JFK. This is a full-blown communist revolution that is taking over Capitol Hill right here in Washington, D.C., just a few steps away from where we are sitting right now. The inmates are running the asylum. These are crazy people who are advocating against what I call the 3 Ps: prison, police, and private property. They don't want any of those things, and those are the ideals that founded this great country 250 years ago. But as President Trump says, communism is easy to sell. You just promise people free stuff. Until a few years, you're living in squalor with no free home, no free food. You're just sitting there with a whole bunch of communists looking around and saying, what the heck happened to our failed state?
And I agree with her. Nothing about what she said is I'm in disagreement with. Yep. I have nothing else to add. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, the other day I was having a conversation with a mom on the other side of the aisle, but we were talking. One thing we did agree on is, like, she had children that were 20 something, and she's like, they can't afford to move out. They can't afford, like, their college degrees are kind of worthless. And we're just trying to find those things that we agree on. And as I'm listening to that, I was like, oh, so there's no hope for the young people. So, wow, socialism and communism probably sounds really good to them.
Yep.
The idea that the government's going to supply your every need.
Yep.
I mean, great. I don't got to worry anymore. I can sit in front of my electronic device and play video games or virtual reality, whatever. What, name an 18 to 30-year-old that's kind of like, oh, cool. I mean, because what else is there? They don't have a taste of the real American dream. It's like an American slumber.
It is. And if you don't know, if you don't have direction in your life, where to go. And what you have done, you feel like it hasn't led you anywhere.
Yeah.
You do lose hope and you can fall into like this depression. I mean, I think a lot of us have been there. So it's hard to kind of pull yourself out of. And when you have people that are giving you lip service and not, putting, again, like I said last episode, stop writing checks with your mouth, your ass can't cash. It's the same.
Bankrupt.
That's communist. Like, you're doing all this, but when it comes down to actually doing it, you fall short.
Well, and I think there will be an entire generation, if we ever see this happen in this country, which we're prayerfully hoping no, but the more and more the country and the young people lean this direction and they're flirting with this type of philosophy and ideology. What do you do when you are that reliant on government? You saw it through COVID and they just tug the leash a little bit and you're like, I mean, of course you submit. Of course you comply, because everything is now dependent on the government. And this is so ironic, you guys, that on our 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence, where we said, no government, you don't give us the rights. They're by our creator. That's who gives our rights, that we're having to struggle with this same like demon in this country. Like, well, no, government, please issue everything to me because it's just more comfortable. Let me be inoculated.
Well, this is what happens when you have philanthropists, quote unquote, take over your education system, and don't empower students to figure out where their talents are and how they can be utilized. So when you push college and you push college degrees that don't really amount to
women's studies,
but
you can't tell me what a woman is. What did you study for 4 years?
It's disheartening. It really is how we've allowed this to occur in our country.
And we really stopped celebrating exceptionalism. Prior to Trump, really, it started with the participation trophy generation. But I was just having this conversation with a parent the other day who was telling me that their student graduated as valedictorian of their high school class, right? Their senior class, but wasn't allowed to wear the ribbon that said valedictorian on it. But you could get every rainbow scarf that you wanted, even sports they were allowed to wear, like when you were in,
but not the fact that she achieved valedictorian.
It was considered, I mean, it's considered like almost like blasphemy to be able to brag about the fact you graduated at the top of your class.
Why are you bragging? Why are you bragging that you graduated at the top of your class? It's not bragging, it's an achievement. Thank you. I mean, do we not celebrate our NFL players?
Oh, that's a different thing.
Right?
Yeah.
Are we not celebrating the fact that, like, we have like, no, who's the last time we actually heard of a scientist like inventing something new?
Yeah, no, right? No, that doesn't happen. The science is bought and paid for now. You're exactly right. This is something that I think Trump has been, it's been on his heart to push is this idea that we're going to not only celebrate exceptionalism now, but even what's been exceptional about our country in the past. That's why it's so important that we celebrate even our founding fathers, as flawed as some people are. You can still celebrate what was good.
Well, people are flawed. That's the whole point. That's quite literally why we have Jesus. I'm just saying. It's just,
there's a whole thing with a cross and all. Like, it's
like, yes, there are going to be flawed people that do good things.
Yeah, David.
I mean, we can go down the list. Gideon,
Moses.
It's everyone in the everyone. You can still do good things and still be an asshole.
Yeah, like you can still like not have it right all the time, but
at the same time, this is what happens when you have philanthropists, right? That bunny ears, right? Like, this is what happens when you allow them to invest in education and the education goes south, because now you're feeding kids this ability to go to college, but they're not really graduating with skills to make them successful in the real world. I mean, how many people do you come across that have like a business degree? But do you have your own business?
Do you have the opportunity to go into business? I mean, that's tough.
That's exactly.
And yet, if you would put just like 4 or 5 credit hours behind a business class and tie it to an HVAC, like HVAC or a trade,
any kind of trade.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You would actually come out 12, 18 months later, not only being able to go get a job making, I've seen $30, $32 an hour, but also you can go into business for yourself.
This is what my son is doing. 18 years old. He's like,
'Cause
Mom,
you're right.
why? He's like, why am I going to go to college and waste all this time and all this money when I can be in debt thousands of dollars that I'm going to be up to my eyeballs trying to work forever to be able to get out of, and renting houses and always moving, like not putting roots down somewhere. He's like, not buying a house. Like, when I can go into a trade, spend 18 months learning something, and then get out and make 3 times as much as a college student.
Yeah. Smart. Well, but my generation was told you needed a diploma, that a college degree was going to be the new high school diploma. And I mean, and I'm grateful that I went back to school, but
you know what was interesting is like all the jobs that I wanted, all the jobs that I had looked at were like extensive. I wanted to be like an FBI profiler.
She's good.
That's why I went to I did psych. I studied psych because I wanted to be a profiler.
Yeah. Oh
And then
yeah.
I, like, started to do research. I was like, these people are cray. I don't know if I really want to be in the room with like a serial killer who, like, I don't know, rips the eyelids off somebody and like I can't. I was like, wow, this is crazy.
Too much Silence of the Lambs.
Oh my God, I don't understand. But I mean, that's honestly why I went into psychology, because I wanted to be an FBI profiler.
That explains so much.
To be a lawyer.
That explains so much. You ought to see our bestie chat. No, you never will. It's gonna.
Which is why I give advice, and then I'm getting shit for giving advice, and I'm like, excuse me,
but it's
sir,
damn
ma'am.
good advice. Damn good advice.
What do you mean? How was this helpful? Are you not aware?
I think what you meant was you're welcome.
Right. You spelled "you're welcome" wrong.
Was that F you? You meant thank you. Okay.
You spelled "thank you" wrong. Okay. You're welcome. Have a nice day. Have the day you deserve. At this point, it's just
you deserve. Wow. Put that on a Hallmark card and I will sell out of that. Well, Allie, going to what Caroline Levitt was saying about no longer just being, Democrats, it's now the Communist Socialist Party. We're not making this up. This is a socialist, a self-proclaimed socialist. Her name's Milat Kiros. She was just, she unseated a 15-term incumbent. 15-term incumbent in Denver, Colorado. Take a listen. Her words, not mine.
I'm about the same age that my dad was when he came to this country. Betting on the promise, he chose Denver to be our home because he knew that this city would welcome us. And that same city just voted to send a 29-year-old recovering lawyer, barista, immigrant, Democratic Socialist to Congress.
There goes the neighborhood. Sorry, but like AOC
property taxes just declined.
AOC just was like, oh, okay. So they've barista. Listen, don't come at me about not having a teaching degree running for school board. That's not my job. If you're going to elect a barista. But baristas that's a try. I mean, I get my coffee every morning. I ain't mad at you. But she said Democrat socialist.
She's not a Democrat socialist. She's a communist. She's a communist. She came here, maybe legally, possibly. We don't know. We'll do some investigating.
She'll do some investigating.
Anyway,
the FBI got nothing on a woman who needs info.
I totally should have just joined just an FBI. Wow. I kind of lost my train of thought, but
sorry.
No, it's okay. I think she didn't come here wanting to. It doesn't sound like she's assimilated.
Right.
It doesn't sound like she understands what America really does have to offer. Instead, especially when you go to college, y'all, especially now over the last, 10, 20 years, it has been an indoctrination camp.
Absolutely. That you paid for. Oh my God.
Yeah.
They lent you money to go. Isn't that nice of them?
And now you're in debt. six figures and now you hate the nation that you are so privileged to live in.
Well, I think that's why I'd like to know where this young woman is, where her family escaped to come here. Where'd they escape from? And what was the
Looks like Somalia
government?
I'm sorry. I'm profiling. My bad.
FBI, love it. But hey, we get profiled. Well, you more so than me all the time.
I'm getting comments in my thread right now off of a post I made like a week ago. And it's like, girl, don't you know that the Republicans want to see you not get all your rights taken away? And I was like, what rights don't I have that you have? Where's proof of that?
You have the right to shut your mouth on social media, people. Like it's like foot and mouth disease.
You can scroll. Like you're not re-educate. Like they think they're trying to like re-educate me and save me from some kind of like indoctrination or brainwashing. And I'm like, literally, what?
It's like white guilt on steroids. I don't understand why people have to take to your comment section, but I'd like
y'all
to see.
seen my mama? Probably not, because I don't post my family. But she's Blanca. Like,
go ahead, say it.
She's whiter than you, ma'am.
I know. Listen, I tan easy.
So what are y'all talking about?
But Allie, I'd like to see where this woman's family came from. And I'd like to see what they escaped, because the apple didn't fall next to the tree. It rolled all the way down the hill. I think she missed the point that they came here. Maybe she was hit in the head with the apple because like you came here for a better way of life to now make the country look like what your family escaped from. Tell me the elevator doesn't go all the way to the top floor. Something's wrong with that. But it's not the only idiocracy we've seen recently. You know, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, was having a celebrating our National Guard, and you can hear in the background they are somebody's protesting something. Let's take a listen.
No matter what. In fact, this background noise this morning is perfect. It's the sound of ingrates, of ingratitude, of people who are so blinded by ideology they can't see law and order and common sense in front of them. That there's nothing ideological about this group. There's nothing political about this exercise. Law and order is something all Americans deserve. Black, white, rich, poor, man or woman from D.C. or far-flung places in this country. And the beautiful thing is when I look out at this group, that's all of you. From all across this great country. You're not from Washington, most of you, but this is your capital. And you believe in this 250th year that it should be safe and it should be secure for every single citizen that lives here and every single citizen that comes to visit in this 250th year.
Amen. Ooh. I love Pete.
I love men. I mean, not like in general. I'm saying like manly men.
Yes.
That's going to get clipped. Okay.
It's fine. Yes. I'm glad that you love men.
Right? That kind of like, I don't know, you just stand up to like the nonsense. And it's not even like a totalitarian kind of thing. It's just you speak truth with boldness.
Yeah. No, for sure.
That's so refreshing. That's so refreshing.
And the things that he's saying in that is 1000% true. Who doesn't want law and order unless you are a participant of chaos?
I mean, and there are plenty of places in the world that you can go witness firsthand anarchy and chaos.
You can go and live in that if you choose
really
to,
can,
but you don't want to because you're a hypocrite.
And we don't even really know what they're protesting, but we do know this, that the rhetoric on the left, you know, that same rhetoric that was contributed to the political assassination martyrdom of Charlie Kirk, that's taken multiple attempts on our president's life. Let's not even talk about the attempts on J.D. Vance and his family and others within the administration. That rhetoric is getting dialed up. Allie, you sent me this, and I thought, you know, I don't like to give people any kind of platform for their hate, but I think our viewers need to realize this is in Wisconsin. This is Trump derangement syndrome at its finest. What are we going to do about this? Take a look.
Hey, T7T here, and we're going to make this the moderate position for the state of Wisconsin. But I need your help because we have 1 month to do this. So let's do it.
Kill your local Republican is what that says. I'm going to tell you something, guys. When you see people, God, I don't even want to say this. When you see county commissioners being targeted and school board members being targeted and hospital board members being targeted, this is the shit you got to thank for it. This is the mindset. This is the ideology. And it's not that far removed from your local neighborhood because you always got one or two loonies.
I mean, you never know where they come from. They travel these days.
They migrate.
Right. They can come from anywhere. I mean, we had a friend recently who had a box sent to her house that literally said it was a package of good nights, like the hampers of good nights. And she's like, this is a signal. Yeah. So you're trying to tell me, like, that's what happens. It's like mafia ties, right? Like mafia, like signaling. You don't, when you're about to, like, send somebody off to sleep with the fishes, like, you give the analogy, the allegory, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so she's like, come for me. I swear but it didn't have her name. It had her daughter's name.
That is lower than low.
Exactly. So she's like, y'all come for me all day long. Come for my kids. I'm putting the full extent and the full weight of the law behind it.
Absolutely.
Because don't be with my kids. And I feel that way too. But also, you have to, one, keep your guard up. And two, this is the craziness that we're dealing with. This is communism. And then the fact that he throws a challenge on it was like, we
only have a month
to do it. Like,
he's talking about the midterms.
Wow.
The primaries coming up. It's sickening. And this is what happens when you make your political enemy or your political adversary less than human. Yep. And they did it to us through COVID. Remember, they just determined that, well, if you're not going to get inoculated with the Fauci,
don't even come to the hospital.
Yeah,
I haven't been to a regular doctor and I don't even know how long because I refused. I was refused care. Why do I trust a medical industry? Why do I trust the industry? You refused care.
That's how people feel about the school system. You allowed the teachers unions to advocate for keeping schools closed for a virus that only touched about 0.002% of
now
children.
I'm supposed to listen to you cry because you don't have enough students and seats in order for you to get funding from the state?
Because the funding is all you freaking cared about. You took the COVID dollars like it was tequila.
And then gave it to the administration and not to teachers and not to classrooms. So what exactly am I supposed to be empathetic about?
But that makes you extreme. No, extreme was telling our boys they can be girls.
Yeah,
and girls they can be boys. That was extreme.
And putting sex toys in front of them and
dildo ring toss. Look it up, Sarasota.
And
we're not proud of it.
A pornographic reading material in front of them. That's extreme.
Lord. And I know he's up there going, I know, girls.
Not taking accountability. That's
Believe
extreme.
Me, I'm thinking about asking y'all to build another ark because it's looking shady there.
I would be glad.
Okay, I know we're going a little long today because we long-winded. But listen, I want to touch on this next story. This is, oh gosh, this is so heart-wrenching. This is Sheridan, if you're not familiar with her story, murdered in cold blood by an illegal alien here, obviously illegally released onto our streets.
This committee hearing was
heart-wrenching, but I want you to hear it because she's one of the angel families and we want to give her time to speak. Take a listen.
On March 19th, Sheridan went with friends to the lakefront in Chicago because they hoped they might see the northern lights. She never saw those lights. The man accused of murdering my daughter is Jose Medina, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela who should not have even been in this country. And even after committing a crime and having an outstanding warrant, he was left on the streets of Chicago to murder my innocent American child. But this story, it's not about him. This story is about my Sheridan. It's about how failed border policies, sanctuary city laws, and twisted leaders refused to cooperate with ICE. They sent her to her grave. It's about a government and politicians that forgot their first priority. And the question before this committee is painfully simple. When did protecting our American citizens stop being your first priority? And even more important, why did protecting our American citizens stop being your first priority? I want an explanation, I need one, and I deserve one.
What was awful about this committee hearing were the fact that Democrats were speaking in ways that were just so disrespectful.
It
was like, this is the fourth time we're having this conversation.
And this was the
Why
wrong
are we
mom.
even here. Oh, 1000%.
We love how out of pocket she got. I mean, because she even went to say, I'm listening to stories from other angel families. And the one thing that I can cling, this is how sick it is. And she's telling them to their face, this is how disgusting this is. I have to be grateful for the fact that oops, I think we're frozen again. I have to be grateful for the fact that the only thing that I can celebrate is the fact that she wasn't raped like so-and-so's daughter, or she wasn't mutilated like so-and-so's daughter, or tossed in a barrel and poured bleach over an acid before she died like so-and-so. And I'm thinking, I mean, I literally, like, I feel nauseous just thinking about this.
God.
And they had the audacity to be up there and be arrogant towards her.
And rude, and just rude. It was so bad. It was awful. It was awful. It made my blood boil so much. I was like, I can't even.
I know, I had to turn it.
Because I would have got out my chair. They would have had to remove me. Because I'm coming for somebody.
It would have been Ivan Reikland all over again. Well, guys, we want to leave you on just a little bit of a happy note. There was a couple that climbed to the top of the Empire State Building.
Empire State Building.
Okay, like kind of like Spider-Man. We didn't know what they were doing up there because they were like masked or whatever. But apparently, it was this wonderful attempt to propose.
Well, yeah. So a little bit of backstory about them. They are known for doing this.
Okay.
So they're known for climbing like really tall buildings and tall things, just being like and doing that. They did get arrested. Yeah. But he did propose. And then we have some ladies that are on social going, if he wanted to, he would, right?
He'd climb a tower for you.
But then we had a friend of ours, Blake Reynolds from Raising Reynolds on We the Studios, which you should definitely subscribe to. It's great. He was like, listen, ladies, if he wanted to, what you mean? If he wanted to, if he wanted to, he would. He needed somebody next to him in order to do it.
Oh,
so
that's good, Blake.
If he wanted to, he would.
Damn.
Where are you at? He needs somebody to climb the freaking Eiffel Tower, the Empire State Building with him in order to propose. Sometimes men just need somebody that's there with them during the entire thing. How about we build something and then
How about we build something?
Let's build. And I was like,
show me you can build with me. That is amazing. Well, and then there was some like camera footage of them at the top, and she's like, get a good shot. No, look this way. No, turn the camera this way. I'm looking at the roll and I don't see one good photo. And I'm like, this woman has a man climb the Eiffel Tower with her, and she's like, you can't take a good picture.
It's hilarious. Oh my gosh.
Man, I love it.
Also, on the other side of that, you have men that also like will have a woman that's with them and that is building with them and stands by them, and then they still won't.
Because you've been in survival mode your whole life.
Yeah.
You don't know what to do when a good thing comes along. Don't miss it.
It's the receiving.
Don't miss it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for sure.
Don't miss it. But here's a couple of funny memes that are taken from that. Take a look at this first one. I think they changed the flag to the past the same America.
I think it was something about love. Like,
if you have true love, you never, true. I don't know, something about peace. It was cute. It was cute. It was cute. But here's my favorite. Here's my favorite meme from this couple that people have made of this couple. Take a look. I think it's the Trump one. Trump is your daddy. You're welcome. Hopefully that just tickled your funny bone a little bit so you can get out there and celebrate America 250. Don't wait till tomorrow. Start celebrating today. But do be careful, because a lot of states in our nation now have restrictions on fireworks to try to save you and keep you safe, and also watch for your burn and fire restrictions. Don't get in trouble this weekend, guys. Make sure you're safe. Don't drink and drive. Let's celebrate.
Because they're not going to get you out till Monday.
No.
Maybe Tuesday.
Nope. Somebody posted a meme. This is not funny, but I just have to share it. It said, somewhere in the world, this is somebody's last day with 10 fingers. And I think about that, but be careful there are people that just get stupid with these fireworks.
Yeah.
And it's explosive.
Yeah.
And then it's explosive. So watch your children, watch your
careful.
dogs. Yeah. And we love our veterans, guys. Remember that these loud noises are not fun for all people or for animals. So just, be cognizant of that. Have fun.
All right. We love you guys. Send us all your info. Oh, well, your pics, not info.
Yeah, I don't want your info.
Send us your photos and videos.
How you celebrated. Yeah. We'll catch you guys on the flip side Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern. Until then, keep your mic open and stay out of pocket. All right.
Two queens, no filter, say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real. Politics, family, yeah, we go there. If it's out of line, we don't care. It's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
Got a lot to cover today. We got Supreme Court decisions. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. It is what it is, but we'll talk about it a little bit because it's in the news. Going to talk a little bit about American patriotism. Why July 4th, 250 celebration? We need to get it out there. We need to remind patriots that we're not those pussies in France. We're not the British that have given up. We're not all these other countries that just cry, piss, and moan that it's over because we lost a little bit. We have been the country to take it all the way to the limit, kick ass, come home, have a beer. And that's part of, been looking at this all week, and I've been watching all the network news and all the other shenanigans. And I see people talking negatively about Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and his firing of generals. And they're concerned, dismayed. They don't understand. Well, let me see if I can lay it out for these boneheads in Congress that have never served a day in their freaking life. I realize there are members of Congress that have, and they probably will agree with me on this issue. But when you have these non-serving idiots, some of these governors going out and scratching their head, well, we just don't know what's going on with the Secretary of War. Well, maybe they need to pull their head out of their ass and ask a veteran. I'm sick and tired of these organizations. Oh, we support veterans and we really, yeah, you don't do fucko. You just don't. And I'm tired of hearing it. I'm tired of hearing it all the time. I'm tired of these congressmen going out. And I can speak freely now because I'm no longer, well, I am still an elected representative, but I'm no longer voting on bills. So my opinion is my opinion. I can say what I want. I will keep it clean and factual and to the point. But let me just tell these people what the core function of the United States military is. Number one, I'm not going to bash any of the branches like we do. You know, Army, we're always picking on everybody. Marines think they're the best. All that nonsense. No, we're not going to do that today. It's fun. It's funny. We all do it within reason and camaraderie. But the core function of the entire United States military, including Space Force, it's not a social engineering platform. It's not political message. It's not climate activism. It's not diversity management, bureaucratic bullshit. The core function is to fight and win nation wars. The military exists. The sole function of the military is to close with and destroy the enemy. That's right, destroy the enemy. To defend the Constitution, the United States of America, protect the homeland and American interests across the globe. We do this on orders from the commander-in-chief, the president, with speed, discipline, violence of action, overwhelming force. Main key thing to understand is lethality. We win by killing the enemy. We don't win by diversity. We don't win by, well, we're going to stop climate change. Every single dollar we spend, every training hour, every leader needs to know that every promotion, every weapon system, every policy must be judged on one standard, one stand alone. Does it make the force more capable? Does it make us more ready to fight? Does it make us more disciplined in battle and able to take that lethality, push it out across the globe, and kill our enemy? If it doesn't contribute to that combat readiness mission, it is obsolete. It is not needed. Bottom line. Anything else just weakens the discipline and morale of our fighting force. Pete knows this. I should say the secretary knows this. The American people didn't fund the Department of Defense for a social experiment like the left tries to make happen all the time. They funded to produce a mission-capable killing machine. That is it. That is what we do. So we go and blow shit up, kill the enemy, come home, have a beer. That's the mission. Defend the nation, win the war, protect the Constitution, and never allow politics, ideology, or weakness to compromise the fighting force. So you have these congressmen going on TV, and like I said, they're dismayed, they're upset. Well, we don't know why he's doing this. We just don't understand his actions. Well, let me tell you what his actions, this is from my perspective. I have not spoken with the secretary. I've not spoken with anybody at the Pentagon on this, but I can tell you, like 99% of every other sergeant major out there will tell you that this needs to be done. These 4 stars, some of these 3 stars, that are out there pushing agenda items. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. CQ Brown. Well, everybody complained, pissed and moaned, but this guy, he is a DEI race policy. He put out a statement when George Floyd was killed because he was on drugs and overdosed, and he put out a statement on that. That is not something that a general should do. You keep your mouth shut, you answer orders as the commander-in-chief, and you make sure our army is able to kill at a moment's notice. What was it? Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Lisa Franchetti. So she's been, quote, the diversity hire representation. Her main emphasis, well, I'm the first female CNO used in this world. Well, I'm the first woman to ever be chief of naval operations. Don't give a shit. Maybe you got there because you were competent. Maybe you got there because you were a Biden DEI hire. Who knows? Who knows? But if you were competent, you wouldn't have to throw sex into it. You would say, I am the chief of naval operations because I am the best fucking thing we got. But no, well, I'm the first woman. I'm the first female. Don't need you. Go home. James Self, U.S. Air Force, fired in February 2025. This was something else, man. This guy, DEI Association, but he was in a leadership program with AF's Special Operations community, and we saw the decline in that community, and you could hear it talking to the members. And where does that decline start? It starts at the top with ideology. Well, maybe everybody gets a chance. No, that dude didn't meet the minimum standard. He gets no chance. He's sent home. Come back and try it again. You're a great American. Thanks for trying out. Go get stronger, faster, better, and we'll try it again later. We're not going to give you a chance just because of DEI. Lieutenant General Plummer, also Air Force. Okay, this guy's a JAG officer. Law of war gatekeeper. Could it be that his policies in combat, rules of engagement were not that good and maybe cost people their lives because, well, we're scared to fire? No, bullshit. The law of war says we win. Bottom line, your ass is out. I don't want to go through the whole list. There was a couple. There was one. And I did a little research, and Chris Donahue, CD Donahue, he was forced into early retirement. He was Ukraine, NATO, Afghan commander, U.S. Army, Europe and Africa. There had to be some other stuff because he wasn't a DEI guy. He was a strong leader, but was he leading in the direction that we wanted? Well, the SecDef obviously thinks not, and he's gone. But at that stage of the game, if you're a 3 or 4 star vice admiral, rear admiral, you've served your time. You did your job. You're a great American. You stuck it out. You worked your way to the top. Thank you for your service. But when things change and we need to move rapidly and you're not part of that change, you're gone. And that goes for every command sergeant major out there. If you're not on board with the program, fill out your retirement sheet, send it into HRC. They will process it. When it's time, it's time. Firing 10 officers is not a big deal. Firing 10 generals has just rocked the boat. Apparently, these politicians that have never served can't figure out. We're doing a course change. Recruitment is as high as it's ever been. It's at the top of their numbers. You have recruiters that meet their goal 6 months in. We've never had that. They're going on vacation because their nut is met. Their job is done. They can't put any more into that billet right now because it's full. So obviously they're doing something right, and we should leave them alone. Leave the war fighting to war fighters. You go do politics. You don't need to understand it. You just need to fund it. Because like Pelosi said, well, we got to pass it to see what's in it. That's the mentality you assholes bring to the table. We're not doing that. The military knows, senior leadership knows how to close with and destroy the enemy. But you've infused all this DEI nonsense in there and all your little ideological programs and all your little test things that is not needed in the military. Never was, never has been. There's never been a place for it. Okay, with that, I'm pissed off. I'm gonna move on. We got a lot more to cover. So my weekly ad fits right into this. Isn't it funny that this weekly ad fits into almost every narrative? I don't build narratives. I report facts. I'm reporting the facts, and this ad supports the facts every single week. So this should tell you this is real. So you know how it starts off. Let me ask you something personal. How'd you sleep last night? I mean, really, did you wake up at 3 a.m. thinking about bills? Of course you did. Everybody does. At some point, we're thinking about groceries costing twice so much, especially beef prices going crazy from time to time. This is not imaginary. Everything's more expensive. What money you had saved up to 2020 already has lost. Now, the ad wants me to say 22%, but if you follow the economy, you know it's 24% now of its value. It's not opinion. That's facts. Documented economic fact. It's reality. Everything we're seeing, there's no signs it's going to stop. Why? Because it's the government. Yes, all government. Your savings just don't shrink on their own. They're getting robbed slowly and quietly by the hidden tax called inflation. We know it's real. We know it's there. The Constitution was written to protect the fruits of your labor, the right to your property, everything that we work for, but inflation still gets in there and erodes that. Here's another concern most people don't fully understand. Most retirement accounts are 100% tied to the stock market. When it drops, your savings drop. When it panics, your savings is in full panic mode, and there's nothing you can do about it. But is there? There's something you can do. You can defend what you built, diversify your position with gold, physical gold, real tangible gold, the kind that you can hold in your hand, doesn't care about the Dow, doesn't care about Washington, doesn't care about any of that. Augusta Precious Metals, folks. So that's where it's at. Clear leaders in the field. They've been doing this for thousands of Americans, many years. They're AAA, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So they've been protecting families for decades. They'll walk you through everything, 3 easy steps. They'll handle the paperwork. It stays in your 401k, stays in your IRA, no taxes, no penalties. To get the free, that's right, free information gold guide, it's easy. Go to johnsgold.com or text John 35052. No pressure, just clear information. Let me tell you what a customer said, and this is a real customer. Thanks to Augusta, I feel confident. Why does he feel confident about his retirement now? Because he has tangible gold, something that he can do to give him peace of mind. It's in his safe. It's there. It's not changing in value. It's always going to be there. It isn't about gold as a speculative investment. It's about peace of mind, knowing that if everything else fails, I've got something in my safe, tangible gold, the kind that can protect your savings from the very inflation that's eroding it. Augusta Precious Metals, get the free gold guide, no pushy calls, just straightforward information. That's how it works for folks. johnsgold.com or text John 35052. Understand your options, see what Augusta can do for you, make that difference in your life. Okay, we got that out of the way, and it's relevant. Always relevant every time. It's not a sales gimmick, folks. It is the truth. Okay. So moving on. I kind of laid it out a little bit earlier. Got a video clip. I'm going to play it. I'll tell you when we're going to play it, but I want to talk about it a little bit first. So this clip is going to piss you off. It's going to make you really angry, and it should. Now, I'm not bashing Newsmax. I'm not bashing the program. I watched that program. He's a good pundit, good head on his shoulders, speaks a lot of truth. But I got mad when I saw this clip, not just because of the clip, but some of the words in the clip. So let's play it right here.
Dearborn, Michigan yesterday, a city of over 100,000 people, a city that was once largely white, largely Christian, like so much of America. Tonight, it is over 45% Muslim. If it looks frightening or intimidating, it is supposed to. This is also in Rashida Tlaib's district. She is a Muslim member of Congress. If you look, you'll notice not a single American flag. Dearborn, Michigan, home to America's largest mosque, where restaurants and businesses have signs written in Arabic. In Michigan, where meat is banned in public schools. Dearborn, Michigan is lost. It's gone. It's not coming back. A city where the Muslim population isn't interested in assimilation or the American dream. They're not. They are interested in taking over, and they have.
Okay, what was said in that clip that we've lost Dearborn, Michigan? We haven't lost anything. 45%? Well, that's not 50%. That's not 60%. This is the United States of America. We don't lose. Are we in a battle with radical Islam and these Muslims taking over everything? Well, we are. Can we win? Yes, we can win. We're not going to just admit defeat and go down without a fight. Like I said, we're not France. Come on, people. We're on the edge of 4th of July. We're celebrating 250 years as a sovereign nation that kicked ass of the largest superpower of their time, being England. And we can do it again. We don't have to allow the Muslims to win. We don't have to allow China to win. What is this defeatist attitude? I just don't get it. I mean, I understand it's being taught in schools and anti-American bias and socialism is being pushed in schools. Last week's episode, the Democrats were angry because they're being taken over by the Communist Party and radical Islam. I mean, we called that, and I never thought I'd be on the same sheet of music with some of the crazy lefties, but you hear them saying the same thing. Oh, wait a minute, our party's being taken over. We got to do something. We got to do something right now. Well, you brought that shit on yourself. And do you think the American people are just going to stand by and keep voting communism? We're very tolerant, very busy people. We will be pushed and pushed and pushed into a corner. And then at some point, we call it. No more pushing, get out of the way. And it's going to happen. I believe we're being led down the road of some kind of civil war. Is it kinetic? I don't know. Maybe we get to that point. If you push us far enough, it will be. But there's going to be a point where people go to the voting box and they overwhelm the cheat with a percentage of numbers that just can't be beaten. And they vote in every single conservative from top to bottom. The Supreme Court gets changed. Everything will be far, far to the right. And we will push such measures through that even a lot of far righters wouldn't agree with, just to prove a point, because that's what we do. You push us far enough, we'll go to the extremes. We will close with and destroy the enemy, whether it be with kinetic operations or with political operations. We will put the left in such a hard place that they don't recover for years and years and years. The right has, we've documented this. We've seen it coming. We've been talking about it. We get made fun of. And, someone told me once, and my wife even mentioned this to me, when you're 2 steps ahead, you look like a genius. When you're 3 steps ahead, you're crazy. I've been 3 steps ahead on some of this, and I've been called crazy. I've been called all the names in the world. I've been threatened. But, it was 2 years ago, I posted the candidates for Arizona legislature that were endorsed by the Communist Party. People said, well, they'll take an endorsement from anybody. They're not really communist. Well, bullshit. They are. Told you they were several years ago. You didn't believe me, but yep, I was right. We'll find that. Well, you know what? Let's post that right here. We'll post that picture right here. Those are the ones. Now there are more. There are more of them standing with Stalin, and they get elected to the Arizona State House and the Senate. But back then, he's a crazy right-wing nut job. There's no way this is true. Oh, hell, that's not happening. Well, it happened. They're in. You see the policy they push. I was right all along. So if you don't like it, too bad. I was right. They were wrong. And now a lot of the quote, mainstream Democrats, the Kennedy Democrats, are like, what's going on here? we're electing communists. We're getting rid of our moderates. Well, they were never moderate to begin with, but we're getting rid of our moderates and we're putting in Democrat socialists. Well, they're just communists. Well, you're 100% right. They're just communists, but you did it to yourselves. Okay. Supreme Court ruling, birthright citizenship. We know those two would flip. We never expected to win this. I know there's a backup plan, but let me just end this clip with this, in this portion with this. The original wording from the drafter of the 14th Amendment, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. That part was left out. John Roberts, sneaky little bastard, left that out. And the state wherein they reside. So if you're a tourist, if you're a Chinese spy coming here to pop out a kid and fly home, you're not a resident of that state. Therefore, you are not under the jurisdiction of the United States of America. It's pretty simple. I'm not a lawyer, but I can read the plain language written that John Roberts seemed to omit in his decision. Now, it was picked up by, others, but yeah, it's a setback. We knew it wasn't going to fly. Trump did the best he could, but can it be changed? Yeah. Are we just going to give up on this issue and allow spies to come over here, pop out kids that could later run for office? Absolutely not. For me, I would close the borders to anybody. If you're 6 months or more pregnant, you ain't coming. No visa for you. Stay home, have your kid, then come in. That's how I'd handle it. I'd close the borders down because the executive branch has that power. That's just me. What are we going to do? So with all that, I'm going to end it this week on this. True American patriots do not give up. We don't just acquiesce to the ideological powers of the left. We don't quit. We don't say, well, China won. They might win a battle here and there. The lefties win a battle here and there, but they are not going to win this war. We are going to maintain the United States of America as a sovereign nation and a representative republic, not a 51% democracy like the left wants. We're going to win this all the way through and through. Do not give up. Don't fall prey to the false narratives and the lefty narratives that they push. Don't vote for any Democrats, any communists. Don't vote for a Democrat at all. Even if you're a Democrat, send them a message that you don't want to be involved with the Communist Party. That'll teach them a lesson. Then they'll start kicking those folks out. They'll have to be a third party. They'll have to run as, quote, Democrat socialist. Everyone that thinks I'm wrong on this, just listen to the leader of the Democrat Socialist Party. He says they are using the Democrats as a platform to get their candidates in office. You know what? We ought to show that video right here. Matter of fact, we will. Let's show it right now. We'll pull that video in. Didn't have that one planned, but we're going to stick it in there. So you see the words. Listen to the words. See him say it.
Our candidates run as Democrats. We're on the Democratic Party ballot line. We contest the primaries. And when they're in the legislature, they're part of the Democratic Party caucus. But we don't agree with the way the Democratic Party establishment organizes or runs its party apparatus. And so we try to build independence by focusing on volunteer-led movement. We think that everyone should be able to be trained and to become someone who can participate in the political process. And we don't really think that Democratic Party campaigns in the establishment are run that way. And I think you really see that difference in the races like we're having tonight. And I think in terms of the agenda, there's a problem in the Democratic Party where they are funded by billionaire donors, and at the same time, they're trying to represent the working class. And in our opinion, you have to choose between the billionaire class and the working class. It's just impossible to satisfy all of them.
There it is, folks. Democrats were taken over. You brought it on yourself. I can't understand why anyone, especially coming up in this election after our 250th anniversary, would vote for a Democrat for any office. It all starts at school board, folks. That's where it begins. You get these radical lefties hiring a radical lefty superintendent, pushing communist and socialist theory, anti-U.S. bias, and you train a whole generation to appreciate socialism, something that has killed more people than anything else on this planet, to include disease, famine, war. Socialism has killed more people than anything on this planet, and now you got Democrats voting for it. So with that, patriots, stay strong, don't give up, train like they hate you, because they do. That's the reason I say it every week. They do hate us, but we're going to win. Don't give up. That American fighting spirit is there. We're going to kick their asses out. Until then, we'll see you next week.
About a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of it, is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
They're going to try to change the law to end birthright citizenship.
I hate to call it birthright citizenship. It's fundamentally a loophole that now exists in our immigration system that rewards illegal aliens just because they have a baby in the United States. There are a number of things that we're already looking at in the administration, Laura, to try to close down that loophole.
So he's calling it a loophole, and this is how many people, we've got a graphic to show how many people benefit from it every year. 260,000 babies every year are given automatic U.S. citizenship who have parents that are not citizens or lawful permanent residents. When it goes to the birth tourism citizens, that is 20 to 26,000 per year. Justice Samuel Alito, who is not retiring despite an erroneous NPR report yesterday that he was, says this is one of the most important decisions in the history of the court, and in my judgment, the court has made a serious mistake. It was a much better day for the Trump platform regarding trans athletes. The president
its name on the ballot because he didn't even know I wasn't his congressman. That's how much they've bamboozled the people here in Kentucky. They used artificial intelligence to create a video, lifelike video, that showed me checking into a hotel room with AOC and Ilhan Omar and holding hands with them. It was actually very effective on the boomers. But here's the thing, Kristen, that's only going to work for a little bit longer. The boomers are going to, leave this country to the Gen X and the Gen Z and the Gen Y and the millennials, and those folks are the ones that I won overwhelmingly. That makes me really hopeful for this country. They don't get fooled by artificial intelligence, and they check the news. They get news sources like from podcasts and other sources. So they won this race by fooling my voters and expanding the base of people who vote to the uninformed voters. But look, I got 45% of the vote.
play a game. Who did real journalism when it mattered? Let's start with her, the now editor-in-chief at The Federalist. She said on September 23rd, 2020, there's no downside to Trump nominating Amy Coney Barrett. Thrilling journalism. No downside? None? Really? My journalism 2 days before, finding an article showing that Amy Coney Barrett was actually pro-lockdown. So there is one downside, that Trump during lockdowns is nominating a pro-lockdown judge. Not just a downside, potentially one of the worst downsides in modern history. So I wrote, Amy Coney Barrett supported the Orwellian lockdowns. Is President Trump about to set America up for failure? So you're telling me I could find that independently? I'm the CEO of my own company. I don't have some sort of massive team, and I figured that out by myself, but Molly couldn't figure that out, and she said that there's no downside. Predictably, like most dunces on the right, now Molly's panicking because Amy Coney Barrett today again sided with liberal judges, this time on birthright citizenship, and she's really like, wow, this is really bad. Yeah, if only our side could actually do their job when it actually mattered and tell people the truth instead of pushing mouth-drooling propaganda slop that has brainwashed an entire generation so badly that literally their brains are currently broken, and old school media has pushed these people past the point of no return. So if you wonder why I talk about the right more than the left, this is why. Here's somebody that's like, the left, the left, the left, who pushes like sub 50 IQ brain rot slop, admitting that he worked for the Pentagon.
Yes, my official title was actually senior strategic consultant to the Department of War, but whatever. Who cares? Whatever. But before that, everybody knows this. I left the show for 6-7 months to go into the administration.
Completely abandoned me.
The Pentagon. All right.
And here I was just thinking these people were just super, super stupid. Silly me. Let me know if you like this game.
We're seeing our arrest numbers come up. We're seeing our deportation numbers continue to increase. Right now, we're deporting on average over 3,000 individuals. Actually, the average has been for several weeks now, over 3,200 individuals a day. 70% of those individuals we're deporting have outstanding criminal charges on them, or they've already been charged with a felony. 70% of those individuals. 70% of the individuals that are men and women throughout DHS arrest, be it ICE, CBP, or one of our other components, 70% of those individuals have pending felony charges or are current felons that shouldn't be on our streets. So when we go after the worst of the worst, which is exactly what we're doing, we're saving lives. This is a statistic I like to put out, but 50% of the individuals killed in Fairfax County, Virginia, are killed at the hand of an illegal.
Hey, how's them peace deal talks going? Well, they're looking mighty peaceful, thanks to Trump's deal making. And for that matter, what's the newest term of the peace deal? Well, U.S.-Iran talks scheduled for this week in Switzerland have been canceled due to renewed fighting. And we're all grateful this war is over, as we're told. Coming up tonight, you'll hear about all the latest surprises and how the U.S. and Iran are celebrating the peace deal by bombing each other, including very peaceful nuclear threats and how North Korea has entered the chat on that with nuclear threats to get in on all the peace.
Why was he killed?
He was killed because his words made a difference. Because he was showing people the light. And he was killed by the dark.
Thank you, sir.
Wednesday night, and we are live. Hope everybody's doing good. As always, be blessed in the mighty name of Jesus. Let me say to everybody in the chat, Jules 21 Hours is on. Skunk 71 is on. General Plowman is on. Big Scott 1 is on. Robin Aroni is on. Agravane is on. JD Joy is on. Bagel Boy is on. Sean Czar is on. Big Scott 1 is on. Conservative Warrior is on. Danow 59 is on. Let me see. Deb Pal 50 is on. Arcadia Angel is on. Granite 24. 68 is on. Mike Griffith is on. Skunk 71 is on. Captain Cliff is on. Jules 21 Hours is on. Sunwoo 45 is on. Linesmanson is on. California 1960 is on. USA Abby Girl is on. Jim Brody is on. Big Scott 1 is on. Scrolling down. Keeper 1376 is on. Graffiti Bug is on. Andre K 24 is on. Scrolling down. If I say your guy's name twice, it's because I can't remember whether I did or not. So just enjoy it. It's on twice. All right, let me go. Mark 1069 is on. Uncle Wally is on. The great T1AU is on. Let me see here. Scrolling down. K4 VMS is on. Let me see here. Conservative Waffle is on. Scrolling down. Let me grab a couple more here that I haven't seen yet. Lisa Kinzer's on. Patrina C is on. Let me scroll all the way to the bottom. Let me see. Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. Let me see who I haven't got yet. Lou Ann 5 is on. Scott-a-lot is on. Let me grab one more if I can find one more. Let me see here that I haven't seen yet. Scrolling down. Actually, scrolling up right now. Let me see here. Anybody scrolling all the way to the bottom? Oh, there we go. Jeannie Malfeasy is on. All right, love you guys. Appreciate each and every one of you. Now, just real quick, from the pregame, when you had DH Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen says that daily illegal deportation numbers have increased over 3,200 per day. That sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds great. I mean, remember now, what we were promised was that we were going to eradicate basically all that Joe Biden did, right, as far as illegal immigrants, which nobody knows the true numbers. It all depends on who you're reading, but it's 15 to 30 million that he allowed in only 4 years. 15,000 a day at the height. So think about that. At the height for years is 15,000 a day, and we are deporting 3,000 a day. So just think about that. And it just got to that level. So what's been going on? Let me try to figure it out. So what's been going on since Charlie Kirk was executed? What's been going on? Nothing. Then of course we have the Iran war, which now is basically back in full swing. Not a whole lot of news on it. Not a whole lot of reporting on it. Nobody's really talking about it. I'm wondering where all the sycophants are now. Nobody's talking about the greatness, the peacemaker, the peace deal guy, the deal maker, all that stuff. Nobody's talking about that anymore. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Because the peace talks have been canceled as of yesterday, the day before, for the week. And that allegedly, remember, this was a peace deal. That's basically gone. So the reason why we've had no deportations, can't exactly say why. It doesn't help that we're now in a new war that we were promised would never happen. But anyway, so 3,200 per day sounds great. But basically that's 1.1 million per year. Now that just started, as Mark Wayne Mullen said, a few weeks ago. So basically that's half a year worth of basically doing nothing. So at most what we'll get for the year is around 500,000. That's at the most for the year. So all the expectations, no wall, border is ostensibly closed though. Great job on that with Trump. Great job with even limiting legal immigration. Great job on closing the border. Horrible job on deportations. Horrible job on the economy. Horrible job with no new wars. Horrible job with inflation. Horrible job with the debt. That's just the facts. Horrible job with the big, beautiful bill. $3 trillion added in debt. When he took over, it was $36 trillion. We're now at $39 trillion. Those are just facts. I don't like that, Tom, because you're speaking against my candidate. If the facts speak against your candidate, then your candidate is wrong. How hard is that? It's just like if the Bible speaks against your Christianity is wrong. It's not hard. None of this is hard. If the truth speaks against your candidate or against your politics, then your politics are a lie and your politician is a lie. And it's now starting to percolate. I actually did a little bit, tried to look forward a little bit today. I really don't want to do it. To be honest with you, I will do it, but I really don't want to do it. Starting to percolate, starting to come out on Alex Jones now, how much Don Jr. and Eric Trump are making off of this administration. It is not good, folks. It's bad. Everybody's very upset about Hunter Biden, and rightfully so, being on the board of Burisma, selling his art for $500,000 a pop. And rightfully so. But what if your politician and my politician, I voted for Trump 3 times. If our politician is doing the same things, is it now right that he's doing wrong things? Called it wrong when Biden did it. Is it right now when Trump is doing it? Same thing with the war. And this war is an abomination. I mean, look at how horrible it's going. Really, really bad. Go to the first reform. This is all because of the war. We're having, why does the president have to come out and do an emergency declaration? So declaration of emergency and authorization for temporary duty-free importation of phosphate fertilizer from Morocco. Why is that happening? Because the fertilizer's been stopped up in the strait. There's nothing going through the strait. Oh, yes, there is. People say, actually look at the charts. I mean, look at the graphs. There's over 100, between 100 and 150 ships per day. Last I looked, it was 30. So you don't have fertilizer going through the strait. Not much of our fuel goes through the strait, but a lot of our fertilizer does. And now Trump is having to remove the duties off of it so we can directly import it. The war is not going well. Send this to all the people like Sean Farish, Gunther Eagleman, Eric Doherty, Cat Turd, the Trumps, and everybody else who says this war is going swimmingly well on day 125 of the 4-day war. And we're bombing each other again, but don't worry, they've been classified as defensive bombings. And Israel has refused to remove themselves from Lebanon. So, I mean, it's not going well, and now we're having to actually protect our food source because of a war 7,000 miles away against an opponent, an enemy that nobody gives a crap about. Bannon read over the survey. He read over the poll. Concerns for Iran didn't even reach the top 100 for most Americans, basically for no Americans. And just admit it, if you love this war, and please forward this to people who do, just admit it that, you know what, the war is not going well. How's the capture of the enriched uranium going? How's that going? I'm just curious. Let me see. How is the regime change going? How's that going? How is Israel no longer bombing Lebanon going? How's that going? Not well. They just unleashed a bomb that people thought was nuclear in southern Lebanon. They were doing it. I think it was Victor Boot on Alex Jones was doing, it was Douglas McGregor on the Redacted podcast. And they were trying to disseminate what exactly this bomb was that went off, because people thought it was nuclear. And McGregor said, basically, it looks like the equivalent to our Bunker Buster mega bomb. And now they're dropping that on Lebanon. It's not going well. I mean, again, we did the court rulings yesterday. Some went well, some didn't. But overall, things are not going great, folks. So let's go worldly cabal. I've got to rush through some stuff because I've got to get to my Democrat portion of the show tonight because it's absolutely hysterical. The Democrats are now electing communists all around America, everywhere. And again, so just because I'm against certain things that Trump does certainly doesn't make me a Democrat. Just like I'm against things that Israel does certainly doesn't make me in favor of the mullahs of Iran. There you go. I mean, it doesn't make me in favor of Hamas, although Israel created Hamas. But again, not the deep dive right now. But anyway, all right. So let's go here. Publius tweet. Just going global cabal here, proving that everything's a lie. Everything's a lie. There's no white hats. There's no black hats. There's spirit of God and spirit of the devil. That's it. And everybody's on one side or the other. And there's no neutrality. You think that there is because you think that conservatives would be on the side of the spirit of God. They're not. Just because you're a conservative doesn't make you on the side of God. Because as we've seen, conservatives lie to bolster right-wing politicians. They will lie. They'll lie in debates to prove a point that doesn't exist. That's how it is. I mean, they will lie to support an agenda. I mean, how are you conservative when you pass an omnibus spending package like the Big Beautiful Bill that adds $1.7 trillion to our debt? How exactly are you conservative? But then they'll lie and say that they are. And this is an example of that. John Roberts right here. Roberts corruption exposed, Justice John Roberts. So we're wondering how it is that we lost the birthright citizenship vote yesterday. 6-3. Kavanaugh Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett voted to keep birthright citizenship. And that's a total misnomer anyway. What was birthright citizenship, 14th Amendment? What was it all about? Giving rights to babies of slaves. That's it. Born in America, subject to the jurisdiction they're in. That was all that it was. Not people illegally entering the country who are not subject to the jurisdiction they're in, plopping out a kid and then claiming citizenship for the kid. Not to mention, birth tourism out of China, 1.5 million Chinese that have come here, had babies, and brought them back to China and are voting in our elections. And an idiot like John Roberts, why would he vote for this? Why would he vote for it? Because he's not an American. He's not a conservative. I meant it. He's not an American. He does not look at America as a sovereign nation. He looks at it as a globalist state that he wants governed out of Davos under Larry Fink. All right, Roberts' corruption exposed. Justice John Roberts spent a week at left-wing activist Norm Eisen's 150-room Prague Palace, where they worked on American and European rule of law issues while Roberts was Chief Justice and while Eisen was Obama's ambassador. How's he conservative? How's he conservative? And he was Chief Justice meeting with a private attorney, Norm Eisen, who basically files every lawsuit that's ever been filed against the Trump administration. Like, Tom, you seem like you're anti-Trump. I'm not anti-Trump. I'm anti people who are doing things that are not conservative. I am anti-leftism. I am anti-non-conservatism. When Trump does stupid, leftist, anti-conservative things, I say it. Just like I did when Trump imposed masks, when Trump imposed 60 days to flatten the curve, which was off of his original 15 days to flatten the curve, when Trump pushed Operation Warp Speed, when Trump adds $3 trillion worth of debt to our national debt. That's not conservatism. That's not Christianity. So I will speak out against it. It doesn't make it Christ-like when Trump does things antithetical to Christ, just because Trump does it. And here you have a quintessential fake conservative plant. You cannot be conservative and be meeting with Norm Eisen to discuss American and European rule of law issues with a devout communist, leftist, baby butchering moron. That's who John Roberts is. You're wondering why it is that we lose votes in the Supreme Court that we allegedly own 6-3. It's because Coney is a fraud. Justice Roberts is a fraud. Brett Kavanaugh, most of the time, is a fraud. Go to the next one for me. Another Publius tweet. Corrupt Chief Justice exposed John Roberts' wife, Jane. Oh, Aaron, just $10 million.
Oh.
Made $10 million in commissions from big law firms arguing before John Roberts.
Oh, my gosh.
And Roberts listed it as a salary to hide it. He put it down as a salary. It's not a salary. It's a per diem. It's her being paid. It's not a salary. She's a private contractor. He never recused from 500 plus cases when he had a huge financial and family conflict. 500 cases, folks. That's how corrupt it is. That's Elena Kagan laughing underneath him, because he's just as leftist as she is. Tom, make that make sense. If you watch this podcast, you already know what I'm about to say. He just puts on the veneer of conservatism to get on the court. And eventually, yes, he'll have to vote for some conservative things to maintain that veneer. But overall, leftist. Kavanaugh, leftist. Amy Coney Barrett, leftist. All right, here's this from MJ Truth Ultra. I'm just reading this one, guys. Nothing's up next. Yeah, there you go. Just leave that on the bullpen. More details are emerging about Justice Amy Coney Barrett's book deal. Why does she have a book deal? How in the world can you operate as a Chief Justice with a book deal? All right, and what I mean by that is, listen, there comes a time, I'm all for private enterprise and doing all those things. Okay, but when you're going to have to literally be impartial, you can't be donating to political parties and getting multi-million-dollar book deals. Here's why. On May 4th, 2026, I mean, again, a month and a half ago, Barrett spoke at the George W. Bush, of course, Presidential Center in Dallas, about her book, Listening to the Law. That's the name of it. Reflections on the Court and Constitution. The event was moderated by Bush Center President and CEO Shiloh Brooks. Her 2021 book deal, reported as a $2 million advance, there can't be any corruption. We deal with millions. I mean, come on. Was handled by the literary agency Javelin. The same agency also represented James Comey for his book, A High Loyalty. It is all a giant symbiote. It is all a giant circle bleep symbiote of a bunch of people and they will all say, there's no conflicts of interest. We're just all in the law community with one another. I don't affect their opinions. They don't affect my opinion. Oh, $2 million doesn't affect your opinion? Yeah, right. Javelin was co-founded by Matt. That's the publisher for Amy Coney Barrett's book. Javelin was co-founded by Matt Latimer, former Bush speechwriter, and Keith Urban, who served as Donald Rumsfeld's chief of staff for several years after Rumsfeld left office. Matt Lattimore and Keith Urban are not Trump allies. They come from pre-Trump neocon Republican circles, both openly critical of Trump. Not to mention Amy Coney Barrett's father. And you're like, Tom, you should like that because they're anti-Trump. No, I'm not anti-Trump. I'm anti-conservative. If you are Donald Rumsfeld, you're not conservative, so I'm anti-Rumsfeld. I'm anti-George W. Bush, all these people. Just because people call themselves conservatives, they're not conservative. Hardly anybody is genuinely conservative. 296 people that are watching this show right now, me, you, Aaron, and Joe, we're conservative. Yep. We know that. Our wives and Joe's girlfriend, they're conservative. But all these people from D.C., not so. Not to mention Amy Coney Barrett's father, Michael Coney, worked for 29 years as an attorney for Shell Oil, focusing on legal matters involving Gulf of Mexico offshore drilling. He was also active for over 2 decades in the American Petroleum Institute's Exploration and Production Law Subcommittee. Given these documented connections, a multi-million-dollar book deal brokered by agents who have been openly critical of President Trump. She hates Donald Trump, even though he got her in there. Again, I said I got the years all screwed up last night, but it was 2020 when she came in. He was the last one that McConnell squeezed in right before. But the only reason why McConnell cooperated to get her through the Senate was because he was her selection. Why? So she can be a part of running the Supreme Court of the United States, and i.e. the rest of the world, because really right now in America is Rome right now, is running the world for all intents and purposes. But you can denigrate the United States of America. You can downgrade the United States of America via the Supreme Court. That's what they want. So that we come into line as a globalist state and are ruled out of Davos, ruled out of London, whatever place you want to choose. That's who these people genuinely are. They're not conservatives. They're not Christian. They're not Bible believers. They're just not. It is a giant consortium of people, left and right. And the people who are on the right are not right-wingers. They put on a facade as right-wingers, so they get elected and appointed as right-wingers, then rule as left-wingers. That's what they do. You're like, but occasionally, Amy Coney Barrett votes correctly. Again, only to maintenance the veneer. And here's the thing. All these people, this is what's so sad about Trump. She comes from the anti-Trump McConnell orbit. None of them are conservative. So you're like, well, then Trump would have to be conservative. He was. And then he decided to be like them. Why? I don't know. Aaron, tell me. I don't know. You can't tell. I don't know why. Why would you go with? Because part of the reason why is his sons, Eric and Don Jr., are making billions. That's just the way that it is. People don't like to hear it. They don't like anybody jumping off the Trump train or whatever it is. I've been off the Trump train. I was kicked off the Trump train in July of 2025. I was told, in July of whatever it was, 2025, around the first Iranian attack, the Epstein files, that my support was no longer welcome. No problem at all. I'm not a political stalker. People don't want me around. I don't go around. I can sense when I'm not welcome. And you know what? I can sense it. You know what I do? I don't go in. I'm not welcome. I don't go in. That's just the way that is. All right, here we go. So let's go to the next thing. So worldwide cabal here. Back to flock cameras. Matt Van Swal video. What on earth over 100 flock cameras? See, would you like Amy Coney Barrett to be ruling on things like, flock cameras, on ruling on evidence from flock cameras? I wouldn't. She's a globalist, leftist, bourgeois elitist. What on earth over 100 flock cameras that were set to go dark at the end of June, after city council voted to shut them down, have bizarrely just remained on, and the police are still using them. Play for me.
Flock contract ended, but if you thought the cameras went dark, they didn't. They're not off.
Correct. They're still operational, at minimum until July 15th, when City Council is set to meet again to discuss how they want to proceed.
So what does that mean?
Essentially, they're operable. We're still able to use them should we need them to keep the public safe.
Last Friday, Cleveland City Council President Blaine Griffin sent this memo to Safety Committee Chair Mike Polensek to schedule a second hearing for a, quote, more thorough review and discussion.
It's ridiculous and it's incredibly disappointing.
Community activist Bryn Adams with Flock No says the city should instead invest in root causes of crime.
I think if the police department comes back with some cherry-picked anecdotal evidence about specific cases they've closed, that will still not be compelling to me because it's still not making the city safer.
I think it's always a challenge because if law enforcement is telling you that this is a valuable tool and it's providing value to us, then you're reluctant to let it go away.
CSU law professor Jonathan Whitmer-Rich says figuring out what reduces crime is very complicated.
To say that this technology, hasn't been proven to do that yet, well, it's hard to prove exactly what is, reducing crime. And I think council needs to look seriously at what the data shows, how this is being used, but I wouldn't rule it out of hand as having, no benefit.
Police pointed to its technology, including the license plate readers, for an arrest here on Clark Avenue of the guy accused of shooting two people with a blow dart.
I think it's PR spin. I think, we know that in other places in the country, Flock has invested heavily in crisis management.
In their own news release, police said one of the victims knew the suspect. So did the cameras really make a difference in catching the guy a day later? Police say yes, as one of several tech tools.
Yeah, we could have definitely gone old school. And old school means it could have taken us weeks. So we could have had a suspect out there for weeks.
For when they shall say peace and safety. And there you are. Here it is again. So here's the thing. You have the officials saying, well, nobody can really determine their benefit. Well, here it is. On June 17th, the City Council Safety Committee voted to end the contract because when they asked police to prove these cameras actually reduce crime, the police could only point to 3 cases that led to convictions in Cleveland. In Cleveland, Ohio. Folks, it is again just a way to turn us in. If you need an example, if you need to actually look at where this is going, go to an account on Twitter called Song Ping Guang, something along those. You put Song Ping in there, it'll come up. And they basically all they do is illustrate what's going on in China, where there is Flock cameras or Flock-esque cameras everywhere, and they don't solve crime. They don't do anything. They basically, again, what this is all about is leveraging you into a one world commerce system with a singular access point to all commerce, right out of the book of Revelation, chapter 13, 16, 17, and 18. That's all that it is. Leverage you into that one world commerce system with a singular access point controlled by them. Everything becoming the internet, everything being filmed. The only way for you to pay for anything is via a digital ID. That's all this is all about, and building massive data centers so that those who are already multi-billionaires, who are only multi-billionaires because they were given government stipends. And that's all that this is about. It's not got anything to do with solving crime. How many of us are, I'd be willing, again, this is the example, this is what I said last night. You can, we're going to increase parking citations and speeding tickets. No, thank you anyway. That doesn't solve any crime. But here's the thing. You may have some sort of pseudo reduction in street crime, which, by the way, is not the case. I'm just trying to make a cogent argument here. You may have some sort of pseudo reduction in street crime as you usher in totalitarianism, which is a giant crime, which ends up executing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people, as we've seen throughout the years. Peace and safety, yeah, there's no robberies going on, but they're executing their political opponents. That's what happens every single time. All right, go to the next one. Donald Trump. Speaking of that, Donald J. Trump, True Social Post. And this is the greatness of Trump. And a lot of it's the good birthright, challenging birthright, greatness of Trump. Him and J.D. Vance coming up with a plan to actually overrule the Supreme Court when it comes to birthright and what they're doing, and amping up deportations of pregnant women and women that are in the birthing age, getting them the heck out of this country. That's the greatness of Trump. I'm not going to short sell the greatness of Trump either. Numerous European countries have been discussing the imminent implementation of a digital services tax on American companies. Some of these countries are close to actually doing this. Please let this statement serve to represent that any country that imposes a tax will immediately be met with a 100% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America. This tariff will supersede trade deals made with the country, whether implemented, signed, or not. Additionally, the 100% tariff will be immediately imposed if they proceed. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So that, again, they're trying to put a tax on digital services. They're trying to censor speech coming out of the European Union, trying to go after Elon Musk and fine him for what's going on Twitter, all those different things. Again, that's just leveraging people into one world commerce system. You can only say, imagine if your only way to communicate was online, but you're only allowed online by your rulers. So it's your only way to communicate, your only way to order anything, your only way to buy, sell, trade, or travel is to go online, and you are kept offline. That's what they're trying to do. Then they can leverage your behavior. You will move into a 15-minute city. Right down the road here from where I'm sitting right now, 13,000 South Tamiami Trail, Foundation Church. You go down here, you take a left. And there's like this little community back there. And the houses are about double wide of this desk. That's about how big they are. I'm barely exaggerating. And they jam I'm telling you, they're the size really of your kitchen, the width of your kitchen. And then it runs, the length of the house. And it's all just one. It literally is a triangle. It literally is a rectangle. That's all it is. There is no it's literally basically an RV that's not an RV. And they built all these houses, and literally I can't show you on screen, but they're arm's length apart. And they jam them all into this, and they put a pool in the middle, and it's basically the only affordable housing that there is. And they will be controlled on smart thermostats. You saw Mamdani today, in case I don't get to it, Mamdani today telling every business to raise their air conditioning to 78 degrees. This is the point of everything that you see. It's the Bible, folks. What is it? It's the Bible. It's Republican. No, it's not Republican, Democrat. It's not left versus right. The right, true conservatism is politically correct. That is the right thing to do. All right. But what is called the right versus left is not what it's about, because the right is fake. Just like our capitalistic system is fake. We're not capitalistic. We're crony capitalistic. We're actually socialized. All right, go to the next one for me. I don't even know where I am. Thomas Massey tweet. We just needed 12 more to vote no to stop this Trojan horse bill, because it takes two-thirds to pass under a suspension of the rules. Too many were afraid to vote against the Kids Act. See, that's what they do. They call it the Puppies Act. The Kids Act. It's the Kids Act title. Or didn't know what the bill will really do, or just want government to have total control. It's just like the anomaly video that I showed in the pregame, and he's sick of it the same way that I am. You know what? I understand when Mamdani is implementing his communism. I can't stand that, but that's what they all voted for up there. Enjoy, you bunch of idiots. What really bothers me is moronic right-wingers. That's really what, Israel, good. And what are you talking? I mean, you're just a moron. What basis do you have that says that Israel good? Or even, everything American does is good. And you say that it's not, you're anti-America, MAGA. No, you're low IQ. Somebody purposely choosing to be low IQ. It's the same thing here. All the Republicans voted for the Kids Act. Why? Because it has kids in front of it. Because allegedly it'll keep kids off of porn on the internet. Only problem is now everybody has to verify they're not a kid. So is it a Kids Act or is it an Everybody Act? And would everybody vote for it if it was an Everybody Act? So now you're like, well, what's wrong with identifying yourself? Do you want to be identified everywhere you go? Do you? Do you want to be identified every second of every day, everywhere you go, via flock cameras, via digital IDs? Do you want to be? I mean, you know what? I don't want everybody to know all of my information, because what happens here is what happens to all this information. You now have to prove who you are to go onto the internet, all right? Or to prove who you are to go onto various sites that could. There's all kinds of language here about what this is, but it's all written very vague. Like, it's basically to keep kids from indecent content. Well, what the heck is indecent content?
Mm-hmm.
If you were to say, okay, we are going to attach some sort of ID requirement to Israel's Pornhub and Israel's OnlyFans, facts, by the way, and that people can't get on there without an ID. Well, you can't get into a strip club with an ID either. So without an ID. So I agree. I would agree with that. Go ahead. If you can strictly keep it to porn, actual porn sites. But what is indecent? Well, indecent to a Democrat is a Republican. And that's what happens. It's all written very vague, and all the Republicans vote for it because the word kids is in it. And I'm like, sometimes I listen to what Christians believe. I'm like, do you ever read the Bible? Do you ever read the Jesus, the Word of God? Do you actually ever read it? You have no idea what you're talking about. You sound ridiculous. And same thing with all those Republicans. What are you talking about? So now it's not the Kids Act. The kid's not going to be able to go on there. It's going to be everybody having to prove who they are everywhere they go. And again, once you have to prove to get on, then they can control who gets on. And eventually when the system is everything's online, and everything is controlled by a data center, even that isn't online, but it's controlled by a data center. And the same ID that gets you on the internet is the same one that fuels up your car while there's still gas available. And while in your ATM card, while cash is still available, with those same cards, those same IDs will keep you out of everything or keep you in everything. And if there's a card or, and it's all technology, it's all basically quantum dot tattoo sort of technology. And if that can that gets you in, then somebody can turn it off and keep you out. But because they name it the Kids Act, everybody votes for it. That's how stupid these people are. Tom, you're a pastor. You shouldn't be calling people stupid. You know what stupid people need to hear? I'm telling you right now, this is what stupid people need to hear. You're stupid. They do. To your face. You're a stupid person. And they are. All these idiots up there, all of them, may have been my own representatives. I don't know. Stupid human beings. Stupid people voting for this. Oh, it's good because it keeps kids off of porn sites. Whose job is it to keep a kid off a porn site? That would be my job as a parent, not the government's job. That's my job as a parent. You know how you keep kids off of porn sites? They don't have a computer in their room. They don't have a smartphone in their room. That's it. Tom, you can't do that. Yeah, everybody told me I couldn't do that until I did it. Everybody, all the Christians around me told me that I would never be able to keep my kids from dating until they're 18. You know what I did? I kept them from dating until they're 18. They didn't even want to date until they're 18. You know why? Because they had Christianity installed in them throughout the years. All right? You know why? Why my kids weren't looking at porn? Because they didn't have the devices to look at porn. That's how it works. Nobody, all the Christians told me you're not going to be able to keep your kids from driving until they're 18. You know what I did? I kept them from driving until they're 18. That's what I did. You know why? Because it's my job to do it. It's not the 535 complete immoral morons on Capitol Hill. Well, Tom, if you don't like it, do something about it. Well, again, it's very limited what one person can do. But Tucker Carlson's talking about starting a third party. Okay, and do I 100% believe in Tucker Carlson? No, he's a big J.D. Vance guy. And Alex Karp from Palantir just came out and said he's the greatest advocate of Israel on the planet. And Palantir created J.D. Vance. It's like you can't find home. You can't find a home,
Yeah.
you know? All right, go to the next one for me. So here is the Democratic Party. Pramila Jayapal, socialism is good. Play it for me.
They use the word social democrat because it sounds so nice, but it's really communism you're talking about.
I mean, he is ridiculous, but the reason he's using communism is because he knows socialism is really popular. So he's trying to turn this into communism when he knows that the ideas that social democrats are running on, that progressives are running on, universal health care, universal child care, making sure that people get paid higher wages, those are incredibly popular. So he's trying to attach an ideology to it, a label that isn't correct.
So you're like, well, what do you do now, Tom? Well, you remember, I need to write a book, 2 piles of feces. That needs to be in the name of the book. 2 piles of poop. When you have the Republican Party, which is a festering pile of feces, and the Democratic Party, which is a bigger festering pile of feces, you don't have to go into either one. Tom, you're a registered Republican. I know. I know. But the thing is now I speak against Republicans too. All right. So the Republicans are doing things that aren't conservative. I'm speaking about it. So you don't have to choose either one, Hamas or Israel. None, thank you. Iran or Israel. None, thank you. I don't have to choose. I don't have to do any of those things. Iraq versus Iran. Back in the Saddam Hussein versus the mullahs. Don't have to choose either one. Thank you. I'm out. Thank you very much. But anyway, so there you have the Democrats are now hardcore. I mean, everywhere. They're like undefeated in communist elections. Their communists are being elected. I'm going to get to the I'm looking at my pile here. I'm going to get to the Democratic section of the show tonight. Let me show you who's being elected. But anyway, they're being elected all over the place. Well, you don't like the Republicans. This is the simplistic, myopic thinking that people have. That you don't like what the Republicans are doing, so that makes you anti-conservative. I don't like what the Republicans are doing because they're not being conservative, and that makes me not conservative. Now, here's the thing. I don't have to choose. The Democrats are wretched, and the Republicans are cowards. Which one's worse? I don't know, because it's impossible. If you just look at the debt clock, it's impossible to tell who's running the country, Republican or Democrat, because they do the same things. They spend the same amount of money on some different things, but really the same amount of money. And whenever the Democrat is in the White House, all the Republicans pass Democratic bills with spendings for abortions and transgender surgeries for minors. Go next for me. Thomas Massey tweet. Republicans decrying communist involvement in the Democrat Party just looked the other way when the Trump administration, nationalized ownership of these private companies. Intel 10%, MP Materials 15%, is now owned by the federal government. What is that called? You can call that fascism, or you can call it socialism, or you can call it communism. But when Trump does it, it's not. Anybody want to share that? I would love to hear why, when Trump does it, it's not communism. I'm against it whether Trump does it or not, which makes me a conservative. If you're Sean Ferris or Gunther Eagleman or Cat Turd or Eric Doherty or any of these sycophants, when Trump does communism, it's now patriotism. And it's a capitalistic democracy when Trump does communism. Aaron, can you make that make sense?
No.
U.S. Steel, Golden Share, is owned by the federal government. Trilogy Metals, 10% owned by the federal government. Lithium Americas, 5% owned by the federal government, just like Moderna, and that's what gave us Operation Warp Speed.
Yes.
Great job. Go to the next one. Eric Doherty tweet. Breaking Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, here's how you run a country. Is how we're running the 23 million people inside the state of Florida. Is it perfect? No, but close to it. No, close to it. Breaking, Governor Ron DeSantis has just stunned the nation, sitting down to sign this year's smaller budget than last year for 4 straight years. Now, you look, it's Eric Doherty, right? And I like his account, but he's a Trump sycophant. Trump could literally drop a giant turd on Eric Doherty's face, and if Trump told him that it was chocolate, he'd be licking his whiskers. Same thing with DC Drano.
Yeah.
Same thing with all of them. All right. When a turd comes out of Trump's rectum, what is it? It's still a turd, even if Trump tells you that it's delicious chocolate.
The best chocolate.
The best chocolate. So here you go. Now again, you're like, well, Eric Doherty's supporting him. Well, he's right in supporting him. You cannot have this myopic sort of thought. You can't be like that. You have to be able to look at things in a discerning fashion and say, this is conservatism, this is not. Even if a conservative does something that's not conservative, you need to then call it not conservative. That's what Eric Doherty needs to get down. This good. Trump merging corporatism with governance, fascism, not good. Why is that hard? Why is it hard? Okay, if you have like an annoying friend, how many in this room have an annoying friend? Okay, Aaron's pointing at Joe, and Joe's pointing at Aaron.
No, I do. I was typing.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Joe is publicly saying he has an annoying friend. Okay, we've all at least had an annoying friend. The best thing you can do is don't go, well, since he's my friend, I'm going to tolerate his annoying behavior. That's the worst thing you can freaking do to the guy. The best thing you can do to the guy or girl is say to him, hey, you're annoying. Tom, does that cost you? Has that cost you friendships? I don't know, because I can't remember how many times I've confronted people. I've confronted people a lot. Okay. So, and I'm 25 years of law enforcement. Basically, I've lived a life of confrontation. But I've cost myself, I don't know, thousands of church members because I tell them the truth about themselves.
Yeah.
Tell them the truth according to the word of God. Not from me being some sort of soothsayer, but just telling the truth about themselves. That's what people need to get. But DeSantis, does he do everything good? No, because we passed some sort of age thing for the internet here too. All right, so anyway, Governor Ron DeSantis just stunned the nation sitting down to sign this year's smaller budget than last year for 4 straight freaking years in a booming state. Florida will now have a budget less than half the size of New York, despite being a similar not a similar population, Eric. No, please, okay, not similar. New York has lost 1 million people. They're down to like 18 million. We're 23 million, okay? We have a lot more than they do. All of our elections, everybody knows who's elected by 9 o'clock at night. Nobody has any freaking idea who won New York until 3 weeks later. And that's now been, and now, according with John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett, they're going to continue on doing that exact same thing because the conservatives on the court decided that we are still going to have month-long elections. Isn't that great? But I can't say that because they're conservative. And if I criticize a conservative for not being conservative, I'm no longer conservative. That's the Graham Levin MAGA mindset. That's hard to say. Graham Levin MAGA mindset. All right, so go to the next one for me. Quantum Guard video breaking. You can just side by side this one, guys. Just mute it, Aaron. Breaking Florida legislator, and this is good news for Joey, homeowner in Florida. Sorry, I call him Joey. That's what we all call him that are close to him. Joe, homeowner in Florida. Aaron, homeowner in Florida. Me, homeowner in Florida. That's good news. Breaking Florida legislature formally approves abolishing property taxes for your homesteaded property. So basically, your primary residence. For most primary homeowners statewide. Both chambers resoundingly passed Governor Ron DeSantis' proposal, sending it to voters for approval this November. Needs 60% approval. Come on. How many of you live in Florida? 309 people in the chat. How many of you live in Florida? You better get your butts out. I mean, Tom, are you going to push this from the pulpit? Heck to the yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pushing it from the pulpit. Can you imagine not paying property tax? Aaron, you get to actually own your house.
Wow.
They can't actually take your house away.
Man.
When they make it impossible for you to pay your taxes except via your digital ID that you can't get without 57 vaccinations and without a mark on your forehead or on your right hand, you won't actually lose your house then. Because the only way once you pay off your house for you to ever lose your house if you don't pay the property taxes, and eventually they'll make it impossible for you to pay your property taxes. Eventually, will that happen? Book of Revelation style in our lifetime? I don't know. Causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their forehead, and that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark of the name of the beast and the number of his name. Revelation 13, 16, 17. No one may buy or sell. You cannot pay your property taxes without the mark of the beast. And that will come before. There'll be precursors to the mark of the beast, like biometric IDs, quantum dot tattoo technology, all those different things, where you will have to be a part of the program. Australia being one of those, where don't worry, the biometric ID is optional. It's voluntary, except all businesses now require you to have it.
Yeah.
How's it optional? That was the same thing they were pulling during COVID. So this is really good news. Hopefully, people in Florida are not stupid enough to vote. What they're going to say, they're going to come out with all the fear porn ads. There's not going to be any services. There's not going to be, listen, they're going to raise taxes in other ways. I would rather pay more for the boat, for the car, for gas even. I don't care. I want to own my house. I want to own my house. And the only way for you to ever truly own your house, and by the way, there's no states that there's no property tax. And there might be one state that it goes, maybe it stops after 7 years, maybe, but I'm not even sure on that one. But anyway, so it would be great, wouldn't it? So Floridians, this is what you do. And by the way, you can still move to Florida. It's your homesteaded house, so it's your primary residence. There you go. All right, go to the next one for me. Stephen Moore tweet. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has become one of the strongest fiscal case studies in the country. Population growth has surged alongside Texas since 2020. Florida holds a $18 billion reserve, maintains AAA credit ratings from all major agencies, and has delivered nearly $9.7 billion in tax relief while balancing the budget. Okay, if you can do that here, why can't you do it everywhere? Because people don't want to because they profit off of not doing it. Simple as that. Go to the next one for me. Stephen Moore tweet. The great property tax revolt of 2026 is here. I hope so. Listen, initiate it in your own home state. Well, then we won't have fire services. They'll raise the taxes. We'd rather have a sales tax than own our own house, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? I'll be glad to pay more for my M&Ms. I'll pay more. I'll pay more for the Slurpee. I'll pay more for my Publix fried chicken that I get 3 times a week. I'll pay more. I'll gladly pay more for my canned burgers that I get 3 times a week from Culver's. I mean, twice a week from Culver's. My chicken wings. I'm fine, whatever. I'm fine with it. From Florida to Texas to Indiana, Americans are pushing back as property taxes rise faster and faster. Look at the freaking property taxes, folks. Look at the freaking property taxes. It's ridiculous. Population up 14%. The taxes up 243%. Why? So they, again, and I don't mean to be, it's not conspiratorial because it's all true. All this is about is collecting your money, both Republicans and Democrats, who then disseminate it to NGOs and to law firms that then circulate it back to the very politician that gave the money to the NGO. That's it, folks. That really is. It's overly simplistic because I'm not even getting into their insider trading over the entities, the parts of the economy that they regulate. I'm not even getting into that right now. But it really is that way. It really is. All that it is these people collecting your money so that they can enrich themselves, their families, their friends, their party, and everybody but you. Republicans and Democrats. Look at how rich they all freaking are. You look at Ro freaking Kano. You look at that guy. Comes in with his wife's money's worth $30 million. None of his own, but his wife's worth $30 million. Now he's worth $300 million. He's been in office for 7 years. He makes 5, 6, 7,000 trades a year, but it's a blind trust. But somehow every single one of his blind trust transactions are all over the parts of the government economy that he regulates, that he votes on, that he's on the committees for, that he insider trades on months before anybody else can make a trade on the decisions that they make. You know, they decide to regulate or pull regulations off. Well, nobody knows about that, but they do, and they make all their stock trades based on those regulations or non-regulations, or where the government's going to spend money. All right, where am I? Oh, Matt Van Swell video. So this is all cabal stuff, all cabal. Well, one of the great cabals is lawlessness. That's actually what the Antichrist is called, a man of lawlessness. The lawless one will be revealed. Matt Van Swell, 2 Matt Van Swell videos in a row. Matter of fact, we'll run them right in a row, Joe.
Okay.
Both Matt Van Swell videos. First one, another man has been arrested after he brought knives onto the light rail in Charlotte, North Carolina. I believe that's the same place that Irina Zaruska was killed. Mm-hmm. And then, so here's another one. And side by side that. Anybody just want to guess what the suspect looks like? Okay, there he is. Right hand corner. Okay, I can't say it because you're a racist. Okay, we're not going to acknowledge there's a problem? Are we not? Did anybody watch the pregame? We're not going to acknowledge there's a problem in Clearwater Beach? Okay, we'll go to the next one. Matt Van Swell. No, I'm sorry, guys. Stick with whatever. The next one will be breaking, an absolutely horrifying story currently unfolding in Western North Carolina, all under Governor Cooper. Absolutely worthless leftist moron. A black male suspect, Jadakiss Hamilton, strike one on the name, has been arrested for allegedly murdering and burying a white female victim. Play them both for me.
This disturbing incident happened late last night. As you mentioned, we're here at the Sugar Creek Light Rail Station. Now, CAT Security arrested 37-year-old Ramon Jermel Norman. They accused him of causing a disturbance on the train and on this platform. When officers arrested him, they found that he was armed with not one, but 2 knives that were hidden in his waistband. Fortunately, no one was injured in the incident, and some passengers that we talked to take that as a sign that security improvements are actually working.
Her name is Jordan Wishen. The man charged is already in custody on other alleged charges leading up to this case.
Had you heard that they found a body?
Yeah, I heard that they found a body, but I never did hear whether it was natural causes.
Investigators say it wasn't. Jadakiss Hamilton, now charged with murder. The victim, investigators say, is Jordan Wishen. The Rutherford Sheriff's Office posted her photo and explained how the investigation to find her began. Investigators say people who knew Jordan reported her missing. Neighbor William Evans.
Do you recognize her?
Yeah.
You do recognize her?
Yeah, I've passed her when I go to the mailbox and she'd be coming up.
I knew Jordan not well, but
I knew her well enough to know she was a real sweet girl.
Glenn Overholser came by.
All right, we don't need to hear all the witness testimony. So here's the stats on these guys. So the first one, another man has been arrested after he brought knives onto the light rail in Charlotte, North Carolina, started threatening and screaming at passengers and police. He was arrested only 42 other times. Second guy who just murdered and buried the white female, would be Jadakiss Hamilton. He's only been involved in 90 other cases across 4 counties and is out there free to kill another person. Okay, all because Roy Cooper of North Carolina doesn't want to arrest black people because that makes you a racist. Just like you couldn't arrest a low IQ Pakistani inbred morons inside of the UK that they've now determined have raped about 250,000 native UK citizens. But you don't want to be called Islamophobic. I mean, just let the girl be anally raped, okay? Because I'm Keir Starmer, and I don't even know my kids will never be anally raped. My kids will never be vaginally raped. My kids will never be sexually abused because they're behind walls and guns that nobody else is allowed to have. And I'm importing the rapist on purpose so that nobody thinks that I'm Islamophobic. And because I'm actually a globalist, leftist, bourgeois elitist who doesn't look at the UK as a sovereign state, it looks at it as a globalist state. It doesn't look at it as a sovereign country, but as a globalist state. So let everybody in, even though I think that I'm always going to be safe. And if you know what happens to the people that always think they're going to be safe, they end up being not safe either. That's how it works. Speaking of not safe, the Vigilant Fox video, Rand Paul says he now has emails showing Fauci sent documents to Francis Collins, who ran at the time the CDC, with the instructions, read it, then destroy it. Play it for me.
Is it too vague to say, I'm going to prosecute you for, not prosecute you and pardon you for anything you did in the last 10 years? I think there's a possibility the court says that's vague and not specific, and you can't give people some kind of pardon for everything and over such a long period of time. I think there's a chance we'd win that. I think it ought to be fought. We have 2 clear-cut cases against him, lying to Congress, which is a felony, but also destroying public records. We now have emails that he distributed to Francis Collins and others saying, hey, read this and then destroy it. That is against the law. You're not allowed to do that in the executive branch. It's clear. You know, his only argument is, oh, it wasn't about government, and it clearly was, and I think a jury would decide. So I still would prosecute him.
So I know that I'm preaching to the choir right now, 307 people that are watching. And we always end up on Rumble with 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 views. So everybody watching, so I know that I'm not talking to you necessarily. Probably not. But imagine being one of those people that donned your mask. Then you donned the second mask. You know, you had started with the cloth mask, and then you put on the surgical mask. And then you put on the N95, and then you took your first vax and your second vax. You closed your church as a bent-over, latte-sucking, skinny jeans-wearing moronic pastor, and you closed your church, took the turkey baster vaccine up your own rectum, bent over, grabbed the bottom of your heels for Anthony Fauci. And now he's sending emails to the head of the CDC, the alleged Christian Francis Collins, and entitled them, read it and then destroy it. Nothing to hide here, right, folks? Nothing to hide. He'll just get over COVID. Never. More comes out, these people need to go to prison. I mean, there's so many felonies that this man committed. He needs to spend the rest of his life in federal prison. So let's debunk, finally, one of the biggest lies out there. You can put this one up, guys. The lie that U.S. aid, cutting U.S. aid, which again is not, it has nothing to do with aiding anybody. It's the U.S. Agency for International Development. That's all that it is. It doesn't aid anybody. It is a funneling system to make foreign and domestic leftist billionaires. That's all that it is. It sends money to Norm Eisen, to Mark Elias. It sends money to Ukraine that gets funneled back, $60 million of it, into the Biden campaign. That's what it does. It's all lies. Everything's a lie. Everything is. Republican and Democrat. Conservatism is true. The Constitution is true. The Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. Those things are true. Everything else, freaking lies, man, outside of course, the Word of God. So you're at Ro Khanna, Mr. Insider Trading, who ends up always teaming up with Massey somehow to give himself some sort of credibility that he's a crusader. He's not. He's a multi-hundred millionaire. That's who he really is. That he's accomplished via insider trading. And he's the one who said, came out against Elon Musk and Doge for cutting U.S. aid. Said that it's going to kill 4.5 million kids in Africa. Well, we all have the totals from Peter St. Ange, great account on Twitter. Turns out the funding U.S. aid did not kill Africans because the money wasn't going to Africa. It was going to buy elections and burn Tesla dealerships. Did Elon Musk kill millions on the bottom there? I don't know. What do you think, Aaron?
Ethereum.
Arctotherium. Thank you. You're the best, dude. Seriously. Did Elon Musk kill millions of people by cutting U.S. aid? We now have the preliminary 2025 mortality data from several African countries, and the answer may shock you. It's like all the mortality data that Aaron and I put out post-COVID.
Yep.
How many excess deaths were there, Aaron?
None.
There you go. Every country, none.
Weird.
No excess deaths until they rolled out the vaccines.
Yep.
And then that killed 35 million people. But I mean, that's just
That's fine. Warp speed.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, warp speed.
Long
Killed
COVID.
long COVID until they rolled out long COVID, which is the vaccine. But anyway, so here's the numbers. Go the first one for me. So just so you can see did I not give you those?
Yeah,
oh,
we
I
got-
did.
yeah,
Good.
sorry.
Okay. Fire Joe. He's fine. He's fine.
You're
You
fired.
just screwed up. I mean, I never screw up the podcast. I mean, I never screw up. But anyway, so let's look at the difference now. Since USAID has been cut. So USAID was cut in 2025. Everyone agrees, right? Joe, Aaron, everybody agrees. Everybody in chat, cuts. So let's look at all the millions of extra people that have died. Because in 2024, 40 million people died of HIV. And how many people died after USAID was cut? 40 million people.
Huh.
Now, before that, in 2024, you had 1.3 million HIV infections, and USAID was cut. So how many infections do you have now? 1.2 million. AIDS-related deaths, 600,000 before USAID was cut. Then they must have skyrocketed. They did, all the way down 30,000. Coverage of preventative or vertical transmission was at 85%. Now it's at 87%. Coverage of antiretroviral therapy was at 77% and went up 1%. So coverage, that's a positive, by the way. Those are positives.
Yeah.
They went up 1% after they cut the money to it. That's weird, isn't it? And you actually have these leaders from these foreign countries saying, first of all, we don't ever get the money anyway. Just like nobody in the front lines is getting our money from the Ukraine either. That's all been sent to buy, it's been sent into NGOs and then dispersed to buy mansions for Volodymyr Zelensky and all of his cronies. Go to the next one for me. So here it is, South African weekly deaths from all causes, January 2023 to basically today. Look how much it's changed since we no longer send billions and billions and billions of your dollars into NGOs to people that never get it. How much has it changed? Projected excess deaths, 2025, 10,000. Observed SA excess deaths. Look at the difference. None. No difference. None. Nothing. It's all freaking lies. It's all lies. Skip the next one for me, Joe. Let's jump into, go to end wokeness, Mayor Mamdani. Let's attack Democrats. Let's have some fun, shall we? End wokeness video. Mayor Mamdani, set your thermostats. Play it for me.
And to every business owner, please set your thermostats to 78 degrees to alleviate the stress on our power grid.
That's the comfort of socialism. That's the greatness of socialism. Now he's stipulating to you where to set your thermometer. Now, I mean, where to set your thermostat. So here's the thing. Right now, you have a choice. What happens when it's all biometric IDs? What's going to happen when it's all, I control my AC from my house. Listen, I'm not saying you're not patriotic if you do that. I mean, I get it. I do a lot of stuff on my phone too. I get it. But you're going to need to know where to stand. To preach to the choir, 316 people watching right now. Preaching to the choir because all of us made our stand during COVID. We said no. And if you didn't make it immediately, you ended up making it. And you ended up, denouncing the whole load of crap that it was. That's where the stand needed to be made. I heard preachers, I heard conservatives, Teddy Cruz and all the rest of them never made a stand. They're going to end up with their biometric IDs and advocating for you to do it. I'm telling you, people are going to have a mark on their right hand or on their forehead. Now, I know a lot of people don't believe it. They're pre-trib, mid-trib, whatever trib, all those different things. I believe this, that you're going to have churches full of people with a mark on their right hand or on their forehead.
Yep.
Aaron's on my side.
Yep.
So, it's going to happen. And they're going to be advocating for it. You're like, yeah, but it's right in the Bible. They'll excuse it away. They'll excuse it away. When you have two women grinding at the mill, one will be taken, the other left. Two men standing in the field, one will be taken and the other left. Matthew chapter 24. They'll excuse that one too. That's how it is. That's how people are. All right. So what I'm saying is right now, those businesses have a choice, sort of, that they can go and adjust their own thermostat. Not once you put it onto your smartphone, because once you have access, once your device has access, then all the people who have access to your device have access. And that's just the beginning stages of getting everybody on their phones. And then once all of us are conducting and I'm not saying all of us are going to do it. I'm just saying this as a general ease of conversation statement. Once all of us are on board and we do everything digitally, everything online, and the freedom of the online community, the freedom of the internet community, freedom of internet commerce, then once they know, and then there's no point in having, stores anymore. There's no point in having gas stations anymore because all the cars are electric and you charge them from your house, from your controlled electric grid. Then once all of us are on it, then they start cutting you off.
Yep.
Because right now they can't. Aaron can still go pay cash for gas. He can do it if he wants to. But eventually that's going to be eliminated. It's going to happen, but you and I are supposed to be the 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, restraining. All right, here's another, this is the Democrat, James Talrico, running against Ken Paxton for senator in the state of Texas, and his polls are crashing. This is why. Play it for me.
I mean, my faith is why I'm in politics. So I grew up at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church, which is right outside Austin city limits, up 35, led by Reverend Jim Rigby, who is a graduate of the seminary across the street.
Right.
And, that it was always, Dr. Jim always taught us that love has to grow into justice.
Right.
Justice is just love out in public. Right.
Amen.
And so that our church was really active in LGBTQ rights in the 90s. We caught some attention by letting an atheist join our church in the 2000s. And then in the 2010s, again, stirred some controversy by housing an undocumented family, a mother and son who were close to being deported by ICE.
So you're a Christian when you're lawless and you're for sodomy. And what was the other one? Lawless with the immigrant, sodomy, and you're still a Christian when you don't believe in Jesus.
Right.
Okay. Here's another one that was just elected. Devout communist. Right here, you'll get her name. Brennan, this is a Brennan Murphy video. Denver just voted to send a 29-year-old recovering lawyer, barista, immigrant, Democratic socialist to Congress. That's her own statement. Play it for me.
I'm about the same age that my dad was when he came to this country. Betting on the promise, he chose Denver to be our home because he knew that this city would welcome us. And that same city just voted to send a 29-year-old recovering lawyer, barista, immigrant, Democratic socialist to Congress.
This is why you don't start a new war, folks. We've got a war here. Again, you're like, well, but the Republicans are so divided. Well, let's get rid of the non-conservative Republicans, even if they're MAGA. Goodbye. You want new wars? You want to spend trillions of dollars deficit spending? You're not conservative. Go be a Democrat. Then we'll know. Or let's start a third party, a real third party, not a Palantir party, a real third party. I hope Tucker's legit. Okay, it's kind of hard to think you're legit when your dad was a CIA op. And I like Tucker. I do. I watch Tucker and I like his interviews. He lets everybody on. He lets everybody talk. I like him. I hope that he's legit. I hope that he, this is a legit third party that he's talking about doing. I hope it is. But, obviously I'm skeptical. Very, very, very skeptical. But this is the battle. The Republican platform is pristine. It's great. But the Republican Party is crap. And the Democratic Party is worse. And I'm voting freaking down ballot Republican come August with the primary elections, all the different elections going on here. I'm voting down ballot Republican. Obviously, if it's primary, I'm voting Republican. But I'm voting Republican 100% because it's certainly better than a cackling daughter of an immigrant who's a Democratic socialist being elected. All right, 10-11. That's good. All right, what do we got, Aaron? We got rants?
Yep, we got 3.
All right, 3 rants.
Conservative Warrior 65 donated $5. I ask you to raise our sister up in prayer for stage 4 cancer, Tom Jean.
Will do for Jeannie. We'll do that tonight because I think I saw Jules also put that in the rant. I'm looking at you guys when you're in the rant, also during the show, during videos and stuff. All right, go to the next one for me. We're going to close.
21 ARs donated $10.
Yep,
Prayers for our friend Jean. She's hurting from stage 4 cancer treatment.
We're going to close in prayer. We'll close in prayer praying for Jeannie. Go to the next one for me.
Last one.
Love you,
Nude
Jules.
Monk donated $10. Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson said, "You create your own safety."
1,000% agree. I'm gunned up. I'm ammoed up. I'm fooded up. Everything else, I'm ready to roll. 100%. 100% agree. Let's close in prayer, everybody. Lord, we love you. Lord, we praise you. We really do. We give you praise, Lord Jesus. You are the greatest. You are our God. We worship you tonight, Almighty God. Jesus, the Holy Ghost, we worship you. And Lord, you said in your word, Matthew chapter 8, verse 17, Jesus said, took up your infirmities and carried your diseases. For Jeannie, we lift her up. It's not that, Lord, we pray right now for her, that you would alleviate all the pain from the cancer treatments right now. In Jesus' mighty name. Take all the pain away right now in Jesus' name. But not only that, we eradicate. We loose, Lord, healing virtue into her body. We eradicate the cancer out. As the healing virtue comes in, the cancer goes out. All cancer gone. We bind it from her body. In Jesus' mighty name. And the church says, amen and amen. I love you guys. Listen, the entire post game is fun. Nothing political. So sit back, enjoy the ride for 3 or 4 minutes, however long it is. Enjoy the ride of the post game. Back here tomorrow night. That's right. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday, right here?
Yes.
So I am
yes.
back here tomorrow night. 9 o'clock, Lord. 9 o'clock as always in the Bible study on Friday. Love you guys. God bless you.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
Get him. Stay on him. Yes! Yes! Are you on there? You got him. Woohoo! That is awesome. Now, get the hinds. Get the hinds. All right, get off the horse.
We've been trying to contact you regarding your car's extended.
Can we watch TV in peace? Can we watch TV, please?
You know.
We love Dad. Do you love Dad?
Good morning.
Hi, puppies. Hi. Oh my goodness.
Are you glad I'm home from work? I think he is.
The speed that Eddie ran across the cage. There we go. They got the single leg. Trying to fight. Picking one guy up. Slams him down. Eddie. The right hand line for Eddie Hall. He's knocked him out. One shot. It's all it took. One shot.
All right, gentlemen, I want you to repeat after me, just how I do it. Ready?
Podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
Good afternoon, fellow patriots. This is Matt Shea, and welcome to Patriot Radio, broadcasting live from deep inside the heart of the future Liberty State. Sponsored once again by On Fire Ministries in the legacy of Dr. Stan Monteith, bringing you the story behind the story and the news behind the news, where it's not about right or left, it's about right and wrong. It's about our hope not being in man, but in Jesus Christ. About not ending in prayer, but moving to action. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Father, deliver us from the evil one.
Welcome to Patriot Radio.
And we're back today with our guest, Claire Lopez. She's the founder and president of Lopez Liberty, LLC, focusing on national security threats, but particularly, she's an expert on Iran. She's a former CIA operations officer and has contributed to many news programs and has been on Patriot Radio many times. And thank you so much for making time out of your busy schedule to join us today, Claire.
Well, very glad to be with you, Matt, as always. Thanks for having me.
What is going on with Iran? I mean, this is, people are asking, is this going to be like this roller coaster here for the next little while? What is happening with Iran? What's your best read right now?
Yeah, I think a roller coaster is a good way to think about it. As we know, originally the United States and Israel realized that the threat of Iran's nuclear weapons program mated with its ballistic missile program was urgent. And so back in June of 2025, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion in the United States, Midnight Hammer, took out, bombed, the Iranian known nuclear weapons facilities, Natanz, Isfahan, Fardo, and also a bunch of the ballistic missile sites located out in Semnan province, but other places too. Well, fast forward then to this year in 2026, and we all realized that Iran was trying to reestablish those programs, nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. It had accumulated something like 460 kilograms, or that's maybe roughly about 1,000 pounds worth of highly enriched uranium. They admit to 60%, which itself is a hop, skip, and a jump from weapons-grade uranium at over 90%, but I think they probably went further than 60%, but that's what they said they had. And then we also had word from multiple sources, International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, what we call the good ISIS, that is David Albright's group, which is called the Institute for Science and International Security. You can see the letters ISIS. And also open press briefings on a regular basis last year from the National Council of Resistance of Iran, the NCRI. Their office is located downtown Washington, D.C., just a couple blocks from the White House, actually, and they held regular briefings there for the media, open to the media, which I attended too. And they realized that Iran was, trying to reestablish, reconstitute, its nuclear weapons program and the ballistic missiles program that would be the delivery system for those nuclear warheads. So off we went again. Israel, now it's Operation Roaring Lion, and the United States, called our Operation Epic Fury, hit the same nuclear weapons sites again. and other sites. And I should say that in addition, both last year and this year, Israel had very precisely targeted a number of top leadership figures in the Iranian regime, to include top IRGC commanders, but also a number of their scientific leadership figures, the ones who knew how to make a nuclear weapon. And they were very precisely hit by especially the Israelis. So here we are, and that most recent set of attacks by Israel and the United States began February 28th overnight into the 1st of March, continued on into April of this year, 2026, at which point President Trump decided to call a halt, call a ceasefire. Began, I think it was April the 8th, if I remember the date right, and announced that that would be a 60-day ceasefire. Well, that would bring us to where we are now, basically the middle of June. And the president realized that the Iranians had deployed what might be their most potent weapon, if you want to call it, and that was to block the Strait of Hormuz, that is the passageway, international waterway, by the way, doesn't belong to any sovereign country, but the Strait of Hormuz, which leads in and out of the Persian Gulf, and then out into the Gulf of Oman, the Arab Sea, and on into the Indian Ocean. And by blocking that up, and then we topped that, raise you one, and we blockaded it as well with our formidable armada of naval assets that remain there in that area to this day. But we blockaded it to keep any traffic ships from either going to or coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, from Iran. But that bottled up hundreds and hundreds of other tankers, oil shipping tankers inside the Persian Gulf, and also waiting on the outside of it to go in and fill up, in particular at a place called Karg Island, a little island to the north of the Persian Gulf, hugging close to the Iranian coastline, and that is the main oil hub, export hub, storage tanks there. And the reason they use that is that because of the topography, I guess you'd call it, of the ocean floor close to the Iranian shoreline, the water's too shallow for the great big humongous oil shipping tankers we have these days. And so that's why they use Karg Island, around which are deeper waters that can accommodate those ships. Well, in any case, all of that was blocked. And here we are now in the middle of June, and there was a series of discussions that the President Trump initiated with the Iranian regime. Those talks were led by Vice President J.D. Vance, and also a team that included Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and others. And they met in Switzerland just a week or more ago, Lucerne, Switzerland, where a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, was hammered out, and it contains 14 points, and basically is, if you want to think of it this way, it's an agenda of talking points. Now, both sides agreed. President Pezeshkian, Masoud Pezeshkian of Iran, signed it, and President Trump signed it, each separately in their own locations. But it's an agreement on points to discuss during another 60-day ceasefire period that we're in right now. So that's where we're at, and we can talk about what's in that MOU, what it might mean, and what the most recent developments are, I guess. That would be the next place to go.
Yeah, and just for the clarity, who are we actually negotiating with? Because it seems like there is a power struggle inside Iran by the IRGC, and maybe even by the new religious leader, if I can even call him that, for Iran, and the actual civilian government that is there, that has been stamped with the imprimatur of Shia Islam. You know,
right.
If we could spell that out for everybody, because I think it's been so confusing, and Trump really hasn't helped because he's really been kind of coy in how he's saying, well, we're negotiating with good guys. You know?
Yeah. So at the actual talks, again, held in Switzerland, we've mentioned those on the American side. Again, Vice President Vance, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and a team that are there with them. But on the Iranian side, it has been representatives of what you might call their civilian leadership. For example, the speaker of the Iranian parliament, or the Majlis, it's called, and that is Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf, who, for whatever reason I don't understand, gets a lot of credit and apparently respect from the American side. Should be noted that Ghalibaf is a thug. He is an IRGC thug for his entire career, although he now serves in that position as Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. Also there have been at least representatives of the Iranian Foreign Minister. Amir Abbas Araghchi is his name, and others, for example, that seem to be contributing somewhat somehow to the talks would include the Secretary of the Iranian Supreme National Security Council, and that is Mohammad Bakr Zolgadar. That's his name, and he also an IRGC thug for his entire career. Now, not part of the talks, but as you're mentioning exactly there, Matt, the real power right now in Iran, and really has been for quite a while, it's not the clergy at all. It's not the clerics. Even though, nominally, there is supposedly a supreme leader. We'll recall, of course, that bombing raid the night, as we said, of February 28th to the 1st of March that kicked off Operation Roaring Lion and Epic Fury. That raid took out the former supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. By the way, he was never an Ayatollah. He got bumped up to that rank in the sort of hierarchy of Shiite clergy in 1989 when his predecessor, Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini, died. And they needed somebody quick. And this guy, Khamenei, was only a middling rank Hojatul Islam in the clerical ranks of things, but they said, oh, we're just going to make you an Ayatollah. Well, he hadn't earned it. He didn't have the scholarship, chops to have attained that rank, but that's what they called him. Well, he was taken out along with many members of his own family that first night of the attack, these operations, Israel's and ours. And supposedly, the Assembly of Experts is the Iranian body that is tasked with appointing the successor to a supreme leader. And they told us that the successor would be the Ayatollah, air quotes, Hojatul Islam, Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's son, whose name is Mojtaba Khomeini. Now, he also, for some reason, I don't know why people do this, they keep calling him an Ayatollah. He is not. He only got to the rank of middling rank of Hojatul Islam also. So when we talk about him, we should call him Hojatul Islam Mojtaba Khomeini, or supposedly voted in as the new supreme leader. But he reportedly was severely injured in that first night of attacks. And it's never been quite certain if he's alive or not, because no one has seen him publicly either live on video or even in an audio recording. He is referred to by the IRGC thugs that run the place as Supreme Leader. And at the top of that hierarchy, I guess you might say, I think who is really running the regime right now is the commander of the IRGC, and his name is Ahmed Vahidi. Might recognize that name. He was the one that ran the operations in Buenos Aires, Argentina, back in 1992 with the Hezbollah, that's their proxy, attack against first the Israeli embassy in Buenos Aires in 92, and then in 94, another horrific suicide bombing of the AMIA, A-M-I-A acronym for the Jewish Cultural Center there in Buenos Aires. Many, many casualties. That's who ran those operations. Ahmed Vahidi, he is today the commander of the IRGC and probably in overall command of the regime right now. Advising him are others, Mohsen Rezai, former commander of the IRGC, and these other names that we have mentioned, like Ghalibaf, like Zolgader. They are advisors to him. And so that's who's really running Iran right now. It's not the clergy, it's not the clerics, and hasn't been for a long time. Whether or not Mojtaba is alive or well enough to run anything, we don't really know.
And I think that's why I was dancing around not using the word Ayatollah, because he really can't be. And I think a lot of people have lost that. When we come back from the break, we're going to talk about what's in this MOU, what it means for the United States, and will there really be peace in Iran?
Your financial advisor isn't going to tell you this. Your bank won't mention it. And your 401k custodian, they're hoping you never find out. You can convert your retirement account into physical gold and silver, real metal in your hands, or stored exactly where you decide. It's called a gold IRA rollover, and it's 100% legal, 100% IRS approved. And your financial, quote, experts, they don't get a commission when you take control like this. Wall Street wants your money in their system, in their accounts, where they control it. But physical gold, that's yours. Can't be hacked, can't be deleted, can't vanish when the market crashes. Verity Metals, we're the experts they don't want you to call.
Convert your IRA or 401k into gold and silver that you can actually hold. Call 888-328-6703 or visit veritymetals.com, because your retirement should be in your hands, not theirs.
And we're back with our guest, Claire Lopez, at Claire M. Lopez on X. Claire, you were talking about before the break that this MOU, 14 points, a lot of people saying this can't be true. It seems like we're giving a lot away to the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. How are you evaluating and analyzing this MOU, and what do you think it means for the United States going forward?
Well, as I said a bit ago, we should look at this MOU not as a final deal at all. It's not. It is more like an agenda of talking points that the U.S. and Iran have agreed to discuss over the next coming 60 days, more ceasefire. But there are troubling points in it that many people have pointed out, and wonder why we would ever have even agreed to such a thing in an MOU or a list of talking points. I would mention on top of that the number one includes linking Lebanon and Israel's defensive operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon as linked to the discussions, the talks between the United States and Iran. Obviously, Iran is trying its best, hardest to defend its Hezbollah. Really, it's an arm of the government. It's not even a proxy per se. It's part of the Iranian regime, and they want to preserve it. They want to protect it, so they try to link it. Obviously, Israel is not part of this discussion over the MOU, was not in those talks, and has every right to defend itself against Hezbollah's attacks against its own sovereign territory there, especially in northern Israel, from which many people and kibbutzim and villages have had to be evacuated. So that's a big issue. The also thing, I'm looking at my list here just to hit the top points. I won't go through all 14 of them. But the naval blockade that the United States, we mentioned, right, that had imposed our own naval blockade after Iran had imposed a naval blockade of its own on the Strait of Hormuz. And the commitment of the MOU, and it's actually happened, was to remove that U.S. blockade from the Strait of Hormuz and allow shipping to go through. Now, the reason for that, I think, and President Trump has spoken about this, and Vice President Vance too, is that because oil was so constricted from getting out of the Persian Gulf for such a long time, those 60 days of the first ceasefire, there were countries around the world, all over the world, not the U.S., because we're energy independent, and we have our own supplies of energy, gas and oil, but we're part of the international system. And around the world, many countries had drawn down their strategic petroleum reserves to like the bottom. They were going to literally head into a global financial crisis, depression within a couple of weeks if the strait were not opened. And I think that more than anything is what compelled President Trump to agree to this lifting of our blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Now shipping has begun to pass through, not to the volume of what it used to, but better than nothing. I should mention that there are two passageways, if you will, through the Strait of Hormuz. The northern one that the Iranian regime is still trying to enforce with the levying of tolls, fees on shipping going there. That northern route hugs the coast of Iran itself and then heads out the Strait of Hormuz. The United States has helped to clear mines from a southern route, and that southern route hugs the coastline of the Persian Gulf along Bahrain, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, right? Now, the MOU says that the strait is supposed to be open, right? And we did open it and are helping ships to be guided through there. However, just before we came on air today, Matt, before we started talking here, I saw the news that a Singaporean flagged tanker ship, or I should say a cargo ship, I'm not sure if it was petroleum, but cargo ship, Singaporean flagged, had been hit in the region of the Strait of Hormuz today. And that goes along with the declaration out of, you talked about this, conflict between the IRGC commanders of the Iranian regime and the civilian ones, state, or I should say, a Ministry of Foreign Affairs and so forth. Well, it was the IRGC Navy that hit this ship and has declared that no ships may pass through the Strait of Hormuz without its involvement and permission. And that includes going by that northern route and I guess paying fees or tolls too. So much for that. Let's see what else. Oh, another really important is the fact that the MOU involves a commitment by the United States to lift sanctions on Iranian funds. Now, there are a few aspects to this. There are Iranian funds, it's Iranian money, but frozen in banks, for example, in Qatar, other places too, over which the United States does have control about where and when that money is unfrozen and where it goes. But there's a much bigger promise in the MOU, and that is that the United States Treasury, that is our Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, would lift all sanctions on the Iranian production, export, sale of oil anywhere in the world. That means in and out of the Persian Gulf and elsewhere, wherever the customers want it to go. That right there involves a humongous windfall of funding to this Iranian regime at a time when it has not, in this MOU, agreed to any of the key points the United States was most concerned about: its nuclear weapons program, its ballistic missile program, the highly enriched uranium, now buried meters and meters under rubble at the Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo nuclear weapons facilities. By the way, the Iranians have collapsed the tunnels to all of those three places and mined the entrances. So no, nobody's getting in there in the foreseeable future, whether it be the Iranians or the IAEA, any of them, not getting in. So all these topics, the nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, the highly enriched uranium, which is supposed to be removed and either destroyed in place or somehow exported out of Iran, not happening. And then just the treatment of their own people, the massive tens of thousands of slaughtered Iranians from the January 2026 protests in the streets. And then the one other thing not really mentioned in the MOU is the Iranian regime's support for its Islamic jihadi terror groups like Hezbollah, like Hamas, Houthis, the Hashd-e-Shabi Shiite militias in Iraq. So all of these are points of problems, and then especially we see today, that the IRGC Navy has hit a Singaporean flagged ship.
In the last couple minutes that we have, this brings up the irrationality of the IRGC that people see, and I think this comes right to Shia eschatology. They don't understand. They actually believe what they're saying, that they need to usher in the end of the world, and that explains the irrational, what we would consider irrational behavior in the West. And my question is, does Trump understand that they are hell-bent literally on bringing about the end of the world?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he is getting that kind of advice, nor any of his other top team members, including, those on the negotiating team. And here's the point of that for our watchers, our listeners, viewers. The Iranian regime at the top levels now, that is the IRGC. These are the truest of the true believers in the eschatology of the 12th Imam. They believe the 12th Imam is the Mahdi, the messianic figure of Islam who will come back to earth at the end of time to usher in the day of judgment and the end times. Well, the way that these commanders of the IRGC believe they can hasten the return of that 12th Imam to earth for end times and all that is literally, as you say, Matt, through Armageddon, an apocalypse on earth, chaos and strife and warfare to the point that the 12th Imam will feel compelled to come back and set it all straight. And yes, they believe all this, but I don't know if our own leadership understands that, because that, if you understand that, it makes sense then that they are driving so hard for a deliverable nuclear weapons capability, because that is the surest way, of course, to, number one, destroy the Jewish state of Israel, but instigate Armageddon on earth. That's why they want a bomb more than anything else. And by the way, those ballistic missiles they already have the range right now to reach most of the capitals of Western Europe. So all of this taken together, I don't know if they understand that this is what drives the motivation of the Iranian leadership right now. I wish it would be known to them. I don't know. I've never heard them speak about it. Maybe I have not heard, but I have never heard them speak about what I just mentioned at all.
Claire Lopez, as always, an absolutely fascinating conversation. Thank you for your insight, and have a happy 4th of July. Keep up the fight.
Thank you.
Claire Lopez, at Claire M. Lopez on X, and take a look into all of the things that we're talking about right now. In fact, I'm actually going to do a show on Islamic eschatology versus Christian eschatology, both Sunni and Shia, and we're going to talk about the differences there. Specifically, people don't understand, I think, I have to presume it, that this can't be solved with a business deal. And my message to the President of the United States would be, this isn't a business deal. These people are not businessmen. They're not going to understand an MOU necessarily. They just want to buy time. And they really believe this stuff. They really believe they want to hasten the coming of the Mahdi. They want to hasten the end of the world. And so therefore, this can be solved maybe in traditional ways where reason would normally win out. And yes, there is a split in Iran between the civilian, I'm going to use air quotes there too, civilian leadership and the IRGC. And if we as Americans understand this, we can support what President Trump is trying to do here, but also speak the truth that there is an eschatology, there is a religious belief driving this that is not going to be rational. And for the 4th of July, particularly, American independence has always been kept by patriots standing on the wall, by the blood of Jesus Christ being pled and preached from the pulpits around this great land. And with that, this is Matt Shea. Thank you for joining me on Patriot Radio today. And God bless all of you. And he is making this generation the greatest one. So keep up the fight.
Lock in America! It's time for Straight Talk! This is the Wayne Dupree Podcast, hosted by Wayne Dupree, with co-host Jason Robertson, delivering powerful opinions, arcing debates on politics, entertainment, and the hottest stories. No spin, just honest takes and real conversation! The Wayne Dupree Podcast is lit! Let's get into it right now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. My name is Wayne Dupree, and we are here on the Dupree Report. It is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. Happy to be here with each and every one of you. And we are live here. I call it Red Voice Media Network. RVM News. Don't forget to check out rvmnews.com. Also, make sure, let's see. Oh man. Make sure you are
something not working.
Yeah. I got another what is it called? Jason Robinson from Minnesota. What's up, Jason?
Hey, folks. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Wayne Dupree, or the Dupree Report. I'm your co-host, Jason Robertson. Glad to spend a little time with you all today, talking a little Supreme Court, talking a little, turns out you can be a citizen if you're born anywhere around the United States. That's kind of handy, kind of new. We'll give our analysis of that. But as we get going, do us a favor, hit the like, hit the comment, hit the share button. It helps the show get reach. And Wayne, what are you struggling with?
Jason, tell everybody about the big old steak that you that big old brontosaurus steak that you put on my timeline this morning, or my thing this morning.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So For those who don't know, today is pot roast day in the Robertson household. We went to the butcher shop, got a nice big pot roast. My wife makes a hell of a pot roast. So then this morning I was up early and I'm like, well, I'll help her out. She always makes dinner. I'll get the onions and mushrooms and all that stuff cut up. So when she comes downstairs, she starts working like 6. So she comes down at 5:30. I got the pot roast. I got the onions, the mushrooms, and then I got to take a picture and text it to my friend Wayne Dupree because I thought who would enjoy a delicious looking pot roast at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning more than Wayne Dupree. So, and it's like 1,000 degrees outside here. So yesterday it was so hot. I'm Googling, can we take the dogs to the dog park? And they're like, well, when it's that hot, like A, they'll get heat stroke. B, you could burn their paws on the path. And so they're like, yeah, don't. So we're like, well, we can't really stand outside grilling and nobody wants to cook in the house, but you can crock pot even when it's 1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So pot roast in the crock pot, throw it in about 6 a.m.
Yep.
Let her cook for about 8 to 10 hours. So by 4 o'clock,
That's what
we're
I
ready
do.
for dinner. Oh, yeah. We're going to have delicious pot roast.
That's what I do. As a matter of fact, this morning I called Lisa and I was like, get some beef stew chunks, put them in the crock pot slow cooker, beef stew chunks. Get about a couple pounds of it. Cut your onions up. Get yourself some Montreal steak seasoning, liberally seasoned Montreal steak seasoning. And then get about a couple cans of cream of mushroom soup and some beef broth. Mix that up, then pour it on top. 4 hours on high, 8 hours on low. You got the best beef and gravy for rice or mashed potatoes. Just that quick.
Man, who else is hungry today?
But okay. NewsGuard is a piece of work.
Did you get a NewsGuard?
Well, they got back with me because I did everything that they wanted me to do. I made all the corrections and did all that stuff. And then they contacted me this morning. It was like, because as I said, remember that the show goes from Rumble to
your website. Yeah.
But but it doesn't, the edit page is not on the website. It pulls everything from Rumble, right? But if you go and make some changes on Rumble, it doesn't populate back on the website.
Oh, right. Yeah, because it only feeds once.
Right. So it's like they say, okay, so they might have something to do with the rating since you can't fix that. Let's see. Mr. Dupree, one last question. Are the corrections you made visible on the podcast pages posted to the Dupree report or just a corrections log? I let her know that it was on the corrections log, but it's also on Rumble. But I can't make the changes on the pages that are on the website. So then she said, got it. I believe that would matter for the rating, but we'll check with my editors.
Oh, what a scam.
And this Miranda Wolin, have you ever heard of her before?
No. NewsGuard changes over staff fairly regularly. Yeah. We hear from somebody every few months like, oh, what about this? And then we're like, yeah, no, here's the...
It's like, even though I made the changes, even though it's in the correction log, even though the information has been changed on the Rumble page, you're still going to dock me. All right, Augusta Precious Matter. You want to hear something the Supreme Court can't rule on? Your savings. That's right. The court hands down decisions. Washington keeps spending. The debt clock keeps running, and not one of those 9 justices is looking out for your retirement. that part is on you. Said it hard before. And we don't really put anything in front of the audience that we don't believe in, our opinions included. So Augusta Precious Metals, A+ with the Better Business Bureau rating, and a AAA with the Business Consumer Alliance, 4.9 out of 5 across thousands and thousands of reviews. Gold and silver have done one thing through every administration, every Supreme Court, every Congress, every spending bill. They've held their value when the dollar didn't. If you want to protect what you have, go to waynesgold.com. That's waynesgold.com, or text Wayne to 35052 and they will walk you through it. No pressure, no hard sell. Protect your savings and make up your own mind. Again, waynesgold.com, or text Wayne to 35052. As Jason was talking about, actually, we'll get to birthright citizenship in just a few minutes. There was another the trans athlete thing came down.
Hey, we got that one.
According to the Supreme Court, according to today's decision, the Supreme Court ruled that states may ban transgender girls, transmissioners, from competing on girls' sports teams at publicly funded schools. Justice Kavanaugh, who had coached girls basketball for years, wrote the majority opinion. Now, according to the ruling, here's the part that gets lost. On the Title IX question, whether that federal anti-discrimination law requires states to let trans girls play, all 9 justices said no, at least at this stage. Even the 3 liberal justices concurred in that part on the judgment. Now, according to the decision, it was a 6-3 split that came on the bigger question, whether banning trans athletes violates the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. The court divided along its usual conservative liberal lines, clearing the way for states to enforce bans. Wait.
Yeah. It wasn't as big a win as what we said.
So basically, they threw it back to the states.
Yeah, what the Supreme Court said, your state can make a decision that says trans can be in sports.
Oh, man.
And you can get sued for that, too, by the way. They didn't rule on that. But they also said your state can pass a law that says you can ban trans from competing in the opposite sport. So every state out there, if they pass a law that says biological men can't compete in women's sports or biological women can't compete in men's sports, that is legal. But like I say, they didn't rule more widely on our trans ban from sports. I know a lot of people are out there, throwing out the clickbait going, oh, they banned it. No, well, they didn't ban it. They just, it's kind of like Roe versus Wade, where they threw it back to the states.
So, and if many of you don't know that much about sports, if one state is using, that's going to cause a whole lot of confusion. A whole lot of problems, because if Minnesota is playing, I thought Maryland, and Maryland is okay with trans athletes, and Minnesota isn't okay with trans athletes, then that means that Maryland's trans athletes can't compete in Minnesota, I guess, right? Yeah,
you're getting into technicalities, but directionally, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it says in Maryland you can have trans in women's sports, and in Minnesota you can ban it.
Now, how about this? I saw the word privately, right?
Or they said publicly.
Public. So that means private schools can do whatever they want.
Yeah, and they always could, pretty much.
Okay. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
What'll be interesting is if they hear a case that a woman, because right now what they ruled on is it's not illegal to have a law that says men can't compete against women, biological men, biological women. But I'm waiting for them to hear the case where a woman says, my state allows trans in sports, and that is a violation of my Title IX rights. And then that would be a different ruling. So they've ruled that you can ban trans from sports. They haven't ruled on the broader issue of, is it discriminating against women to let biological men compete?
And I mean, honestly, if everybody listening to this or watching this now and listen to it later, or you're passing it off to somebody, y'all know deep down in your heart that it's wrong.
Right.
I mean, it's wrong. It's not fair. Especially in all sports, really. But like when you get into real physical sports like boxing and wrestling and different things like that, you don't want no souped up.
You don't want some dude wailing on your
daughter.
Right.
You don't want it. And I think this goes across. I mean, I don't think there's any lines of liberal and conservative when it comes to this. You do have some screwed up parents, yes. But I don't believe that every liberal parent out there wants their daughter to fight some dude.
No.
And I mean, I would have thought maybe, because in the way that I was looking at it, I guess I didn't look at it really near. I thought they just stopped the whole thing. Just like you said. I just thought they stopped the whole thing. But maybe this is the era of the screwed up Supreme Court, because yesterday they ruled for Trump could fire independent people and then left the independent
right. Trump can fire people, but not this people.
Yeah. And they did the same. Now they're doing the same thing to the ban thing. Well,
right.
Well, yeah, but it's that but type of thing, So I don't know, man. I mean, everybody was saying I was going to call him Thurman Thomas. Clarence Thomas was up on the Hill yesterday, and he wasn't letting anybody know why he was up there. And at first I was like, I wonder if this is gonna. I wonder if that SCOTUS thing is gonna come down in the favor, for him to be up there,
No.
But, yeah. So, with that said, birthright citizenship. President Trump won't be happy today, but I'm going to give you this, and then I'm going to say something about it. All right. According to the Supreme Court's own opinion, Trump versus Barbara released this morning, the court struck down the president's executive order. That's why I'm going to come back to this. Ending birthright citizenship by a vote of 6-3. According to the slip opinion, Chief Justice Roberts wrote the majority, and the lineup is the headline buster. He was joined by 3 liberal justices, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, plus
Amy Coney Barrett. Who could have seen this coming?
And
wow. Kavanaugh, kinda. We'll talk about Kavanaugh.
Like I said yesterday, Roberts wrote, was the right to have rights. Quote, was the right to have rights. According to the opinion, here's the split most outlets are glossing over. It was 6-3, but the outcome was 5-4 on the Constitution. Justice Kavanaugh agreed that the order was unlawful, but on the grounds that it broke federal statutes Congress passed in 1940 and 1952, not necessarily the 14th Amendment itself. In his view, Congress could limit, and that's where I was going, Congress could limit birthright citizenship by statute. It just hasn't. So the president couldn't do it alone. See, I got more. I'm going to throw it to you in just a second. President Trump, as a businessman, in his first term, when he became president, he kept talking about how Congress moved too slow. Mitch McConnell's like, well, he has to learn how things go up here. That's what Mitch McConnell said in the first term. President Trump was like, wait a minute, in the second term, let me do this executive order because they ain't doing nothing.
Yep.
They're not doing nothing. They talk a good game. And this trans thing didn't just start when President Trump got in office. This trans thing it didn't start under Biden. It just got worse because everybody was coming out in the swim team, on the wrestling team, on the boxing team. Men was not, these things were knocking women out in the ring and stuff. And that in those 4 years. So President Trump was, okay, guess what? I think he knew, seriously, that this wasn't going to go through on the Supreme Court. I think he knew it. I think there might have been a chance if they used the slave thing or whatnot, but Congress, if anybody knows that they aren't doing their job, at least the Wayne Dupree, the Dupree Report audience should know that Congress is not doing their job. Everybody else is going around saying, oh, well, the Supreme Court. But Congress, that's Congress's job. Okay? Actually, it shouldn't even be their job. It should be the states, honestly. But if you want to do it on the federal level, okay, fine. Congress should be doing this. Congress, the abortion thing, the transgender thing, the thing that we were just talking about. Congress should be doing this, but they're not going to do it because they don't want to do it. Because if they clean up everything, if they take care of everything that everybody's been clamoring about and whining about and protesting about and stuff, they ain't going to have no job. So they got to leave stuff out there. And I bet you dollars to donuts, many of them knew that it wasn't going to work. I bet you. I bet you they knew it, and nobody came and said, well, really, that's basically the only thing that Congress is bullish about and will say anything about, and I'm talking about the House of Representatives, the only thing that they will put their foot down on is we control the purse strings. Nothing else. We control the purse strings. Appropriations is us. That's our job. But everything else is, hey, Jason, we got a party on Andrew Johnson Street on L Street on Friday night. You and the missus coming? Don't forget to bring that pipe of yours. Congress should be doing this, and they're not. I guess something else this also tells you is this. Even though the Supreme Court has come back and basically gave the office of the president a lot more reaching power on certain things, and you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm here to tell you, you ain't seen nothing yet, because the people that come after Trump are going to be worse. They got a whole lot of power to do a whole lot of stuff because the Supreme Court gave it to them, and they are going to look toward that. But the only what was I saying?
Wayne's all fired up.
I am fired up because Congress should have did this a long time ago. Congress should have put it out there. Congress should have jumped on the birth certificate. Congress should have jumped on the birth certificate just as soon as the Reagan thing came in. They should have been on it. Just as soon as those Democrats lied to Reagan. I know you blame Reagan, but just as soon as those Democrats lied to Reagan and so, well, yeah, we give it to you, but we give you anything you want. Just go ahead and let these 13 million, right? It's always that number. Is it 13 million or 11 million?
They said
It's
11
always
or 13 million for 30 years.
30 years, 13 million a year. Okay. So we'll get that to you. Congress should have turned around, or the next Republican majority, Congress, Newt Gingrich and his people, when they had the contract of America, they should have did something with it. They should have did something with it. But you know, Jason will tell you, Congress ain't trying to do nothing. Go ahead, Jason. I need to drink some coffee.
SplitRockCoffee.com, promo code Wayne. All right, I'm going to start my analysis of this description. I pulled the official transcript of the Senate, May 30th, 1866. Senator Jacob Howard, who introduced the 14th Amendment. And this is the transcript. It's available. They're talking about Reconstruction. This amendment, which I have offered, is simply declaratory of what I regard as law of the land already, that every person born within the limits of the United States and subject to their jurisdiction is by virtue of natural law and national law a U.S. citizen. So that's where the left stops reading. The further sentence goes, this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, belong to the families of ambassadors, foreign ministers, according to the government of the United States, but will still include every other class persons. It settles the debate, a question of citizen, removes all doubt. So right in the description, this is from the Senate thing, he says, yeah, this doesn't include aliens or people who are here. And it was just designed to address slaves. That is when the 14th Amendment was introduced. So what did the Supreme Court rule? Depending on how you look at it, it was either 6-3 or 5-4. Some people are reporting it 6-3. Some are saying 5-4. The difference is Kavanaugh said, so the three liberals said, yep, birthright citizenship, 100% guaranteed. That's a language. Roberts and Coney Barrett went with them saying, yep, if you're born on American soil, you're a citizen. Kavanaugh took and then you had the other three, you had Thomas and Alito, who said, subject to the jurisdiction of doesn't include birthright or birthright tourists, illegals who aren't here, as evidenced by Thomas's dissent was 91 pages, by the way.
They said this was the biggest. They said this was the biggest one they've ever seen.
Yeah, and essentially boiling down his argument, he agrees with most of us and what the senator who introduced the 14th Amendment said, which is, yeah, no, people who we've accepted here are like, if you're here on a visa, you don't get to birth an American citizen. And he went 91 pages through all kinds of examples. Great read. I'm about halfway through it. Kavanaugh took kind of a middle position where Kavanaugh said, yeah, Trump can't do this via executive order, but I don't disagree with his interpretation of the 14th Amendment. However, when they passed the 14th Amendment, in the 1860s, whenever it was, then there was a Supreme Court case in the 1890s, the Kim Wong Arc, that was about a Chinese guy who was here building the railroad. And then they used that language subject to the jurisdiction of in a couple immigration laws in like the 30s and the 50s. So the Supreme Court right now on a 5-4 ruling determines subject to the jurisdiction of, meaning you're in the country. Now, the good news is if we swap out one justice, you get rid of Roberts, you get a new justice, Amy Coney Barrett, one of the liberals, and you put one in who agrees that subject to the jurisdiction of doesn't include illegals, you could have this decision overturned because the 3 or 4 were like, yeah, subject to the jurisdiction of doesn't just mean you're physically in the country. So there's hope for that. But they also all agreed that Congress can specify what the definition of subject to the jurisdiction of. But what I like about Trump At the end of the day, Trump did something amazing here because nobody was talking about birthright citizenship really to much of any extent, and he has shifted that where that's going to be this generation's Roe versus Wade, where there's going to be a ton of polarizing stuff. Congress could solve it at any time, just defining what that means. They're not going to.
They're not going to.
Eventually, if you get a more conservative Supreme Court, they will more closely define subject to the jurisdiction of based on what was discussed at the time the amendment was passed, not what happened by subsequent Supreme Court decisions. So, yeah, but I think most of our audience, there was a couple of people that thought it would go Trump's way. Most of the audience thought it wasn't going to go. Wayne and I thought it wasn't going to go. But either way, like what Trump did was pretty ballsy because he has brought something to the table that everybody's discussing. And even like normies who don't follow politics are like, wait a second, some illegal becomes a citizen. And like, they never even thought about it. And it's kind of like trannies in sports. Like all this stuff was happening and people just didn't talk about it. And, your normal Americans are going to be like, well, that's stupid. So.
Yeah. I mean, again, well, one of the main reasons why, and again, you go back to Congress, but one of the main reasons why I didn't think it was going to go is because of Barrett and Roberts.
Right. Well, Barrett was a McConnell pick, Mitch McConnell, and the litmus test for Coney Barrett was, is she going to rule correctly on Roe versus Wade? And like I say, Roe versus Wade was an incorrectly decided court case. It wasn't even about abortion. Roe versus Wade read abortion into the Constitution where it wasn't there. And what Roe versus Wade decision is no, go back to the states. And to be honest, it was kind of a loss for conservatives because states have enacted more liberal abortion policies in many states. More babies are getting killed from abortion once we overturned Roe versus Wade, but it was important to get it overturned.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yesterday when we were talking about it, Kavanaugh to me wasn't a surprise. That's why I mentioned him. I thought in my mind, but I didn't say it. So I wasn't going to go 7-2, but I don't know. I don't think Barrett is from now on. Who is the independent on Supreme, or supposed to be independent on Supreme Court?
None of them.
No, right. But there's always a swing vote.
Well, the three conservatives generally always go one way, the three liberals go the other, and your three swing votes are Coney Barrett, Roberts, and Kavanaugh.
But there's another conservative one that people
sometimes Gorsuch will get a little squirrely, or Alito. Clarence Thomas, like I wish we could just make him emperor. Him and Stephen Miller as president, as emperor and vice emperor.
Yeah. What's the other one? Alito,
yeah. Alito's usually pretty solid. But Gorsuch is who you're thinking of. Every now and then he gets a little
Alito.
Could be Alito.
Yeah, because Alito sometimes votes with the liberals, I think.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting, though, is even in Gorsuch's dissent, if you read through that, like part of his analysis says that he would deny birthright citizenship to children of temporary visitors, but not illegal immigrants who live here permanently. So, like, Gorsuch gets a little squirrely. And really what he's saying is, like, this is why mass deportations are important. This is why illegal shouldn't be here. Gorsuch in his dissent essentially says, if you're going to let them here, yeah, they get to be citizens, so you need to send them home. So,
yeah,
mass deportations.
Thomas Gorsuch says Supreme Court should revisit landmark libel ruling. You know what that's about?
I'm not sure.
Justice Clarence Thomas renewed his calls for the Supreme Court to revisit its 1964 landmark decision that makes it difficult for public figures to bring defamation suits.
And they did rule too today on the campaign finance. Basically,
Yeah, that's right. They did.
I don't know how I feel about it. They
Here it is. I
said
got it.
that political
According-
parties can't be capped in how much they coordinate and give to the campaign. So
Yeah. According to today's decision in the National Republican Senatorial Committee versus FEC, the court struck down federal limits on how much a political party can spend in coordination with its own candidates. 6-3 again. Justice Kavanaugh wrote the opinion. Was that Kavanaugh and Comey Barrett again? Good Lord. According to the ruling, the court held the three caps violate the First Amendment's free speech protections, and in doing so, overturned its own 2001 precedent, Colorado Republican 2, which had upheld those limits. According to the FEC, as reported by CBS, the caps being struck ran from roughly 65,000 up to 4 million, depending on the office. Congressional races at the low end, Senate races at the high end. According to the court's records, the challenge was filed back in 2022 by the National Republican Senatorial Committee, the National Republican Congressional Committee, and then Republican or Representative Steve Cabot, and then Senator J.D. Vance. He was then Senate candidate J.D. Vance, who is now the vice president. According to Kagan, nothing in the First Amendment mandates that outcome, as indeed this court has held before. According to the dueling statements today, Tim Scott and NRCC Chair Richard Hudson called it a decisive First Amendment victory, while the Democratic National Committee called it a win for billionaires and donors and special interests. Same ruling to Americans. Wait a minute.
all these are very complicated, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, wait a minute.
So speaking at a high level, the political party and the candidate. So if I give money to the Republicans and then they want to support President Trump, there's limits and rules on how much you can give, how much the Republican Party can give Trump. If I donate to Trump, I can only give a certain amount of money. What is unregulated is if you create a third-party NGO that supports President Trump, and they just don't directly coordinate with him, but they put out pro-Trump stuff, that's legal. So what this ruling says is now I can just give money to the Republican Party, they can support Trump, or I can give money to the Democrat Party, they can support whatever candidate. Where it's become difficult is all this dark money. Like right now, Republicans are talking a lot about, oh, well, Trump's got, or the Republicans have all this money. Yet Democrats just aren't funneling money through the Democrat Party. They're funneling it to non-government organizations, political action committees. So they've got a lot of money too.
Well, the Republicans have caught up, especially with Elon, because Elon is doing that with his super PAC. And then you got Miriam Anderson that is doing hers with hers. She's kind of mad at President Trump right now over the Israel thing, which we won't talk about for right now. But yeah, I mean,
no, if you look at the spending, Wayne, I think your math is wrong on that. I mean, the money that goes for Democrat supporting candidates, even now, far outpaces Republicans. It's not even particularly close. Like, look at the last election.
I would think now because they're trying to win the midterms, but there was a whole lot of money.
The Republican Party has a lot of money, but like, look at Oxendorf's campaign, to use an example. Just look up how much money he's sitting on for his reelection. in Georgia. He's sitting on a ton of money, and it's not reported in the Democrat thing. A lot of that money comes through sneakily through Act Blue and other NGOs, that kind of thing.
Okay. I always thought they were both bad. I mean,
they are bad. I'm just saying that the amount of money that going to Democrat politicians far outstrips the amount going to Republicans.
Yeah.
And right now, I know it's popular to say, oh, the RNC has way more money on hand than the DNC, which is true. But if you look at how much money effectively is going to be spent on these races, it's not nearly as lopsided.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know if they really have any more big decisions left to go. I think. Hugh Hewitt. Wow. Hugh Hewitt just came out. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. NPR mistakenly reports Justice Alito is retiring.
That was incorrect.
Published in error. How do you do that? How do you accidentally, Karl Rove is saying that the Supreme Court, the campaign finance decision will strengthen democracy. So it looks like the GOP is happy with. Yeah. Well, actually, it was brought by the Republicans anyway. So yeah, Supreme Court sides with Republican challenge. I got it. President, like I said before, President Trump is really happy about the transgender athlete bans, as I would think any sensible human being should be sensible with like common sense, but I won't beat that horse again.
NewsGuard's going to come after you if you do.
I gotta do some work when I get finished. I really didn't want to do no work. It's getting hot, by the way. As I said, tomorrow's supposed to be 100 here in the area. I thought it was supposed to start on Thursday and Friday, but no, it's supposed to start tomorrow. So make sure, like I said, if you're here in this area, it's going to get nasty. Well, I mean, it's going to get nasty everywhere, but it's going to be real nasty here in the DC area. It's real nasty. It's real nasty. And I got a question. Why anybody in the chat in DC right now? Is anybody saying anything? Let me see. Is anybody in DC? Is anybody watching the show from DC? The reason why I'm saying that is because there's a fair going on. And I would have thought that there'd been a whole lot of MAGA supporters and stuff in Washington, D.C. for the fair. And unless they're waiting until next week. They could be waiting until next week, common sense is dead. Becky said common sense is dead. You got darn right. You got darn right, Becky. Yeah, but I mean, shoot, Jason, why aren't you in DC?
I ain't going there.
It's
safe. I may never make it there again in my life.
But it's safe though. It
is now.
It's safe.
I mean, I guess when I go there might be when the 3rd Regiment of Minnesota is storming the Capitol to take over.
That's good. Yeah. Now let's see. Lisa. And Lisa's at her pool.
Lisa's at her pool. Giddy up.
Yeah, she just I think that's how blue the reflecting pool is supposed to be, Lisa.
Did you see the pro-algae protesters?
No.
Oh my God. So at the reflecting
in DC?
pool. Yeah, you'll just have to look it up. Over the last week or two, there were literally not huge crowds, but like a number of people that were pro algae, and they were protesting Trump cleaning out the reflecting pool.
Oh, gracious.
Yeah, I'm like,
you know what though? I mean, I'm wondering, and I think one of the main reasons why there's always algae there is because of the temperature, and it's a swamp. It's always going to be algae there. I mean, it's always going. It surprises me that it's not cleaned out regularly.
Right.
You know that. I mean, every administration should be on top of that, like what is happening right now. Honestly, I really don't think that it could. I mean, okay, if you want it blue, it'll be blue. I know on cloudy days it's not going to be blue. It's going to be gray because it's so long, it reflects what the sky is. I mean, there's nothing like a beautiful blue sky in Washington D.C. with a couple of clouds. Because when you look on that pool, if you've never been to that area around the Lincoln Memorial, to see that reflecting pool, it's so long, but it looks so beautiful because of it reflects what the sky is doing. So, but if they just took care of it, and they just weren't taking care of it ever since, for some reason, they just don't take care of it. So I expect algae to be back. I do. I honestly, I really do. I expect algae to be back for centuries and centuries, or sooner or later it's going to dry up. But
well, and if you look, it's kind of that left-wing ideology. I mean, if you look at what beautiful things we've built in the last 30, 40, 50 years, it's really not been much. You know, we've spent a lot of time, we've had a lot of national discussion about destroying things that used to be great. Like General Lee's statue a few years ago, everybody wanted to take all those down everywhere. General Lee, even at the time, he was recognized as one of the greatest generals in history. And yet they wanted to take down and melt his statue, Christopher Columbus, all those folks. You know, coming out of the space race, we were doing really cool stuff in space. And instead, there was this huge movement like, oh, we don't want to. Well, why are we sending all these rockets up to space? Let's repurpose that money to social programs, which we did. And we expanded the welfare state instead of having us go to space and colonize Mars. And that's kind of what we're at with even like maintaining some of the beautiful infrastructure we built. I mean, all of DC, every American should agree, like that whole area down at the Capitol should be world class. Every president should want it that way. And does it cost money? Yeah, but
but all the money that they're sending overseas and stuff, they could have took care of. They could have. I mean, look. Everybody remember when they were wiping down the Statue of Liberty and stuff? Yeah, it took a couple years or whatnot, but guess what? They did it. It's maintenance, y'all. Right. I mean, and I'm sure that they have money for maintenance, unless it's like that lockbox that they just take the money out and move it to somewhere else, which they probably do. They probably do. So, you know, and to see those people out there in the pool standing cleaning and stuff, that don't take long. I mean, well, what I mean, it don't take long. It shouldn't take 3 and 4 months. You get those people out there, experts, taking care of that reflecting pool, taking care of the grounds, because they take wiping down. Because here's one thing: if they ain't doing that, if they ain't protecting the water, are they taking care of the statues? Are they wiping down the statues outside? Probably not. Probably not. You know, I didn't even know that the Statue of Liberty was not gold. It was bronze, right? It was bronze. Yep. When I looked at it, it looked beautiful as bronze, and now it's all green and stuff because of the salt water. I know, but still, I was like, wow.
Who knew?
But it stood the test of time, though. They had to change the poles on the inside. I saw the video on it on Instagram. I thought it was kind of cool. But it's like, I guess what I'm saying is, if they want to do it, then they will. And the will to do it hasn't been there. You know, they've been worried about starting wars in other countries or back in other countries and giving them billions and billions of dollars to fight Russia and China and all that mess, and building up arms and stuff. And yeah, but okay, fine. Damn the roads, damn the bridges, damn the railroads. You know, I mean,
well, it gets into that difficult discussion where the country's going with socialism, communism, all those sorts of things. Like, we all agree that, we all need to contribute to build infrastructure in America. I don't think that's very controversial. We all agree that we should all contribute to having a fire department or a police department to provide safety, to enforce laws. Like, that's not controversial. Where it starts to get dicey is when we start giving social programs. A fire department is not the same as welfare. It's not. It's two completely different things. And
you mentioned Gorsuch earlier.
Yeah.
Somebody said it was kind of 7-2 instead of 6-3. Gorsuch said he would give citizenship to the children of people here illegally if they lived here permanently.
Correct.
But wouldn't give it to people who were here temporarily.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, here will be the
watch out for him too.
Here will be the outcome of birthright citizenship in a right-wing government. You should see an increase in deportations of illegals. And you should see that happening more and more aggressively. The Haitians who just lost their temporary protected status, they should all go home. I mean, congratulations, you were here temporarily, time to go home. And it even gets further where people who come here legally, as soon as a woman's pregnant, she should deport. Like, her visa should be revoked immediately and she should deport because she's not a citizen. Somebody shows up at the border pregnant, don't care, you aren't coming in. And, because that baby born would be a citizen, wait in Mexico, wait in whatever other country. I mean, I think if done properly, there are ways around, and it's just removing everybody that shouldn't be here and not letting people in who shouldn't. So, and you could even go so far as for all the doctors or welfare people or whatnot, if somebody is pregnant, like, you need to notify ICE and have them deported. Congratulations, your visa is revoked. We're putting you on a plane, sending you home.
Yeah. Well, that's everybody is Matt Walsh brands Justice Barrett a DEI hire. Who hired her? Who hired her? I mean,
it was a bad promote by Trump.
And oh, that's what I was saying before. I don't know if you ever going to get another conservative vote from her. I tell you why. State of the Union speech. Trump walked past her.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing
women don't like that.
But
women don't like that.
Here's the thing, that when you look at the political parties, it's how do they vote when it matters, not when it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? And you see that in Congress where it's like, oh, so-and-so votes 90% for Republicans. Well, those are the 90% that are going to pass. That 10% where they need their vote is where it doesn't pass. Coney Barrett's much the same way. Same with Roberts. Like, they are conservatives. They largely vote for or rule with the conservatives. But in those key times where it counts, they don't. And even Coney Barrett and Roberts, they could have just said, you know what, Trump can't just issue an executive order on this. And Congress, and they could have thrown that out and said Congress needs to get legislation passed that clarifies what they mean, subject to the jurisdiction of. But they went the other way and they said, well, this is what we interpret. But they did open the door where Congress can change it. But good luck to that. Like, Congress won't pass anything.
Yeah. All right, Jason, give me some last thoughts. Let's get ready to get out of here. I got work that I didn't want to do.
Are you doing NewsGuard today?
I got to fix this thing because I want to see what the rating is they're going to give me. And they've been kind of quiet. So.
I showed you ours. It was kind of interesting. But
when are they going to update that? Because that was from a couple of years ago.
You know, NewsGuard's kind of a scam. They contact you like out of the blue,
Mhm.
and you don't hear from them for a long time. I think if you stay off their radar, like you leave them alone, they leave you alone. So
Which I did. And then they contacted me this morning because, I ain't going to get no subscription. I ain't going to, I'm not going to pay them to find out what my score is. But
right. Yeah, they send you your report. Have you got scooped up in the Facebook goofiness too?
Which one?
Well, so the AI is going through and demonetizing pages. So you don't have any strikes, you don't have anything going on, but they'll say, oh, you can't monetize because you violated a policy. And then you're like, well, what's a policy? Like, I don't have any strikes on my page. And they'll go, oh, well, I guess there isn't one. The AI just swiped you up. So, yeah.
They're going to fix that for you, right? They're going to fix that? They're going to fix that
if you get the right guy, yeah. But... yeah, we had a few pages get hit with that, and we've been battling now for 2 weeks, and it sounds like it was just a glitch of the AI, and so we're still fighting that battle. But what do we got for?
Wait a minute, hold on, wait. But I'm noticing that so many people are complaining about that creator program, or they're complaining about a creator program, and then they're telling you how you can do whatever you can do, but that still ain't working. Or to a matter of degree, you still aren't getting the views again, unless you put up dog and cat pictures. I understand.
Yeah, they've automated a lot of it through AI, and then the AI is acting kind of weird, I guess is the best way I can describe it. So people have monetization shut down, and then people are getting strikes that weren't really strikes, and it's kind of a mess right now. That's why AI is still a while away from taking over the world. But let's go into final thoughts. First of all, folks, thank you everybody for tuning in to the Dupree Report. We're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and 11 to 12 Central. We love hanging out with you guys, and as always, do us a favor, give us a like, give us a comment, give us a share, help show get reach. Second of all, for the Supreme Court, a lot of us want to be downers about the birthright citizenship thing. I'll give you glass half full. We're closer to flipping it than we've ever been, and the country has operated under this assumption for 150 years. 150 years, the 14th Amendment was interpreted that way. We are one Supreme Court justice away from it being ruled, in my opinion, correctly. Because if they would have ruled the other way, if Coney Barrett would have voted with Robert, or with the conservatives, with Thomas and Alito, birthright citizenship would have been ended. So there's a lot of work to do between here and there. Third thing, it's going to be hot in many parts of the country, as we mentioned yesterday. Drink lots of fluids, stay inside, don't get heat stroke. And as always, we will see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Want to thank everybody once again for taking time out of your busy schedule. Don't forget to check out Augusta Precious Metals. And look,
you need to get Wayne a wizard pipe.
I was telling somebody, what did I say about your wizard pipe?
The fact that you brought up my wizard pipe to somebody is disturbing.
I was talking. Well, no. So a friend of mine watched the show and they saw the pipe yesterday. They said, "What's up with the pipe?" I said, "Oh, he's Gandalf." And I said, honestly, that looks just like the pipe that Gandalf had in the movies. It looks just like It looked just like it. Long too.
It's the official Lord of the Rings.
Oh, okay. No,
it really is the official pipe.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Can you put stuff in it? Can you really?
Oh
smoke?
yeah. You smoke out of this thing.
Get out of here.
Real functioning cherry wood pipe.
Get out of here. All right, Gandalf. You shall pass.
Colonel Rob Maness has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to this nation. Having worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to full colonel, he served our country for more than 32 years. He has served as a bomber squadron commander, bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff operations officer, assisted the national security team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan and served as the vice commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
I think we had a really great meeting, and we're very proud of the party. We like everybody really in the room. I don't like a few people, but that's okay. I think you know who they are. But I'll give you that information someday. But for the most part, we have a really well unified party. And I said it very strongly. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the most powerful. We're the smartest. We're the most respected. 2 years ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. We had a terrible group of people representing us. Every leader, I just left G7. Every leader, and we had a lot of people in addition to G7, as you know, came. Everyone said, what we've done in a year and a half is a miracle.
Friends, welcome back to the Rob Maness Show on Truth Thursday today, and we're live on Worldview 2 and our X Spaces simulcast. Well, you just saw President Trump laying into Senate Republicans, calling out the rhinos, making it clear he's fed up with the dysfunction in that chamber. Every clip you'll see today is from that chamber or about it. The frustration is real, and it's not just about one meeting or one single bill. It goes very much deeper. The United States Senate was never designed to be just another popularly elected body like the House of Representatives. The founders created it as a deliberative body to represent the sovereign states that were part of the compact of the U.S. Constitution, with senators chosen by state legislatures, not by direct popular vote. That structure was meant to protect federalism, to check federal power, and keep the Senate focused on the long-term interests of the states. But in 1913, 17th Amendment changed all that. And since then, senators have become more responsive to national donors, party leaders, and the D.C. machine than to the states and the people of those states they're supposed to represent. The result is exactly what we're seeing today. Gridlock, broken promises, and a Senate that often feels completely disconnected from the American people and, most importantly, from the Constitution of the United States. Well, my guest today has been digging into this issue for years. He's a highly respected attorney who specializes in investigating public corruption and racketeering, the same kind of institutional failures we see in Arizona and across the country. He's currently a graduate student and researcher in public administration, and he's teaching political science. He's the co-author, along with James R., of this new book, Restoring the Senate, John Thaler. John, welcome back to the Rob Maness Show.
Thank you, Colonel. It's so good to be with you today.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, I'm excited to see the book. Finally, somebody has written about this issue in enough detail that maybe it will get through some people's heads that what happened in 1917 was probably one of the worst wrong turns the United States has ever had. Am I right?
Oh, well, you're absolutely right about that. And I think one of the impetuses for the book was not just that James R. and I would talk about this on the air, but you have this very strong movement today from all over the country of people wanting to abolish the Electoral College. And what they don't understand at all is obviously why there is an Electoral College, what it does, why it's so important. But they don't understand that the entire formation of the Constitution was underpinned by this, that you had several different ways by which the states would check the powers. One is, of course, the Electoral College. The second one is that senators were not voted on by the people, but were selected in whatever process the legislature of each state chose. And then the third, of course, which is one we don't even think about that much, is that if you're going to change the Constitution, the state legislatures have a say in that. So those were the three safeguards that Madison put into the equation to ensure that the states had rights and that the federal government couldn't take them over. Well, when you got to the turn of the century and you got, I've talked about this before, I think one of the most fascinating periods of our history is the McKinley era. And it's because it is the age where we really get into the Industrial Revolution. It's where railroads are going across country for the first time. It's where oil starts to become very important. It's the beginning of the combustion engine and, of course, cars. And so you finally had, what we call today billionaires and trillionaires, but that's when you first started having millionaires. And if you go back in time, the comments that are being made, the negative comments being made against Musk are the same comments that were made against Rockefeller and others, that they were going to somehow destroy our society. So you had lots of money in politics. Remember, and this is, I think, very important, you didn't have an income tax or barely had an income tax back then. So everything you did was at the state level, including your taxes. And corruption ensued, which, happens anytime you have money in politics. And it got so bad that states like Delaware at one point couldn't even seat a senator for almost a 2-year period. And so in the wisdom of the populace, they said, well, this is horrible. There's these millionaires controlling everything. We'll let the people decide. And they passed the 17th Amendment, and they decided that from now on, you're going to vote for your U.S. senator. And I would bet you if you took a poll of, say, graduating college students today, and you asked them if they even knew what the 17th Amendment was, they would tell you they have absolutely no idea. It's not taught, as are many other things, but it's not taught. So the foundations that made this country and made the Constitution what it is have been entirely bypassed by education. And the result is that you have these comments constantly on X and other places. I mean, just spend 5 minutes on MS Now, and they will tell you they need to abolish the Electoral College. Well, like I said, that would be the second domino, and just wait till amending the Constitution doesn't go to the states anymore. It's really, really tragic that we don't know these things and that we don't at least examine what the cause and effect was. Prohibition was easy. Oh, wait, I can't drink. Let's get rid of this. I want to drink my alcohol. But you don't really know from things like the 17th Amendment what the effects are because nobody's really ever studied them. So James and I tried to do it here to give a history, to give a background, to kind of also make it fun because we think it's such an interesting time in our history. But also, if we did repeal it, what would happen?
Yeah. I mean, this subject is not alone in that. I think, to be honest with you, the reason why we're not teaching our kids about the realities of things like the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, more importantly, and everything that's come since then, whether it's right or wrong, is creating the problems you're seeing, not just in our government today, but on our streets. The Civil War is one thing. Look, the Civil War didn't settle any questions. The question being, can a state that signed up voluntarily for the compact voluntarily leave if it sees the compact's being broken in its judgment? That question has never been answered. We were talking before the show about people doing things in practice and saying it's the law and what the law actually says. That's a common problem in this country. And I think that's why we don't teach it to our kids, because we don't want them to look back and see all these questions that remain unanswered. But some of them should remain unanswered, like this question of whether voters should select U.S. senators or not. So John, in the book, you guys, one of the things you dive into is what's the reasoning behind the state legislature selecting senators versus what we've bangled it up to do?
That's a great question. Look, what people, I think, don't realize, again, because they don't understand federalism, is that the states actually originally controlled the United States. separately and apart, of course, but they controlled the United States. And it was originally set up that way. The Articles of Confederation, which predate our Constitution, were designed specifically so that the states pretty much had all the power. The federal government had this very, very minimalist power. But it became very clear that we had two problems. One is we had interstate commerce. And you couldn't have each separate state regulating goods and services coming into their state or going out of their state. It's almost like what we have today with Iran saying, we're going to control the Strait of Hormuz and we're going to tax you. You can imagine if you had, and remember there's 13 of them back then, we didn't have 50, but you had 13 separate territories, all taxing separately and controlling shipping separately and mandating what can come in and out of the state and on and on and on. So there had to be some focus on the federal government. With the Constitution, remember, different than the Bill of Rights, with the Constitution going forward and an interstate commerce clause in there, there had to be a regulatory body to settle disputes between the states so that the country could run as a country. But at the same time, the states were absolutely apoplectic about the idea of federal power and the federal government somehow taking over and essentially what's happened today, starving them out. We'll talk a little bit about the block grant problem and what it's led to. And of course, the Leering Center and all these things because of how we've now put the power in the federal government and how we dole that back to the states. But the states were terrified of this, that the federal government was going to wind up having all the control and the power. And the only way you could get a balance out of the Constitutional Convention to get the Constitution passed was to have this balance where states had this check and balance on the federal government. So again, the Electoral College was part of it to make sure that heavy population centers didn't control the election. It was done by making senators come directly from the legislature. And of course, it was done by making sure that the states had to also pass any amendments to the Constitution. But the other deal was, and we don't think about it this way, but the federal government was supposed to be kind of the CEO of a corporation. And each state was expected to be a different division, if you will, of that corporation. So if the corporation is made up of divisions, which are the states, it's the states that are supposed to have the power. That's why you have 2 senators, not a proportion of senators. That's why the Senate has its own rules. That's why the Senate has its own way of doing things, even with the filibuster to a degree. All of this was designed to protect from a tyranny of the majority. And that's what we've lost. And of course, if you listen to the DSA, to the socialist candidates who just won in New York, that's exactly the opposite. They want to throw all of this out.
And if they throw all of this out, what happens?
Well, if they throw all of this out, what you have is a pure, tyranny of the majority. States no longer would have any influence or any rights. And that's essentially what they're asking for. Beyond some of the kind of party jokes we make about socialism and communism, the real serious aspect of these people winning, of not just Mamdani, who's a mayor, but of people going to Congress who have similar beliefs, is that ultimately what they want is they want majorities. They think they can get enough of the poor in this country, the people who are dependent on the system, to add to the system. This has been one of the things that we've talked about, I think, in history classes, ad nauseum, is that the entire problem here is that once you vote yourself from the trough, you never give up the trough, and you keep voting more and more to be fed into it. And that's the theory. If we can put enough people on the dole, we'll get to a point where more and more people are dependent on the dole. They don't care about their states. They certainly don't care about their localities. They simply care what the federal government is going to provide to them. And that sets up an entirely different dynamic in this country, where states have no independent, not only independent authority, but an independent identity. You wouldn't be any different living, say, in California than living in Arizona, than living in Texas, than living in Florida. And that's the real tragedy that they simply don't understand.
Well, yeah, people are leaving California because they're going to Texas.
Correct, and to Florida, and to Arizona.
And quite often, though, they're bringing their communist baggage with them and trying to change those states.
This has been, as you know, a big problem, especially maybe a little bit in Texas, but absolutely in Arizona, where Arizona, that was a very solidly red state for a long time, for a number of years there. And of course, in 2020, which went for Biden, I mean, outside of the fraud problem, obviously, that an election was even that close, that you have 2 Democrat senators, that you have a Democrat governor, a Democrat attorney general, a Democrat secretary of state in Arizona, is entirely because of 2 things: the illegal alien population shift, which happened especially under Biden, and because you have so many Californians taking California with them to states like Arizona. And that's essentially what the DSA is trying to do. They want to make California essentially, and what you see in Minnesota, the model for the country, and make it a nationwide set of issues rather than, hey, I'm in California, I don't like, paying property taxes like I'm doing, income taxes like I'm doing, infrastructure problems, et cetera, highest cost of living in the country, I'm going to move. Well, now it doesn't matter if you move, because now everything is controlled by the federal government.
Yeah, and that inherently limits freedom of movement, not through government force, but through desire and choice. All right, we got to take a break, John. When we come back, I want to dive some more into the book, talk about the balance between democracy and deliberation. And we'll see a clip from one. It's about one of the senators that was in the meeting yesterday that President Trump was talking about at the end of the show. Another senator. We'll be right back with John Thaler, author of Restore the Senate, or co-author, I should say, along with James Art.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady, strong, and well. Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with Asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
So, Lauren, take us behind closed doors. What happened inside that room?
Yeah, I mean, what we have heard from sources that were in that room and Senator Bill Cassidy himself is that this was an exchange that really escalated with the president. Bill Cassidy telling our colleague Morgan Rimmer just a few moments ago that he lost his temper. Essentially, the president was asking why these 4 Republican senators would vote for this war powers vote last night. And at that point, Cassidy told our colleague Morgan Rimmer that he asked the president, is that a rhetorical question, or do you want to actually know the answer? The president invited him to share why he voted the way that he did. And essentially, Cassidy berated the president for what has transpired in Iran, for not being clear with Congress about his actions in the region, and essentially arguing that until he got a more fulsome briefing of what was transpiring, he was going to continue voting the way that he was voting. Cassidy said that the president was raising his voice, and in response, he continued to raise his. He said he lost his temper, that he's not necessarily proud of that fact, but he joked it was the Irish in him. I mean, obviously, this was an extremely tense exchange. A lot of Republican senators coming out of that meeting noted that it had taken place. Some of them, Senator Tommy Tuberville, tried to downplay it to me, arguing that it was a really cordial exchange, that they were just having a difference of opinion.
Welcome back to the Rob Mann Show. It's Truth Thursday. We're talking the truth about the need to restore the Senate to its original function and what it's supposed to do. And now what that report left out from, I had an original clip that Cassidy's people, I think, took down because they were the ones that posted, that had Bill Cassidy saying in the hallway why he was asking the question. He goes, well, I'm asking on behalf of all of the American people. Now, this is a United States senator from one state, one senator from one state. And I think that comment gets right to the heart of this issue, doesn't it, John?
Is exactly where the problem lies, is that senators were not supposed to be nationwide, either in the monies that they receive to become senator or run campaigns or anything. I mean, we know, about the money in politics. We know, especially after Citizens United, how much money comes in. We know how much gets diverted through USAID and through all these NGOs that got created through Congress, especially through the Democrats. The idea of a senator was supposed to be a representative of the state, and that's why the state chose the representative. He is not supposed to be a senator for the American people. He is supposed to be a senator specifically representing his state of Louisiana. What do the people of Louisiana want? Obviously not what Bill Cassidy wants, because he just got his rear end thrown out. And that's the problem. And now what you're seeing is this kind of payback of I'm representing everybody. No, you're not. And even with the elections now being in the hands of the people, that still was never the point of this. This was always supposed to be I'm representing the people of Louisiana. I guess Bill Cassidy didn't get the memo.
He's not a very bright guy. Trust me, I'm very familiar. One of the questions that comes to my mind, though, with this particular exchange is the resolution they were talking about, which ultimately was represented and failed because he flipped his vote, by the way, after getting told to sit down and being called a lunatic by the president. Anyway, and that is the Congress, the Senate being the key functioning organ for the states in the legislative process, abdicating its war powers to the executive branch. That's what this is all about. Why are they yelling at the commander-in-chief for doing the things that they've abdicated on?
Well, look, this is probably a whole other show, and it goes to my experiences in the Middle East and in Middle East politics. But I think with respect to how the Senate operates, it's a very good lesson in what happens when running for Senate becomes a national priority rather than a local one, a state one. Because again, if you're, it's not that you're going to keep money out of the hands of the legislature. I mean, obviously, legislative members are going to run for election. They're going to get money. They might even say, and if you elect me, here's who I'm going to appoint as U.S. Senator. And they may even do that. But to the degree that you have all this national money coming in and that you're no longer running from a state, you're running from across the country. I mean, look at the Talarico race. Look at Paxton and Talarico. And it's not obviously the only example, but look at all that flood of money. They're not running from Texas per se, even though it's Texas voters. They're running across the nation to get the donations to come in to be able to run. So, how much influence Texans have anymore, I guess we'll see on election day. Hopefully a lot to put Paxton in the Senate. But this is the problem. It was never supposed to be this way. The Texas legislature was supposed to decide who do we think best represents our interests in the U.S. Senate. Who's going to do the most good for the state of Texas? Who's going to represent our wishes and our desires? And that's not what you have anymore. And so, this is what you get. You get four of these senators who, no longer Cassidy, but the others who depend on cash coming in from across the country, not from a legislature choosing them, who now take the position, based on popularity polls, oftentimes which are based on false information. And now that's what you get. You get people running for office who are running nationally and not locally. And it takes all of us, in the particular state that we live in, out of the campaign. Even though we get the vote, it takes us kind of out of the campaign and certainly out of the selection process. Because now, especially in the primary process, outside money and outside influence is playing almost an exclusive role in who's even determined to run in November.
So say we turned back the 17th Amendment and repealed it. Do we have any surviving records of how the senator selection was operated in practice by the states?
Yeah, we do. And what mostly happened back then is that there would be, I think of it as the House speakership election. It was very similar to that, where names would be nominated and put up for nomination, and then the legislature, unless it made it a separate set of rules, but for the most part, legislatures then combined, usually you have two chambers of a state legislature, they would vote for the people, and they would have their own rules. Did you need a majority? Did you need a supermajority? Could you get a plurality if there were more than two candidates on the ballot? Each state had its own rules. But again, each state had its own rules. That was the beauty of this, that states could decide. And if you didn't like the rules, nowadays you could have a proposition on a ballot that changes the rules. You could have the legislature making changes to the rules, but you could make the rules make sense for your state. And then you would put people up for vote. They would get a vote. And as I said, one of the reasons it got, this whole system got done and the 17th Amendment came into effect is because states like Delaware couldn't get anybody elected. So they would go through needing a majority, and they couldn't get a majority vote on a candidate. And this went on for 2 years. And it was one of the catalysts to put in the 17th Amendment in the first place. So, yeah, that happens. But you know what? That's exactly how it was intended to work. If a state couldn't agree on somebody, if the legislature could not pick somebody to be a majority winner, just like we can't in the House of Representatives, guess what? You have no Speaker of the House, you have no U.S. Senator. That's precisely how it was intended to work. The Founding Fathers understood that you could have either corruption or you could just have disagreement, and you could have this happen. And you know what? Too bad for Delaware or California or anywhere else where this happens. Too bad. That is the system. That's how it works. And if you can't place somebody, then you can't. If you can't place a Speaker of the House, what happens? The House is not entitled to conduct any business. That's exactly the impetus to figure it out. States often did the same thing. If you couldn't put somebody in the seat, you have to figure it out because now you have no U.S. senators. So stuff did get resolved, but people wanted quicker resolution. They thought, oh, isn't it great if we democratize this? We are not, as we've said before, we are not a democracy, and we are not one for a very good set of reasons. This is how we prevent tyranny of the majority, is through these issues. Otherwise, that's exactly what you have. And as I said, as the federal government gains more power and provides more benefits to more and more people, what are people's fundamental interests? It's not losing your benefits, not necessarily what's doing the best for your country or anywhere else. And so that's the problem you get into here.
Yeah, as Ronald Reagan said, and I'll paraphrase him, the closest thing to everlasting life outside of going to heaven is a government program, I believe. Something to that effect. We've got a question in the audience. Let's go ahead and take that. Go ahead, Shel.
We have SJV, sir.
Thank you for taking my question because it's something I'm passionate about. My understanding, the reason the Senate was designed the way it was to resist change. So, the next fad comes along doesn't totally change our government.
I couldn't explain it in a millisecond.
But the thing is, I see things getting worse. Because I see even Republicans saying,
question for our guest, SJV.
Yeah, I see us getting worse by removing rules to make things easier done, and that's the big swing we see back and forth. How do we revert this? How do we get people to realize that Trump pushing through everything he can isn't the right way to go? Somehow we need to get back to compromise.
I would agree with you on this. Look, the idea, I think, certainly was, as it always was, to have a slow process. That's why the deliberative nature of both even the House, but certainly of the Senate, was conducted the way it was, is that you weren't supposed to be able to pass legislation quickly unless there was an emergency. And the idea was is that if you had a national emergency, people would get together because you have an emergency. But I'll give you a great example of the problems you get into with that is something like the Patriot Act, where we've had all sorts of freedoms that got taken away from us very quickly because of a national tragedy. We all agree on the tragedy. We all agree on how horrible it was, and we all agree on a need to prevent it from happening again. But we didn't realize very quickly how many of our rights were being cut, changed, taken away from us, minimized, etc. And, people kind of said, okay, well, this is okay with us. No, it's not. So the Senate was designed very particularly to be as slow a deliberative body as it could, to make sure, again, that majority tyranny idea didn't come into play. So that just because the majority of Americans wanted something didn't mean it was going to happen, especially if it cut into that juxtaposition between the federal government and the states.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, the state's power has been so whittled away. Now we see the institution being used to disrupt the policies that President Trump ran on, that the people overwhelmingly voted him in a historic, two of a kind re-election. But to disrupt the attempts to get the policies done, instead of taking the legislation challenge on and making it the best for the American people and getting stuff done, they're not doing it at all, or even obstructing his ability to do a recess appointment. Now, we got to take a break right now, but we'll be right back with John Thaler talking about his and James R.'s new book, Restore the Senate.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine. But what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
It's official. NBC News has now declared that the second spot in the June 27th Republican Senate runoff in Louisiana will go to State Treasurer John Fleming. So the runoff now is set. Congresswoman Julia Letlow, State Treasurer John Fleming, and that means that Senator Bill Cassidy, two-term Republican incumbent senator who voted to convict Donald Trump in his second impeachment trial in January of 2021, has been defeated. He will be denied renomination, and he will become the first sitting Republican senator, elected Republican senator since 2012, to lose a primary, to be denied renomination by his party. Again, Letlow clearly leading here tonight. Fleming, though, now safely, securely in second place here. Cassidy in third. The runoff set for June 27th.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's Truth Thursday. We're talking about the new book, Restore the Senate, by attorney John Thaler and his partner James R., a political commentator. And I just had to show that clip, number one, just to show the very lackluster performance that a two-term senator had when a real closed primary election occurred, and he was soundly defeated, couldn't even get into the runoff. But two, that runoff is this coming Saturday on 27th June. Get out there. Donald Trump endorsed Letlow in that race. So if you're listening to this and you're in Louisiana, remember that, June 27th on Saturday. Go vote. John, the other reason I showed that clip is that none of that should be even in play based on what we're talking about here. It should be the state legislature. Now, did any states just have the governor appoint their senators under the old system?
No, actually, the old
Okay.
system actually required that it be appointed by the legislature. The rules, as we talked about earlier, could be different from state to state, but it was the legislature that was in charge of doing so. So the idea is that you still had a people's body and a deliberative body, not just a single person or anything, because then you just give all the money to the governor. The governor picks the person who probably gave him the most money, and that's who your senators would be. So the idea is that this had to come from the entire deliberative body of the legislature, because those are the people who are closest to the citizens. That was the model. People really forget, I think, that the model here is that we vote for people to then represent us. And, we have in our states, we have even smaller districts than what we have. Right now it's about 750,000 people per U.S. House seat, give or take. For many states, that can be as small as about 75,000, so maybe 1/10. So the whole idea is that you have these small deliberative bodies. You have, local, district captains, if you will. You have, an ability to meet the candidates, see the candidates, et cetera. In Colorado, a friend of mine who's actually the person who introduced me to James R., Jim Wiley, is running for Secretary of State. And the way in which he's doing it is to go to these small deliberative bodies and groups and to introduce himself and to talk about the issues in Colorado, which obviously have become a lot more famous. Voting issues here have become very famous lately, but to go and talk to them and meet with them. And this is how you meet the people. This is how you don't have that kind of starstruck distance between you and the person who's controlling, what you do, what your life is all about. You actually are their friends. You're their neighbors. They understand you. You understand them. You all come from the same place. They get together in the state capitol and they pick somebody who's going to best represent you. Now, is this without flaws? Absolutely, it's not. Nothing in politics is. But is this better than what you have now? Absolutely. And your example of Bill Cassidy, I think, is an exact example, probably quintessential, of what the problem is. If Cassidy were trying to run for a third term, he would never have gotten off the ground, because the legislature would have said, yeah, you're not doing the job again. You're fired.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't doing what the state wanted him to do. How did the states transmit that to the senators when the senators were picked by the state legislature? Did they give them guidance?
Yes, they did. Yeah, they absolutely did. And in fact, think of it this way. When congressmen, people talk about congressmen being on breaks, they never work. But we both know that's absolutely false. Congressmen fly back and forth consistently from their districts. They have meetings in their districts. They meet with constituents. They meet with businesses. They meet with individuals. They find out what's going on in your life, and they go back to Washington and they do it. So the idea that somehow they're not doing any work simply because they're not sitting in Washington, well, some of us actually applaud the fact that they're not doing the work in Washington. But the same thing with the Senate, but the difference is the Senate didn't meet as much with constituents. They met with the legislature. So they would fly back or drive back or horse and buggy it back in the day to their state. And again, remember, when you only had 13 states and then 15 and 17, et cetera, it wasn't like you had to come all the way to California yet. But when you went back to your home state, you basically met with your legislature and you talked about what the needs of the legislature were. Maybe they were passing a program that needed government funding. Maybe they needed something changed in interstate commerce. Maybe there was something in overseas commerce that they needed to be done. But the legislature could tell their Senate representative, the senator would go back to the U.S. Senate and try to accomplish it.
Well, that makes perfect sense. The guys that wrote the Constitution were pretty smart.
They were very smart.
What did they say in the Federalist Papers about this body?
They didn't talk about it that much in the Federalist Papers because there wasn't a discrepancy going on here. Nobody had an argument about this. In fact, it's almost the opposite, that the bigger deal was really in how you wrote the Constitution and what were the Article 1, 2, 3, 4 powers. That mattered more than how you had a Senate and a House, except for the fact that the Senate was going to be two-person. So every state, no matter what the size, state of Wyoming, which has the least population, has one congressman, but has two senators. And that's why they have 2 senators, because again, they're not representing the people of Wyoming, they're representing the legislature of Wyoming. So it went into that total package of federalism. It went into an electoral college. It went into electing the Senate, and it went into the ability of the states to have a say in amending the Constitution. That was the trifecta.
Oh, wow. All right, we got another question from the audience. This is great. I like getting questions from the audience. Go ahead, Joe.
We have Joe Lanusa.
Hey, thank you. A longtime fan, Colonel Manus, first-time caller. On the or mumblings back in the mid-1800s, I think Delaware was one that went a couple of years or some time without being represented. But this culminated up into the, of course, post-Civil War, early 1900s. What were the arguments to take senators from being essentially the state government's representative to be the people's in the state, the population in the state's represented? What were some of the arguments that, because this was a constitutional amendment, they had to convince the people? What were the arguments at the time? Do you know?
The biggest argument was corruption. The biggest problem that existed then, and I was talking about this a little bit earlier, is that you have to remember, up until 1913, when this passed, states were in charge. You didn't have a federal income tax system like you have today. So all of your money that was paid in taxes was on property taxes, sales taxes, and income taxes to the states. So what was happening was that the states were corrupt. States were getting what you see now is happening to the federal government. Look, money goes to where the power is, and that's where the power centers were the states. So what you had was all of the money going into the races for, state Senate, state, California be state assembly or state house as it is in Arizona, whatever your 2 state houses were, that's where all the money and corruption was going. And then that was a payoff-orama. Where I think of this for California, where you have the Public Employees Union controlling the state of California. Well, who do you think are going to be the 2 senators that the state of California is going to pick? The state legislature in California is so left, is so off the rocker. Now, remember, they were not that way, 100 years ago, but they are that way now. And so if they were getting that right, you can only imagine who they would be picking. They'd be picking probably leaders of the unions to go down be the senators. The good side is that would be offset by the other 98 senators. So you didn't have the problem really at the U.S. Senate level. You had it within the states, and the states were so fed up with the corruption and with the money going there and all the money going into who was going to be a U.S. senator that's what was the impetus to changing this. The problem was they didn't really look forward on this. So they took a corruption problem that was happening because all of a sudden you had millionaires. Remember, all of a sudden you had John Rockefeller and others who are now making these huge amounts of money and being able to put it into politics. You had political machines like the beginnings of the Pendergast machine in Kansas City that were able to put people into office, et cetera. So you had to deal with that problem, but they didn't foresee that as millionaires had millions as compared to the rest of the folks, they were simply going to pay now for U.S. senators. They were going to pay now for House members. They were going to ultimately, as we see now, pay for presidents. I mean, keep in mind how much money was spent last time. Kamala Harris, we talk about 1.3 billion, but it's really closer to about 1.8 billion dollars. Trump spent about 700 million dollars. Where is all that coming from? So you're always going to have this problem of money in politics unless you change laws, and really at the Supreme Court level. That doesn't change. And so for the rest of it, they also didn't see that as the federal government gained strength, all that was going to happen is now you have a federal income tax. Now you have, federalized senators. It doesn't matter where you go. Those problems of corruption are not solved by simply changing what size ball you use in your game. It doesn't make any difference. So they didn't have the long-term vision there to see what the harm was going to be. They just simply said, like the Patriot Act, well, we have a problem, here's an immediate solution. And of course, people like voting, and they shouldn't. And why should they not? Why should I not want to vote for my U.S. senator? I don't want to because of federalism, because I understand this. But I understand that most people enjoy this. We've been doing this for an awfully long time, over 100 years, and it feels like a normal part of the process. And as a result, nobody, unlike Prohibition, nobody ever came back and examined this to say, well, wait a minute, did this really get us where we want to go? And has this created far more problems than good? And of course, what we argue, what James and I argue, is it really has created far more problems than good. And you're seeing the fruits of them. And I think when we come back from the next break, I think the Colonel and I are going to talk about the great American divorce that we see going on here and how it plays into this whole problem of federalism.
Yeah, we are. You know, you were talking about the money thing. You know, it's much easier to manage money at the state level because most of it's going to be localized or come from a limited set of sources. And then when we elevated it up to the federal level, now all of your senators are controlled by the same small group of big money entities, whether it be a person, a family, corporations, non-government organizations, government feeding tax dollars into non-government organizations like USAID did. I mean, the problem is much greater now that we've taken this on, and we'll talk specifics about that after this break. More with John Thaler, co-author of Restore the Senate. I've been talking about this for a long time, ever since before I ran for U.S. Senate, that we need to get back to the states being represented by the senators and not just another pack of voters, because the voters have our reps in the U.S. House of Representatives. That's why they're every 2-year cycles. That's why, because they're supposed to be closest to the people, and the senators are supposed to be representing the states. We'll be right back.
Friends, this is Brandon Howes. For more than a year now, I've been teaching through the book of Revelation, and the response from you has been overwhelming. You've asked me again and again, when are you going to put this study in print? We want to mark it up. We want to share it with our families. Well, it's here. My brand new 2-volume commentary on the book of Revelation, verse by verse, chapter by chapter. This is not a watered down, allegorized replacement theology approach to Revelation. This is a literal, grammatical, historical study, the way the Lord intended his word to be read. And I connect the prophecy of Revelation to the headlines you're watching unfold right now, the rise of global government and the convergence of end-time events the Lord Jesus warned us about. Folks, we are living in serious days, and there has never been a more important time to understand what God has told us about what is coming. Get your 2-volume Revelation commentary today at worldviewstore.com. That's worldviewstore.com.
Right, but for example, on the Health Committee, you have Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski. They've already raised concerns about RFK Jr., I think. When you have Matt Gaetz, there's already some Republicans who have spoken out and said some things. The numbers start to get problematic if that is a problem, and your onus for you is to try to get the president who he wants to be in the cabinet. Do you then punt to a recess and try to recess the Senate for 10 days and get those appointments in?
Well, it's an option, but obviously it takes, you have to have all Republicans vote to recess as well. So the same Republicans that you mentioned that might have a problem voting for somebody under regular order probably also have a problem voting to put the Senate into recess. You have to have concurrence from the House. There's a process. All this is a process. But I don't think any of those things are necessarily off the table. I think we have to have all the options on the table, and these nominees deserve their day in court. They deserve a hearing, a confirmation hearing, an opportunity to be vetted, and the Senate will perform its constitutional role under advice and consent. But we are not going to allow the Democrats to thwart the will of the American people in giving President Trump the people that he wants in those positions to implement his agenda.
When it comes
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's Truth Thursday, and we're talking with one of the authors of the new book, Restore the Senate, Attorney John Thaler, in the show today. And it's all about the U.S. Senate. That was Majority Leader Thune of the U.S. Senate. And the Senate now is obstructing a president of the United States more than just the policy legislation. They're actually holding pro forma sessions so they don't go into recess, so he can't do recess appointments. This organization is broken compared to what the founders envisioned, isn't it?
It is entirely broken, and this is unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate, however, on both ends. As much as the Senate is broken, some of this is also that the president did not make a number of appointments early on. One of the areas where he did not is in U.S. attorney. So he's relied on a number of temporary appointments, acting appointments, et cetera, some of which are somewhat violative of the rules about doing so. But, he could have put up there are roughly 93 U.S. attorneys. He could have, if he wanted to change them out, all of them or part of them, he could have put them up for nomination. And yes, that's difficult. And yes, that's a lot of people. And yes, it takes up a lot of time in the U.S. Senate. But he decided not to do it. So he kind of put himself in the position of where you have to do recess appointments to get a lot of people into jobs. I think for most people, they don't really understand that it's not just the cabinet. There are so many positions that require the advice and consent of the U.S. Senate. On the other side of this, I really, for the most part, there's a lot of things about John Thune I like. I know he's not popular among a lot of Republicans, but there's a lot of things I like about him. But one of the things that absolutely, almost to the point of at this point, disgusts me is exactly this, that either you believe in Trump's agenda or you don't. And if you don't, that's one thing. Say so, make it public. We can have a debate on that. But to kind of do it by this backdoor blocking of either recess appointments or just the ability to put forth judges just on the federal bench. We now have a vacancy on one of the federal appellate courts. It is absolutely disgusting. You cannot get business done this way. And either the Senate's going to have to take up actual appointments and full hearings, because that's what the Senate is there to do, or it's going to have to allow the recess appointments, which for most people, if they don't know, last 2 years. So it doesn't last longer, but it'll last 2 years. You've got to do that to get this done. You cannot have a functioning federal government, a functioning executive branch without at least some level of recess appointments, given the dysfunction that you have in the Senate and the House, even though the House doesn't decide these. But the dysfunction there on getting things done is so great, and the divide is so great. And of course, in the Senate, the filibuster is so powerful in stopping people from being nominated and appointed that you're going to have to do something else. So I don't really understand at this point what Thune is doing. If you really don't like what President Trump is doing, say that. Just say that. Come out and say you disagree, and come out and tell us why. And then we can have that debate, and the Republican Party can have that debate. And Republicans, as Ronald Reagan used to do, I don't know if people remember this, Ronald Reagan, anytime he wanted something passed, any legislation at all, where there was any question about its passage, got on TV, told the American people what he wanted to do and why he wanted to do it. And he said, call your congressman, call your senator, tell them to stand with this administration. So, this is getting to the point where I hate to say it because I don't like the term, but you're either for us or you're against us. And if you're going to be against us, say why. Stop playing these silly games, these silly procedural games to stop the agenda.
Yeah, I appreciate the Reagan reference, but I mean, Donald Trump does that on steroids. Because now he has social media, he's on television, he's at rallies, and every single time, every single time he talks about the SAVE Act, the Save America Act, I think is what it's called, and that over 80% of the American people, including Democrats, need that to be there. They matter of fact, most people, if you polled them and asked them this question, why did you want Donald Trump to be president again in spite of all of the craziness? I bet you they would say to fix our election.
Yeah. Well, and certainly from someone like me and my other book, Report to the Governor, I mean, that's one of the key issues for me is fixing elections. And of course, one of the things we talk about in Report to the Governor is the disaster of mail-in balloting, how fraudulent it's become, why it's become this way, how easily it's controlled. And one of the things that you see, especially between 2020 and 2024, is the number of mail-in ballots versus the result. The number of mail-in ballots that were counted in 2024 was about a third of what came in 2020. And yes, we had a COVID problem. And yes, some of this was because we had to take some extreme measures. I get it. But the difference here is night and day. Trump wins every one of the battleground states versus not only losing those states, but losing states like Arizona, where we have proved that fraud made a difference in that race. May have made a difference in many of the other ones, but in Arizona for sure, that 11,400 difference in vote count was because of the fraud within mail-in ballots. And when you see what goes on in California, and then you get Gavin Newsom and others going on the air and saying, oh, it's a travesty, this is fine, you're messing with our elections, we have free and fair elections. In my 2007 book, The Decline and Fall of California, and in the new edition I'm doing a book revisiting that book, which will be out in the fall, just in time for the election. We talk about this in the second chapter of the book, calls California, it's titled A Most Undemocratic State. You want to make your state undemocratic, use mail-in ballots. So, the SAVE Act, there are things about it I like. There's things about it I don't like so much. It does have certain difficulties for some people, for sure. Are there other ways we might have tackled that? Maybe. But the bigger issue to me is not even the ID matters. But to me, it's not even just the ID. It's the fact that you can have mail-in ballots sent to everybody like they are in California. By the way, I haven't been a resident of California since 2011. I still get a mail-in ballot from California. It's so bad, it's so notoriously evil that if you do not do something to solve for that problem and then solve again for the vote count, we're waiting for the Supreme Court to rule on this. It'll be tomorrow. But the vote count problem of you can vote for this, a week later, a month later. California allows 30 days for a ballot to come in. Is the mail system this bad that you can actually postmark your ballot on the day of the election, but a month later it comes in? It's an absurdity, and yet it's allowed, and it's absolutely positively not just killing elections, but more importantly, killing our confidence in them. And when you live in a federalist system, when you live in one where we are voting for representatives to then vote for us on what we want, how we want it, it is about as undemocratic as you get.
But the left wants democratic. They want democracy. So explain to folks real quick, John, the difference between what was intended and this democracy that the left keeps talking about. Although we have a democratic republic, I get it and all that stuff, but there are two distinctly different things. I think one of our founders said something to the effect that a democracy is two wolves and a sheep at lunch, and the wolves are trying to decide,
who gets
how they're going to eat him.
Yeah. Look, democracy is a really fascinating concept. There really aren't true democracies in too many places, except for the fact of voting sometimes for leadership does sometimes do that. But even in Britain, for example, you're voting for party, the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, you're voting for the party, and then you know who the person's going to be. You know who's going to be in charge, but you're not voting for Keir Starmer. You're voting for the Labour Party, and then the Labour Party is telling you who that leader is going to be and who's going to be in charge. In the United States, when we created this United States, states had independence. It was extraordinarily important that you did not change that. One of the reasons, by the way, was the opposite of what people think: freedom of religion. States were founded by different religions. And the whole concept here was that, the religion, the Quakers in Pennsylvania were going to be different than the Methodists, which were going to be different than the Baptists, which were going to be different than the Presbyterians, and different from the Lutherans, etc., and certainly different from the Jews. It was going to be different. And those differences in moral clarity, in view of the world, in child rearing, even in families, in how you operated, how you did things, how you conducted business, were different from state to state because of how they were founded and how they were developed. And so we couldn't have a democracy. You couldn't have a tyranny of the majority. You had to have a system where states had a say, where you certainly had a different way of doing things within your state, but the states, with respect to the federal government, had to have their way. And the problem was, again, like with the Electoral College, is that you ran this risk that only a few concentrated areas of the country, obviously a majority is a majority, but where you'd have concentrated areas of the country determining what everyone else in the country did. So, you'd have New York and California determining what happened happens in Missouri and Arkansas, except Missouri and Arkansas are not California and they're not New York. We wanted to preserve this independence and the differences. We live, viva la difference. We live the differences. And again, it goes back to something that's on all of our coins and on all of our money. E pluribus unum. Out of many, we are one.
That's right.
That's what it meant. It didn't mean democracy. It meant that we celebrate the differences, that we learn from and experience and enjoy these differences. So as you said before, if I don't like what's going on in California and 800,000 people a year don't, I can move from that state and go somewhere where I do like it. That's what this was supposed to be all about. You can't have that if you have population concentrations deciding what the rest of the country can and cannot do. That's exactly what democracy would be. It would be a tyranny of the majority, and it's exactly antithetical and heretical to our Constitution, to the rights that are in the Bill of Rights. And so as we come up on a 250-year anniversary of this country's founding and of the Bill of Rights, that's what people should understand. These individual rights only make sense if the majority cannot take them away from you. Yeah. And that's the danger we're running with the socialists, with what's going on in New York and what's going on with the Democrat Party. That's really the danger we're facing.
That's exactly right. And we were designed to not have to face it. We got to get back to that. I agree with you guys' thesis and premise in the book. How can folks find the book?
The book is available on Amazon. It is available both on a Kindle edition and, of course, the softcover edition. We may make a hardcover edition available if people want it, but we think the softcover edition works just fine. It is also available. We have a website for this, as we often do, restoringthesenate.com, restoringthesenate.com. You can go there and not only see a number of things about myself and about James R. and about Pirate Radio. We'll be back on the air starting on Friday. We've had a little hiatus for the summer, for the beginning of the summer, but we're going to be back on Friday. People can find out about us, find out about the book. They can read some sections from the book, and they can not only order it there, but they can order autographed copies with both James and I will be autographing and sending out. We already have a number of orders. We should be getting those out within the next week or two, but that's a great place to order it and find out more about us and more about the book, and it's great to take a look at before you buy. We hope you all do.
Well, thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. Appreciate your time. We will see you later. I'm sure you'll be back on the show. All right, folks. Remember, the 250th is coming up next week. I will see you on July 6th. We will be celebrating and doing some business up in the Washington, D.C. area. And remember your ancestors. Mine, William Manus, was a private in the Continental Army, the North Carolina line. They had just defeated the British invasion of Sullivan's Island around Charleston and are holding positions as the British flee to the north. That's what's happening today in my ancestors' life 250 years ago. Remember them because they are the reason why we have the chance to talk about this right now and do something about it. And you can get my book, What You Can Do About It, at Amazon and at robmanus.com, and the bonus chapters at robmanus.com, and it's free. I'll see you on the July 6th or Monday here on the Rob Manus Show.
This is Brandon